Successfully obtained the X-ray vision young master system. A arrogant warrior accidentally acquires a mysterious system, unlocking a newbie gift pack that grants him X-ray vision and the 9 Sons scripture. From then on, he transforms overnight, becoming a master in antique appraisal, gem gambling, and much more. Chapter 1, Come Catch the Beast. Ding, system activation successful, starting binding. Ding, system binding successful, beginning update process. Ding, system update complete, officially starting. Ding, first login, 2 newbie gift packs awarded, click to confirm. Ouch, where am I? Tang Long rubbed his head, furrowing his brows as he slowly opened his eyes. A white ceiling came into view. Is this a hospital? I'm not dead. Ding, first login, 2 newbie gift packs awarded, click to confirm. Ding, after 3 prompts, if their host has not confirmed, the newbie gift packs will be destroyed. What? What? Where's that voice coming from? Is this a hallucination? Ding, first login, 2 newbie gift packs awarded, click to confirm. Wait, what's going on here? Ding, newbie gift pack destruction countdown, 543. Confirm. As Tang Long focused, a screen appeared in front of him, with 2 red gift packs flashing brightly. Ding, gift pack opening. Congratulations, you have received X-ray vision. You can use it to see through objects, appraise treasures, hypnotize, etc. The specific abilities will need to be developed by the host. Wow, X-ray vision. Is this for real? Tang Long was startled, sitting up quickly and looking toward the door. The white door slowly turned transparent, revealing a nurse holding a tray walking toward him. Clang. The hospital room door opened, and to Tang Long's shock, it was indeed the same nurse he had seen earlier. Damn, could I really have X-ray vision? The nurse glared at him angrily, saying, perverted jerk, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. By the way, I'm Tang Long. What's your name? Tang Long feigned a shy look, scratching the back of his head. The nurse shot him a death glare and huffed, why should I tell you? HMPH. There's medicine in the tray, you take it yourself. 3 pills at a time, 3 times a day. With that, she stormed out. Once the nurse left, Tang Long jumped out of bed, changed into his own clothes, and began recalling what had happened earlier. To be honest, Tang Long's life had been pretty unlucky. He had passed the college entrance exams, but his father insisted he join the army instead. No choice, it was his father's will. So after high school, Tang Long went into the military. Last year, he returned home for a visit, where he met Lin Yun, the village beauty, through a mutual acquaintance. After dating a few times and feeling things were going well, he went to a matchmaker to propose marriage. Both families met, and they had even set a wedding date with a dowry of 100,000 yuan. This time, Tang Long had come to Donghai to marry Lin Yun. But to his surprise, Lin Yun turned out to be someone else's mistress and humiliated him severely, saying that even if she were raped by a dog, she would never marry him. Just as Tang Long was about to buy a ticket and head back home, he was hit by an unregistered car and ended up in the hospital. Damn, this system is really timely. Lin Yun, don't let me find out that car was sent by you. If it was, you'll regret it. Forget it, I won't think about this annoying stuff anymore. Let us check out the second newbie gift pack. Please don't be another big beauty, right? Tang Long swallowed and rubbed his hands as he opened the second gift pack. Ding, gift pack opened, you have received a martial arts manual, 9 Sons scripture. Click to cultivate. What the hell? 9 Sons scripture. No way, is this a joke? This is one of the legendary texts, on par with the I Ching Jing and Shisui Jing, said to be able to cultivate internal energy. Click to cultivate. Let us cultivate. Tang Long didn't hesitate to click on cultivate. He was eager to see if this so-called system was for real. The 9 Sons scripture is an encyclopedia that combines martial arts, medicine, philosophy, physiology, fate, rehabilitation, physics, and biochemistry. First move, Tai Chi gathering method. Stand naturally facing the east, first focus on the dantian, after 3 to 5 minutes, use the breathing method to meditate. Absorb the yang qi from the sky through the baihui point, while the yin qi from the ground enters through the yongquan point. The two energies will converge in the dantian to form a Tai Chi symbol. Following the system's guidance, Tang Long began his practice. He immediately felt a warm sensation in his dantian, as if a fiery energy was flowing through him. After practicing for more than an hour, Tang Long's injuries were almost completely healed. "Big brother, I can come in, right?" At that moment, a little head peeked around the door, looking hopeful. Tang Long stopped his cultivation and clapped his hands. "Har har, of course you can. My name is Tang Tang. Big brother, what is your name?" The little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, was rosy-cheeked with long, fluttering eyelashes, making her look utterly adorable. Strange? Why is she still wearing a down jacket on such a hot day? And why are her hands so cold? Ding, host has triggered a mission, cure Tang Tang's cold poison. Do you accept? Cold poison. According to the Nine Sons scripture, cold poison refers to an extremely yin constitution where the body's yin and yang are completely out of balance. It could be healed by inserting yang energy into the body. Tang Long didn't want this cute little girl to suffer, so he decided to accept the mission. Ding, host accepts mission. Mission starts. Click to view mission details. Mission level, D rank. Mission requirements, make Tang Tang a normal person. Mission reward, 1 gift pack. After reviewing the mission details, Tang Long learned that the system's missions were classified from S to D, with S being the highest and D the lowest. To introduce yang energy, he had to channel it from his dantian. So, Tang Long placed Tang Tang on the bed and placed his palm on her stomach. Just then, the nurse from earlier burst in. When the nurse saw what was happening, her face turned white with fear as she waved her hand and shouted, "Come catch this beast." Chapter 2 Misunderstood. Damn, misunderstood. Tang Long looked down at Tang Tang lying on the bed, and then thought of his previous actions. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't help but blush. Damn it, never mind, let's cure this little girl first. After injecting the yang qi in his body into Tang Tang's body, Tang Tang's face gradually became rosy, and even a wisp of white mist came out of the top of his head. Beast, stop it. The little nurse jumped onto Tang Long's back and bit Tang Long's neck. Tang Long cursed, "Little girl, you deserve a beating, right? I'm treating a disease." Treat a disease? Humph, you stinky hooligan, if you can treat a disease, a sow can also climb a tree. The little nurse said unforgivingly. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue and said shyly, "It's so hot." Ding, risking misunderstanding, the host successfully completed the task and was rewarded with 100,000 yuan, which can be withdrawn. The system sound came again, and Tang Long was also shocked. No way. Just a casual move, he made 100,000 yuan. This is too easy to make money, right? Ding, the host triggered the task, training nurse Yi Lin Lin, do you accept it? What? There is such an exciting task. Accept, must accept. Ding ding ding, the host has dirty thoughts, and a fine of 50,000 will take effect immediately. Fuck, isn't it a task issued by the system? Why have I already accepted it, and I still have to pay a fine? Do I have to accept positive energy tasks? At this time, the security guard broke in, followed by several doctors, and the one walking in front was a woman in formal clothes. What a beautiful woman. If the full score is 100, Tang Long would give the woman in front of him 150 points, no, 200 points, flawless, delicate skin, and the faint fragrance emanating from her body, which almost made Tang Long lose consciousness. Help me! Yi Lin Lin shouted fiercely. At this time, a young doctor came forward, pointed at Tang Long's nose and cursed, "Little hooligan, let Lin Lin go quickly." Tang Long laughed dryly a few times, quickly let go of Yi Lin Lin, and said, "Misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Do you think we are all blind? The young doctor turned his head and gestured, "Go, take this kid to the police station." Okay. The security guards said with a flattering face. Yi Lin Lin stamped her feet in anger and said with a red face, "You are finished, my cousin is the director of the police station." Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Tang Long said anxiously. Fuck, impulsive, come on. The young doctor cursed. HMPH, you are really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. With your outfit, you want to molest our hospital beauty. People should have some self-knowledge. Brothers, why don't you strip him naked and tie him to the gate of the hospital to kill the chicken to scare the monkey? The security guards smiled at each other and grabbed Tang Long. Fuck, you are bullying too much. Do you really think Tang Long, am bullying? Bang bang bang. Almost one punch after another, the security guards were knocked to the ground by Tang Long and couldn't stand up. Call the police, you must call the police. The young doctor was also shocked and was about to take out his mobile phone to call the police. Snap. Tang Long casually knocked down the young doctor's phone and said with strong anger, I've said it before, this is a misunderstanding, I just want to treat Tang Tang. Treat? You? The young doctor said with disdain, even some well-known experts in our hospital can't cure Miss Tang Tang's disease, and you are just a stinking hooligan. Tang Long picked up the handbag on the bed and said, if you don't believe it, forget it. I'm too lazy to explain to you. Stop, you can't leave until the police come. The young doctor said with a red face. Tang Long pushed the young doctor to the corner of the wall and sat on the ground. Wait, you can't leave this ward until the matter is clear. Xia Bingyao stepped on high heels and blocked the door. Tang Long couldn't help but swear, fuck, good people don't get rewarded. At this time, Tang Tang took off her down jacket and said, Mom, I don't seem to be so cold anymore. You, what did you say? Xia Bingyao trembled and hurried forward. Tang Tang's face was ruddy, and she said, it was that big brother who cured Tang Tang's illness. Mom, can you please not make things difficult for this big brother? Of course, but we still have to do a comprehensive examination. Xia Bingyao said with a smile. Mom? No way. Tang Long had a bitter face. What a good cabbage, I don't know which pig got it cheaply. After the examination, all the indicators in Tang Tang's body were normal. It's incredible. How is this possible? After getting the examination data, some experts were all amazed and looked at Tang Long with fiery eyes. Yi Linlin tilted her head and said with a red face, did I really misunderstand him? Humph, so what, who asked him to spank me? Can I leave now? Tang Long said unhappily while holding his bag. Xia Bingyao said coldly, yes. No, he still owes me 6,000 yuan in medical expenses. At this time, the young doctor sat up from the ground and said with a face full of resentment. Xia Bingyao looked cold and said, I will take care of his medical expenses. Who are you? The young doctor said unconvinced. Xia Bingyao. After saying that, Xia Bingyao took Tang Tang's hand and walked out of the room. What? She is Xia Bingyao? The most beautiful girl in Donghai City. What a pity, she is already a married woman. What nonsense are you talking about? That Tang Tang was adopted by Xia Bingyao, and the two have no blood relationship at all. After leaving the hospital, Xia Bingyao trotted to catch up with Tang Long. What's the matter? Tang Long said unhappily while carrying his bag. Xia Bingyao said indifferently, name a price. What price? Tang Long frowned. You cured Tang Tang's strange disease, so of course I have to pay you. No need. I don't like to owe people favors. 1 million. Okay. As she said that, Xia Bingyao quickly wrote a check and handed it over. Tang Long tore up the check and said angrily, it's great to be rich. Who cares about your broken money? Besides, Tang Tang's disease may relapse at any time. I just temporarily suppressed the coldness in her body. Puff. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground came, and a white Aston Martin drove over. Stinky beggar, you are so bold, you dare to yell at my girlfriend. Believe it or not, I will smash your dog mouth. At this time, a young man in a black suit came down and shouted angrily. Chapter 3, Conquering the Crush. The Aston Martin DB9, in a luxurious gold color, is worth around 4 million yuan. Looks like this pretty boy has some background. It's better to avoid trouble, so I should leave this place quickly. Du Chen, don't bother me again. I already have a boyfriend, said Xia Bingyao coldly. Du Chen shook the gold chain around his neck and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Har, Bingyao, you can't be talking about this poor guy, right? Poor guy? Damn it, this pretty boy is too arrogant. He dared call me poor? This is going too far. Xia Bingyao casually grabbed Tang Long's arm and said, you guessed right. This is my new boyfriend, or rather, my fiancé. Du Chen took off his sunglasses, walked around Tang Long, and sneered, "Come on, Bing Yao, we've known each other since childhood. You can't fool me. Even if you need a shield, at least find someone decent. This poor beggar, and he's my rival. You must be joking." Xia Bingyao's face turned red. Thankfully, Du Chen didn't take it seriously, or Tang Long would have been in big trouble. It was a very thoughtless move. At that moment, Tang Tang grabbed Tang Long's hand and coquettishly said, "Daddy, you have to protect mommy and not let anyone bully her." "Daddy?" Xia Bingyao's face turned crimson. "Tang Tang, stop talking nonsense. Mommy, you can't say that. Even though Uncle Tang Long isn't he very handsome, doesn't he have money, and dresses badly, he still cured my strange illness. You should know how to repay kindness," Tang Tang said seriously. Tang Long nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Right, Tang Tang is absolutely right. "Shut up, you big-headed fool," Xia Bingyao said, embarrassed and angry. Watching the harmonious scene between the three of them, Du Chen was furious. Pointing at Tang Long, he shouted, "You poor beggar, here's 100 yuan. Take the money and get lost." Ding! Host has triggered a task, protect the mother and daughter. Do you accept? Ding! Host has accepted the task. Task started. Click to view task details. Task level, D grade. Task requirement, get rid of the spoiled rich kid. Free play allowed. Task reward, a gift package. Tang Long accepted without thinking. A bully like Du Chen needed a lesson. Slap. A loud slap echoed. Du Chen was knocked to the ground, his front teeth knocked out, blood spilling from his mouth. Tang Long pulled Xia Bingyao into his arms, looking down at Du Chen and shouted, "So what if you have money? Don't think that driving $1 million sports car can destroy the bond between my wife and me. It won't work. You have no idea how great I am. I'm like a firefly in the dark, shining brightly, and you can't stop me. I'm going to kill you." Du Chen screamed and charged at Tang Long again. Boom. Another kick sent Du Chen flying, crashing onto the hood of the Aston Martin. Good job. These rich second-generation people are always asking for a beating. They think they can play with women just because they have money. Yeah, scum. Pretty boy, here's a rotten egg for you. Smack. The egg yolk exploded on Du Chen's face, and passers-by came over to greet him. Do you know who I am? Do you believe I'll kill you? Du Chen, now aware of his situation, shouted at the crowd. Are you seriously trying to seduce someone's wife? Fuck, this pretty boy is too arrogant. Deserves a beating. A dozen people rushed forward, punching and kicking Du Chen. Stop. The police are coming. Someone shouted, and the crowd scattered. At that moment, Tang Long had already picked up Tang Tang and was pulling Xia Bingyao into the car. Ding! Host has successfully completed the task. Reward, a big gift package, including the memories of the Emerald King. Can be viewed anytime. Har har, this is so satisfying, Tang Long said, holding Tang Tang. Xia Bingyao's face was cold. You've caused a huge mess. Do you know who Du Chen is? Tang Long shook his head. No, I just arrived in Donghai this morning. Starting the car, Xia Bingyao said seriously, Du Chen's family is very powerful in Donghai, they have connections in both legal and illegal circles. Offending him is like offending the king of hell. Moreover, the Du family made their fortune by tomb raiding and runs several antique malls. Their business is thriving. He is also the godson of the underground emperor of Donghai, Bald Grandpa. Bald Grandpa. Tang Long was taken aback. Is he the one they call I'm in charge after midnight? After midnight, I'm in charge. That's referring to Donghai's Bald Grandpa. It's said that after midnight, Donghai is entirely under Bald Grandpa's control. Of course, that's an exaggeration. In today's law-abiding society, no matter how powerful a gangster is, they are still just a gangster. If they cross the line, they'll pay the price. Xia Bingyao nodded. That's him. Is it too late to apologize now? Tang Long chuckled awkwardly. Xia Bingyao parked the car, unbuckled her seatbelt, and shot Tang Long a cold look. What do you think? Seeing Tang Long's worried expression, Tang Tang softly comforted him, "Don't worry, mommy will definitely protect you. She doesn't want to live a life of loneliness either." Bang! Xia Bingyao slammed the car door shut, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Tang Tang, whose daughter are you really?" Tang Tang made a face at Xia Bingyao and then crawled off Tang Long's lap. "Daddy, come home with me," Tang Tang said, pulling Tang Long's hand proudly. Xia Bingyao, with a dark face, said, "Tang Tang, who is really the boss of this family?" "Wah, mommy's being mean again. Single-parent families are so tough." Tang Tang cried loudly in Tang Long's arms. "Daddy, looks like we're going to be kicked out." "What the heck?" Xia Bingyao pulled on Tang Tang's ear, glared at Tang Long, and snorted, "I don't know what kind of potion you gave my daughter." Tang Long touched his chin, narcissistically saying, "Looks like I, Tang Long, am still as handsome as ever. Even a 4-year-old girl is completely smitten with me. Shameless. Hurry up and come inside." After entering the password, Xia Bingyao opened the door and walked in. "Grandma Liang, Tang Tang's back." As soon as they entered, Tang Tang ran straight to the kitchen. At that moment, a beautiful middle-aged woman walked out of the kitchen, gently brushing her fingers across Tang Tang's nose, and smiled, "Tang Tang, is your illness cured?" "Millimeter hum, Daddy cured me," Tang Tang nodded vigorously. Grandma Liang was taken aback and asked, confused, "Daddy?" "Grandma Liang, don't listen to Tang Tang's nonsense. This guy is Tang Long, the one who treated her. Once her illness is completely healed, I'll give him a payment." Xia Bingyao shot a glare at Tang Tang and said unhappily. "Oh, I see." Grandma Liang's face fell, but she smiled and gestured, "Mr. Tang, dinner is ready." "Thanks, Grandma Liang." Tang Long casually threw his bag onto the sofa and plopped down. "Huh." Tang Long picked up a framed photo on the coffee table and asked, "Grandma Liang, who is this girl? Is it Tang Tang? She looks like a future beauty." Ding! Host has triggered a task, conquer the crush, Xia Bingyao. Do you accept? What? A crush? What's going on? Chapter for temporary boyfriend. Conquering the secret love goddess. Could it be that the system made a mistake? Tang Long snorted lightly. Humph, it seems that the system can also make mistakes. I, Tang Long, am a little white dragon in the waves. I have seen all kinds of women. Ding, friendly reminder. In view of the huge gap between the host and Xia Bingyao, it is recommended that the host give up the task on his own initiative. Damn, provocation, right? You don't let me take it, but I will take it. Ding, the host accepts the task. The task begins. Click to view the task details. Task level, S+. Task requirements, get a marriage certificate and unlock various postures. Task deadline, 100 years. Task reward, in view of the host's impossibility to complete the task, the system has not prepared a gift. Damn, it's too much. What a shitty system. Is there any woman in this world that I, Tang Long, can't catch up with? At this time, Liangmar came over with a plate, turned her head and smiled. Har har, that's a photo of Bingyao when she was a child. Liangmar, is Xia Bingyao her real name? Tang Long couldn't help but ask curiously. Liangmar put down the plate and said with a smile, Har har, no, the lady's surname used to be Yi, and she was called Yi Bingyao. What? Yi? Yi Bingyao? The photo frame in Tang Long's hand fell to the ground with a click. Seeing that Tang Long was a little out of control, Liangmar couldn't help but ask, why? Did you know Bingyao before? Humph, more than knowing, if it weren't for this woman, maybe I, Tang Long, would have studied abroad at Harvard. Tang Long said angrily. At this time, Xia Bingyao walked down the stairs, with a frosty face, saying, Tang Long, who told you to touch my things? Tang Long grinned and said, What? You don't recognize me? How can I remember that you wrote me a love letter back then? Puff. Tang Tang, who was drinking juice, spat out a mouthful of juice and said with sympathy, Hey, Dad is hopeless, isn't he too narcissistic? With Mom's peerless beauty, how could she possibly write you a love letter? I don't need to say anything more, right? Xia Bingyao snorted, and then sat down in the main seat. Tang Long's old face turned red, and he couldn't help but said, Yi Bingyao, I was the leader of Donghai No. 1 middle school back then. Who wouldn't be scared of me? I remember I saved you several times back then. HMPH, forget it, you found those hooligans, don't think I don't know. Xia Bingyao snorted. Cough cough. Tang Long coughed dryly a few times, and said with a red face, well, Bingyao, then, that love letter was really not written to me by you. Xia Bingyao said coldly, no. Hey, the fallen flowers intend to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water has no intention of loving the fallen flowers. Tang Long said with a melancholy face. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Liang's mother laughed dryly. Har har, I didn't expect Mr. Tang to be able to recite poetry. That's right, I won a prize in a poetry competition that year. Tang Long said proudly. Tang Tang shouted, Dad is great. Tang Tang, eat. Xia Bingyao said with a dark face. Tang Tang hurriedly took 2 mouthfuls of rice, looking at Tang Long and Xia Bingyao with her little eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. After eating, Tang Long trotted to Xia Bingyao. At this time, Xia Bingyao was reading a contract. Seeing Tang Long coming over, she put the contract away. Xia Bingyao said coldly, something happened. Tang Long laughed dryly and said, well, we are junior high school classmates after all. Can you find me a high-paying job? Xia Bingyao looked like a businessperson and said indifferently, education. Tang Long said shamelessly, double PhD from Harvard. Get lost. Xia Bingyao spat out a word coldly. Tang Long blushed and said, just kidding, I actually graduated from college. Xia Bingyao stood up and said, it seems that we don't need to talk anymore. Hey, Xia Bingyao, don't look down on me. Although I, Tang Long, liked to fight when I was in school, it's not easy to get a bachelor's degree. Tang Long argued. Par. Xia Bingyao casually threw a piece of paper on the coffee table and said, this is your information. After graduating from high school, you joined the army. Later, you raised pigs for 2 years. Recently, you were kicked out by the army. Now you are homeless. I heard that your father has a bad temper and threatened to break your dog legs, so you came to Donghai. Tang Tang, who was standing aside, also covered her face and lamented, hey, it seems that my mother will be single again. This little girl was too cruel. She almost dug up Tang Long's ancestors. At this time, Xia Bingyao's cell phone rang. Hee, Xia Bingyao, don't forget to bring your boyfriend tonight. A charming voice came from the phone. Xia Bingyao said, I know. After that, Xia Bingyao hung up the phone directly, and then turned to look at Tang Long who was playing with Tang Tang. It seems that I can only find someone to be a shield. Xia Bing said indifferently, Tang Long, be my boyfriend. Boyfriend. Tang Long's mouth opened like a duck egg, and a layer of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. What should I do? Should I refuse? No, Xia Bingyao is arrogant. If I refuse in front of her, she might commit suicide. After thinking about it, Tang Long pretended to be deep and said, hey, sometimes being handsome is also a burden. President Xia, what do you like about me? Can't I change it? Ahem. Xia Bingyao was choked and said with a dark face, you think too much, I just want you to accompany me to the party tonight, don't worry, you will get the reward. A shield. Tang Long said with a look of disappointment, hey, it seems that love at first sight in novels is a lie. Who said that handsome men should be paired with beautiful women? Tang Tang blinked her eyes and tilted her head and said, it's true that mom is a beautiful woman, but is dad really a handsome man? Tang Long nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, yeah, he must be. Tang Tang said to herself, are there too many handsome men in Donghai? Just throw a brick and you can smash a piece. Children speak without restraint, yes, it must be like this. In fact, I, Tang Long, am still very good. Besides, being handsome can't be eaten. With Tang Long's outfit, he probably can't even get into the door of the club. After entering the Versace store, the shopping guide came to greet him. Mr. Xia, is there anything I can do for you? The shopping guide said with a smile. Xia Bingyao said vigorously, this one, and that one, pack them all for me. Oh, give him the white suit and let him change into it quickly. I'm in a hurry. Tang Long said anxiously, hey, you haven't asked me the size yet. Xia Bingyao said domineeringly, just put it on when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? TSK, it turns out to be a gigolo. After returning the bank card to Xia Bingyao, the sales lady secretly despised Tang Long. Hurry up, Tang Tang, and I will wait for you in the car. Xia Bingyao turned and left the store, her tone unquestionable. Damn, this little girl is too domineering. Sir, the fitting room is over here. Looking at Tang Long, who looked like a country bumpkin, the sales lady said a little impatiently. Seeing that there was no one around, Tang Long whispered, Sales lady, this suit should cost more than 100 yuan, right? Plop. The sales lady almost fell to the ground, and said with a fake smile, Sir, you are joking. This is the latest model of Versace this year, and the price is 58,800. What? Tang Long said. Just when the sales lady was about to explain, a sneer suddenly came from outside, saying, What a country bumpkin, this is an Italian brand, translated as Versace. Chapter 5 Encountering the X. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yun pushed the door open and walked in. When she turned to look at Tang Long, she couldn't help but exclaimed, Tang Long, is this the place you should be? Get out now. Lin Yun. Tang Long's face darkened, and he said sarcastically, Humph, if a person who was fucked by a dog can come, why can't I, Tang Long, come? Lin Yun was not angry, but said arrogantly, Tang Long, don't say the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. We have already broken off the engagement, please don't bother me anymore. Humph, Tang Long couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yun's self-esteem is too good, isn't it? It's really sad. She has already become a black fungus, why is she still pretending to be cool? What? You have nothing to say. Seeing that Tang Long didn't say anything, Lin Yun thought that Tang Long had acquiesced, and said in a boastful manner, Do you know what kind of phone this is? iPhone 6, 128G high configuration, the market price is more than 6,000, and this bag, LV, is 18,800 after the discount. Did you see the car parked outside? BMW 5 Series, after all the formalities, it will cost more than 400,000, enough for you to move bricks for 10 years, right? Tang Long said impatiently, Lin Yun, what do you want to say? Is this going to end? If nothing else, I'm going to go try on some clothes. Seeing Tang Long was about to leave, Lin Yun thought that Tang Long was guilty, and she was even more proud in her heart. She said, Tang Long, you should have some self-knowledge. With your conditions, it is impossible for you to find a wife in Donghai, so why don't you go back to the mountains? I know you hate me, but this is the reality. You have no money, no house, no car. Even if we get married, you will starve to death on the streets sooner or later. If you really love me, please don't bother me again in the future. Of course, if you don't have money to buy a ticket, I can give it to you. Pop. Without waiting for Tang Long to react, Lin Yun pulled out a dozen $100 bills and threw them hard on Tang Long's face. Tang Long kicked Lin Yun in the face and said with disgust, Fuck you, Lin Yun, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Lin Yun rubbed her face and cursed, Tang Long, you dare to kick me. Get out of here. If you don't, I will disfigure you. Even dogs won't want to fuck you then. Tang Long cursed. Lin Yun was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She said with a look of resentment, Tang Long, just wait for me. Having said that, Lin Yun turned around and ran away. After changing clothes, Tang Long sat in the driver's seat, while Xia Bingyao sat in the passenger seat. Seeing Tang Long's gloomy face, Xia Bingyao couldn't help but ask, Tang Long, who was that woman just now? X. Tang Long spat out these two words coldly, then drove towards the Qinqing Club. Qinqing Club, a first-class club in Donghai City, includes all entertainment projects. After entering the club, Tang Long finally understood what the upper class was like. There was music, lights, and female waiters moving among the crowd, holding plates in both hands and smiling without showing their teeth. It was obvious that they had received professional training. Today's party is not just a private party. Those who are qualified to attend this party are mostly worth a lot of money. Take Xia Bingyao for example, she is worth tens of billions, and her family group is involved in various industries, including real estate, finance, hotels, jewelry, antiques, cosmetics, etc. And tonight's party is hosted by people in the jewelry industry. Hee, President Xia, you're finally here. Not long after entering the hall, I saw a woman in a red long dress walking towards me. She had fair skin, a charming figure, and every word and action was captivating. Especially that tongue, which kept circling, and its eyes were staring at Tang Long, as if it wanted to swallow Tang Long in one bite. Tang Chinro. Upon seeing the woman in the red dress, Xia Bingye's face darkened and she subconsciously pulled Tang Long to her side. Tang Qinro took a sip of red wine, looked at Tang Long and said, "Handsome boy, are you Xia Bingye's boyfriend?" "Yeah." Tang Long nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Tang Qinro smiled strangely and said, "Are you interested in being my boyfriend?" In terms of looks, Tang Qinro is not much worse than Xia Bingyao, and her figure is far better than Xia Bingyao. Tang Long rubbed his chin narcissistically and said, "Am I really that handsome? How about you two fight, and I'll be the boyfriend of whoever wins." Xia Bingyao narrowed her eyes, stretched out her hand and pinched Tang Long's lower back, and said angrily, "Tang Long, what did you say?" Tang Long's expression changed immediately, and he said, "Miss Tang, please respect yourself. I love Bingyao deeply. Other women are no different from dog shit in my eyes." Puff. Tang Qinro spit out a mouthful of red wine, and was almost choked to death by Tang Long's words. Shit. This was the first time Tang Qinro heard someone use the word shit to describe her. "Hey! Isn't this Mr. Tang? I'm so sorry." At this time, Du Chen walked in with a group of people and started yelling at Tang Long. Tang Long pretended to be surprised and said, "Master Du? You are still alive? I heard that someone beat you up in front of the Donghai hospital and threw rotten eggs at you." Du Chen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His face turned cold and he said, "I'm afraid everyone doesn't know yet. This guy is not Xia Bingyao's boyfriend at all, but a shield Xia Bingyao found." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place became excited and everyone was talking about Xia Bingyao. Tang Qinro raised her eyebrows and complained, "Boss Xia, this is your fault. Tell me you don't have a boyfriend. I can give you a few." "HMPH, no need." Xia Bingyao looked calm and said seriously, "Tang Long is my boyfriend. We fell in love at first sight." "Love at first sight? Who can prove it?" Du Chen said sinisterly. Xia Bingyao was stunned and asked, "This? Har har, you have nothing to say, right?" Du Chen said with a proud look on his face. At this moment, Tang Tang walked up from behind Tang Long, raised her hand and said, I can prove that I am actually Tang Long's father's biological daughter. My name is Tang Tang." Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. So this is how Tang Tang got his name. Xia Bingyao's face turned black. What a lie. What made Xia Bingyao vomit blood was yet to come. Tang Long knelt on one knee, hugged Tang Tang, and cried bitterly, "I'm sorry, my daughter. I made you and your mother suffer. I swear, from now on, no one will dare to bully you. I will be your safe haven. Dad." Tang Tang was also acting in her true character. She had never felt the love of a father since she was a child, so she burst into tears. "You are my destiny, you are my destiny, you are my everything." And just at this moment, the music started. Du Chen gritted his teeth in anger and waved his hand, saying, "Go, throw the person who played this song out." Tang Qinro hurriedly comforted him, "Don't be angry, Mr. Du, the gambling game is about to begin." "Gambling?" Upon hearing about the bet, Du Chen immediately became excited and pointed at Tang Long's nose and shouted, "Tang Long, do you dare to bet with me? Are you challenging me?" Tang Long let go of Tang Tang and said with a domineering look on his face. Du Chen shrugged and said, "Of course." Xia Bingyao's face changed, she grabbed Tang Long's arm, shook her head and said, "Don't bet with him. Du Chen has been learning from the Asian gambling king since he was a child. He is an expert in gambling. You are no match for him. I lost 20 million to him last year." Chapter 6, Winning 50 Million. Stud, a 5-card game, is a simple yet crude way of gambling. To be fair, Tang Qinro will deal the cards. When Tang Qinro dealt the first card, Tang Long already knew who had won or lost. In less than a short while, Tang Long won more than 4 million from Du Chen. Du Chen was also anxious and broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, how could I keep losing? Could it be that Tang Qinro and Tang Long were conspiring to plot against me? That shouldn't be the case. Tang Qinro and Xia Bingyao have always been at odds with each other. If anyone needs to be helped, it should be Du Chen. 5 cards have been dealt. Du Chen's cards are 3 aces, a 9 of clubs, and the 9 of hearts in the bottom card. Tang Long's cards are the 10, J, Q, K of hearts, and the bottom card is the ace of hearts. Tang Qinro glanced at the cards and said, 3 aces speak. Tang Long, do you dare to make a big bet with me? Du Chen slammed the table and said murderously. Tang Long smiled and said, of course, I want to aspire to become the god of gamblers. 20 million. If you lose, in addition to the money on the table, you have to give me an extra 20 million. Du Chen said confidently. Tang Long said, what if you are the loser? Har har, I will lose. Du Chen couldn't help laughing and said, there is only one ace of hearts left. I don't believe you can make a straight flush. Tang Long said, it seems that your trump card should be the 9 of hearts. Stop talking nonsense and show your cards. Du Chen turned over his 9 of hearts. Tang Long said domineeringly, as you wish. Pop. Tang Long threw his ace of hearts onto the table. What? Du Chen sat down and shook his head, no. Impossible, how could I lose? Tang Qinro pointed at Tang Long and said, straight flush wins. Tang Long said excitedly, Master Du, are you still betting? I won more than 30 million from you. HMPH, to me, 30 million is just a drop in the bucket. Du Chen said with a sinister smile. Tang Long gave Du Chen a thumbs up and secretly praised him, Mr. Du is very generous. Tang Long, I'm very curious. You haven't looked at the cards since the first game. Do you have X-ray vision? At this time, Du Chen stood up and said. Tang Long smiled shyly and said, I'm betting on luck. Okay, I'll bet on my luck with you. Du Chen shouted with red eyes, after removing the big and small queens, there are 52 cards left in a deck. You and I will each draw a card and compare the size. Whoever has the bigger card wins. Tang Long asked, how much is the bet? Still 20 million. Du Chen said word by word. Tang Long said calmly, don't say I didn't give you a chance, you smoke first. Du Chen snorted and turned over a playing card. Hearts 2. What? Du Chen's mouth twitched, with a look of disbelief. Tang Long laughed and said, Master Du, why are you standing there in a daze? Transfer the money. You? Du Chen gritted his teeth in anger and said solemnly, what if you also got 2? No one is more stupid than you, so I will never draw a 2. Tang Long used his X-ray vision, ran his fingertips across the playing cards, and finally picked out a card. 3 of hearts. The outcome is decided. Har har, I didn't expect that a small 3 could win. Tang Long arrogantly threw the 3 of hearts at Du Chen's face. Du Chen blushed and said, Tang Long, don't go too far. I can give up the 20 million, but from today on, you can't bother Bing Yao anymore. Tang Long said coldly. Du Chen was furious and said, Tang Long, what do you mean? Are you mocking me for not being able to pay 20 million? Do you still have money? Tang Long said with contempt. Brush, brush, brush. Du Chen directly wrote a check and threw it over, gritting his teeth and saying, I really hope you still have time to spend it. Boo. Tang Long kissed the 20 million check hard and laughed, actually, I just wanted to provoke you. In less than half an hour, Tang Long won more than 50 million. And Du Chen didn't win a single game from beginning to end, he lost completely. But at this moment, a group of people walked in from outside, led by an old man in Tang suit. He wore a jade ring on his thumb and looked very arrogant. It's the Jade King Chen Dan. Oh my god, he is a legend in the gambling stone world. I heard that he spent 6,000 yuan to buy a gambling stone, and in the end the bet increased by 10,000 times. 10,000 times. Doesn't that mean 60 million? That's right. I heard that Chen Dan came here just for the gambling on stones tonight. Yes, did you see the coal bosses following Chen Dan? They are all here for Chen Dan. Jade King Chen Dan. In the gambling stone world, there is a saying that one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, and one cut makes you wear linen. The highlight of tonight is gambling on stones. In fact, the previous gambling game was just a way for Tang Qinro to help everyone pass the time. Tang Qinro specializes in the jade stone business and has a large amount of jade raw stones in her hands. Almost every once in a while, she holds such a cocktail party, and most of the people invited are bigwigs in the jewelry industry. Mr. Du, did you have a good time? Along the way, Jade King Chen Dan had not spoken to anyone. Even when facing Tang Qinro, he just nodded slightly. Seeing Tang Long's confused face, Xia Bingyao lowered her voice and said, Jade King Chen Dan is the chief appraiser of the Hailong Group. Without the Du family, there would be no Jade King today. Everyone was looking forward to the show. To offend Du Chen is equivalent to offending the Jade King Chen Dan. Du Chen said sullenly, I lost 50 million. Oh. Jade King Chen Dan's face changed, and he couldn't help asking, Mr. Du, with your gambling skills, who can win 50 million from you? Du Chen pointed at Tang Long and said, that's the guy. Jade King Chen Dan put his hands behind his back, turned his head and glanced at Xia Bingyao, and said with a sullen face, Boss Xia, did you bring this kid here? Xia Bingyao said coldly, yes. He offended Mr. Du, Jade King Chen Dan said meaningfully. Xia Bingyao took a sip of the red wine and snorted, not even looking at the Jade King Chen Dan. Mr. Tang, it seems like someone here doesn't welcome me. Jade King Chen Dan snorted with his hands behind his back. Tang Qinro smiled and said, Master Chen, you are joking. You are the Jade King of the East China Sea. Who dares not to welcome you? Chen Dan snorted, pointed at Tang Long and said, I'm not happy with this guy, kick him out of the club. This. Tang Qinro looked embarrassed. In fact, Tang Qinro is just taking advantage of the reputation of the Jade King Chen Dan. As long as Chen Dan can get a few pieces of jade here, Tang Qinro will not have to worry about making money. Among the people who came to the party, more than half came for the Jade King Chen Dan. Get out. Kid, open your eyes. The Emerald King has spoken, so why don't you get out of here right away? The big bosses brought by the Jade King also started to make a noise. Xia Bingyao put down her wine glass, turned around and said, let's go. Ding, the host has triggered the mission to severely humiliate the Emerald King. Do you accept it? At this point, how could Tang Long refuse? Jade King. Oh, after tonight, there will no longer be you, Jade King Chen Dan, in the East China Sea. I, Jade King Tang Long, will take your place. Chapter 7 Gambling on Stones. Ding, the memory of the Emerald King, click to view it. Yes. Soon, a large number of memories of the Jade King's gambling on stones emerged in Tang Long's mind, and a huge amount of information about gambling on stones poured into his mind. Tang Qinro's face also looked a little ugly. If it weren't for the fact that Jade King Chen Dan still had some ability, she would have slapped him long ago. In Tang Qinro's eyes, Jade King Chen Dan is not even as good as a hair of Xia Bingyao. What? Why don't you get out of here? Do you want to stay and gamble jade with me too? Jade King Chen Dan was leaning on a cane, with a sanctimonious look on his face. Tang Long snapped his fingers and laughed, har har, what a coincidence, my ancestor once had a Jade King, so I also know something about gambling on jade. Is your ancestor the Jade King? Upon hearing this, Du Chen couldn't help but laugh while holding his stomach, har har, Tang Long, stop flattering yourself. Your father is just a butcher, and your ancestors have been farmers all their lives. How can there be a Jade King? Of course, if the Jade King is afraid, just pretend I didn't say anything. Tang Long said indifferently. At this point, even if the Jade King Chen Dan did not accept the challenge, it would have been useless, because those who came here to attend the party were all wealthy people. If he, the Jade King, does not even react at all when challenged by a layman, he would be unworthy of his title of Jade King. For so many years, no one has dared to challenge me like this. Jade King Chen Dan's face changed, and he said solemnly, how about this, you and I each pick 3 pieces of jadeite rough stones, and whoever gets the most valuable jadeite will crawl out of here and slap himself 10 times. Xia Bingyao, who was about to leave, also changed her expression. She secretly pulled Tang Long's arm and said in a low voice, Tang Long, although I hate him, there is one thing you have to admire. He is very knowledgeable in gambling on stones. You can't beat him at all. Tang Long looked at Xia Bingyao lovingly and said seriously, when has your man ever disappointed you? As soon as these words came out, Xia Bingyao's face turned red with embarrassment. This bastard actually dared to tease me in front of so many people. Lose everything. You only won more than 50 million and you don't even know your last name. The Jade King asked sarcastically, why? Are you scared? Tang Long chuckled and said, afraid. Are you kidding? In my dictionary, Tang Long, there is no word like lose. Well, Miss Tang will be the witness. We'll bet on 3 jadeite stones to see who can extract the most valuable jadeite. The loser will not only have to give the jadeite he extracted to the other party, but also crawl out of here and slap himself 10 times. Tang Qinro smiled charmingly and said, I'm happy to serve you. Under the leadership of Tang Qinro, Tang Long, Xia Bingyao and others came to the gambling stone hall on the second floor of the Qinqing Club. Their hall was filled with gambling stones, and each stone had a number on it, and there were shopping guides in front of them. When it comes to gambling on stones of this level, there is little bargaining. Because most people who can come here have money. Moreover, the jadeite raw stone in Tang Qinro's hand has a very high chance of increasing in value. As long as one has some skill, he can break even and the loss will not be much. Not to mention people like the Jade King Chen Dan. The most mysterious transaction in the jewelry industry, gambling on stones. Jadeite raw stones can be roughly divided into eel skin, black sand, white sand skin, rust skin, etc. according to the different textures of their surface. They vary in coarseness and fineness, and it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false. Gambling on jadeite is to judge the quality of the jadeite inside based on the characteristics of the skin and texture of the jadeite raw stone. Since it is a gamble, there is no guarantee of winning. There is a saying in the gambling stone world, one cut makes you rich, one cut makes you poor, and one cut makes you wear linen. This is exactly what gambling stones are all about. If you want to know the quality of the stone, you can only do so by cutting it. So far, there is no means to detect what is inside the stone, which has also led to the creation of the stone gambling industry. Gambling on stones is like gambling with your life. If the bet goes up, you can make 100 or 1,000 times the money. But if you fail, you can only start all over again. After following Tang Long for more than 10 minutes, Xia Bingyao became a little impatient and said unhappily, "Humph, you are so brave that you dare to gamble with the Jade King. If you lose, I will also be embarrassed with you. Are you worried about me?" Tang Long said excitedly. Xia Bingyao blushed and shook her head hastily. Who is worried about you? I'm worried about your knee. Tang Long laughed mysteriously, then walked to a yellowish brown pebble and slowly used his eyes of perspective to see that it was actually a lush green jadeite raw stone with a market price of about 15 million. Look at the price of this stone, 3,000 yuan. Look, it's green, rinse it quickly. It's a flower green jadeite, as big as a plate, and the price should be around 3.5 million. The bet has gone up. You are worthy of being the Jade King. It seems that this piece is enough to defeat Tang Long. As the sound of the stone breaker fell, everyone gave Chen Dan a thumbs up. The person in charge of cutting the jade pointed to the other two jadeite stones and said, "Master Chen, are you still cutting these two?" "Solve it, of course I have to solve it. I want someone to admit defeat with a clear conscience." Jade King Chen Dan glanced at Tang Long jokingly, his tone extremely disdainful. "Huh? It seems that Tang Long picked a pebble, and there is no python belt. Huh, it seems this kid doesn't know anything. No way. Only 3,000. Har, that's hilarious. Could it be that Tang Long wants to cut out 3 million? Seeing that Tang Long was holding a yellow-brown pebble weighing more than 6 pounds in his arms, the stone friends who were watching started to criticize him. Jade King Chen Dan felt humiliated and said angrily, "It's really shameful. How could I agree to gamble with this loser? He knows nothing. There is not even a python belt on this pebble. If this stone can be used to make jade, I will eat him on the spot." Python belts are some strip-like or irregular patch-like objects distributed on the surface of the jadeite stone, with undulating bands of uncertain colors. Generally speaking, a fine-grained and dense epidermis is more resistant to weathering than a coarse-grained and loose epidermis, and the green parts are more resistant to weathering than the non-green parts. To put it simply, if the selected stone has a python belt, the probability of producing green will be greater. "Old man, you have to keep your word." Tang Long handed the yellow-brown pebble to the stonecutter. Jade King Chen Dan smiled sinisterly and said, "If there is no green, you will eat this stone." The worker in charge of cutting the stone was obviously a little impatient and asked, "How do we cut it? Do we need to draw a line?" Tang Long smiled and said, "Of course we have to draw a line and solve it from here. Pretending to be knowledgeable when you don't." Du Chen, who was following the Jade King, said with contempt. Boom. As the lithotripter started, the yellowish-brown pebble was soon cut open. "Har har, kid, you have nothing. It seems you lost." The Jade King also felt defeated and couldn't help laughing. Tang Long said expressionlessly, "Rinse. Look, it's green, bright and green. What is this? A raw jade stone. Oh my god, how is this possible? Although the jadeite stone is not big, its market price is about 8 million. 3,000 to 8 million. This guy is really good. There was a lot of discussion around, and Chen Dan's face turned red, full of resentment. Tang Long pointed at the slag on the ground and said, "Mr. Jade King, do you want to break it up and eat it, or swallow it directly?" You, humph, a mean person succeeding. Chen Dan was so angry that he stamped his feet and said with disdain, "A blind cat meets a dead mouse. The jadeite I made from these 2 stones is worth at least 10 million. Chapter 8 Who slaps whose face? Look, the bets are going up again. The texture is fine, pure and flawless, and the color is pure, bright, rich and uniform emerald green. It is an old pit glass. The market price of a fist-sized glass type jadeite is at least 9 million. The Jade King is the Jade King. The flattery was heard everywhere, and the Jade King Chen Dan kept grinning foolishly, looking at Tang Long as if he was looking at a dog. At this time, Tang Tang came over holding a black stone. "Tang Tang, what are you doing? Put it down quickly." Afraid of hitting her feet, Xia Bingyao hurriedly caught it. Tang Tang said seriously, "This is the stone I picked for my dad." Tang Long used his eyes of clairvoyance to take a look and saw a ball of red light emanating from it. Although it was only the size of a finger, it was indeed a bloodstone. "Okay, let's choose this one." Tang Long took the stone and handed it over. "Isn't he this too hasty?" Tang Qinro on the side was also speechless. She thought Tang Long was really an expert, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to cut out a jadeite raw stone worth 8 million. But now it seems that Tang Long was just lucky. Du Chen laughed and said, "Har har, Tang Long, just wait to kneel down. HMPH, it seems this kid really doesn't know what he's doing." Chen Dan snorted. Boom. The stone calendar started and stone chips fell all over the ground. After rinsing with water, nothing. Har har, I lost the bet. This piece of stone is worth 50,000. Hey, it looks like the Jade King is going to win. Everyone's face was full of anticipation. Click, click, click. After 3 consecutive cuts, I finally saw blood, but the size was a little smaller. It's chicken blood red. No way. Can this broken stone be cut into chicken blood red? Although this piece of chicken blood red jade is not big, its color is pure and transparent. The market price should be around 800,000 yuan. Even Chen Dan did not expect that a stone casually picked up by a little girl could be cut into bloodstone. Tang Tang clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Har har, I can finally help Dad." Boo. Tang Long kissed Tang Tang on the face, looked at Xia Bingyao with resentment and said, "My daughter is more affectionate." Xia Bingyao snorted proudly and turned her head to the side. "Tang Long, you really surprised me." Tang Qinro deliberately rubbed her chest against Tang Long's arm and said with a seductive look, "Tang Long, how about doing it with me? You can choose any position." Cough cough. Seeing Tang Long's obsessed look, Xia Bingyao hurriedly coughed a few times. Although Tang Long is Xia Bingyao's shield, if he is snatched away by Tang Qinro, Xia Bingyao will also be ashamed. "Mr. Jade Wang, should I cut this stone or do you want to cut it yourself?" the stone cutter asked. Looking at the stone weighing more than 400 kilograms, Chen Dan stood up and said, "I'll do it myself." The ribbon python eel stone weighs more than 400 kilograms. Ribbon python, the python is shaped like thin strips of silk, distributed in the form of ribbons on the upper layer of the skin of jadeite boulder, and most of the time it will not be connected into one piece. The green color inside the ribbon is also distributed in the form of silk, which is consistent inside and outside. Violet seeds. As big as a watermelon. Tang Long was also shocked. When he looked up at the edge of the stone, he saw 10 green lights connecting into lines. Click. With the row of the stone cutter, the ribbon python eel stone was cut open. After rinsing with clean water, it turned out to be an icy violet jadeite. Ice waxy violet jade. The Jade King is truly worthy of being the Jade King. I made 3 attempts, and each time I bet on an increase, each time it was higher than the last. It was truly a case of continuous success. Boy, why don't you kneel down and beg for the Jade King's forgiveness? At this time, some people have already started to take advantage of the situation. Jade King Chen Dan pointed at the cut jadeite and said, "Boy, look carefully. This piece of ice violet is worth at least 13 million. Add the 2 jadeite pieces from before, and it's almost 25 million. The winner is already clear. Har har, Tang Long, why don't you kneel down and get slapped in the face? Du Chen said smugly. Tang Qinro also looked embarrassed and said, Master Chen, young people are quick-tempered. Master Chen, please forgive him this time for my sake. He, Miss Tang, it's not that I don't give you face, but this kid is too rampant. If I don't teach him a lesson, wouldn't any young boy dare to challenge me? Chen Dan said with a sinister smile. At this time, Xia Bingyao stepped forward and said, Name a price, as long as you are willing to let Tang Long go. Boss Xia, I know you have money, but I am not someone who lacks money, so I choose to refuse. Chen Dan said arrogantly, compared to money, I prefer to see others kneel down in front of me and get slapped in the face. Xia Bingyao's face also turned pale and she glared at Tang Long fiercely. After tonight, Xia Bingyao, would definitely lose all face. Their boyfriend she brought with her crawled out of the Star Club like a dog. TSK, the 50 million was not lost in vain. Du Chen took out his phone and started filming, saying viciously, Tang Long, why don't you fulfill the bet quickly? If you don't want to kneel, you can let President Xi take your place. Xia Bingyao said angrily, Du Chen. Everyone, I haven't chosen the third stone yet. At this time, Tang Long walked forward and said with a look of grievance. Du Chen couldn't help laughing and said, Har har, do you still need to choose? Do you really think you are the Jade King? Can you unlock the jade worth 17 million? I've always been lucky. Tang Long grinned. Xia Bingyao and Tang Tang covered their faces and ignored Tang Long. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue and said, I'm so embarrassed this time. I guess I have to change my surname. From now on, I'll be called Xia Tang Tang. Xia Bingyao's mouth twitched. Please, you are Xia Tang Tang. Listening to the scolding around him, Chen Dan raised his hand and said, Hey, it's a bet, what matters is fairness, let him choose. The Jade King is benevolent and righteous. The onlookers also gave thumbs up. At this time, Tang Long walked up to the ribbon python yellow eel stone slag and asked weakly, Mr. Jade King, do you still want these pieces of waste? What? Jade King Chen Dan couldn't help laughing and said, Boy, you don't think there are jades in these pieces of waste, do you? Tang Long said seriously, what if there is? How arrogant. Humph, I'll give you these pieces of scraps. Chen Dan pretended to be generous. Tang Long picked up the pieces of green waste and said, I'll solve it. The stonecutter curled his lips and said, Isn't it the same no matter who does it? Boom. The stonecutter started up, and Tang Long placed a piece of waste the size of a watermelon under the slicer. What? It's green. Quick, rinse with water. No way. It looks like emerald, the king of emeralds, one of the foremost recognized jades in the jewelry industry. Fuck, such a small piece of emerald jade is worth at least 15 million. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who could have thought that Tang Long could get a bargain right under the nose of the Jade King Chen Dan? Such a small piece of emerald jade can compete with the icy violet that Chen Dan has unraveled. Chen Dan was also frightened. Could it be that I, the Jade King, would capsize in the gutter? Chapter 9, Driving Skills. The stone cutting continues. Look, there's another one. What the hell, is that true? Are there emeralds and jadeite in all this waste? Soon, their waste slag was removed. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. Tang Qinro gasped and grabbed Tang Long's arm, saying coquettishly, Mr. Tang, can you sell these jades to me? Just name the price. Xia Bingyao's face flushed with excitement, and she hugged Tang Long tightly, saying angrily, Tang Qinro, don't go too far. I am Tang Long's real girlfriend, so the emerald jadeite he found must belong to me. TSK, how do you prove that you are Tang Long's girlfriend? Tang Qinro said with disdain. Xia Bingyao hugged Tang Long's arm and said with puffed cheeks, if I say yes, it's yes. Tang Long laughed dryly and said, Bingyao is right, these emeralds and jadeite are hers. Their market value of 10 emerald jades is approximately between 150 million and 200 million. Chen Dan was also extremely ashamed and angry. Losing was nothing, but what made Chen Dan most ashamed and angry was that Tang Long had actually found 10 emeralds from the waste rock that he didn't want. What a irony it is to find a bargain right under the nose of the Jade King. While Tang Long was still not able to react, Chen Dan hurriedly crawled towards the door, but Tu Chen had already escaped and disappeared. Jade King, do you want to deny your defeat? At this time, Tang Long blocked Chen Dan and said with his head down. Chen Dan blushed and said, name your price. As long as you don't make me kneel down and get slapped in the face, any amount is fine. He, compared to money, I prefer to watch others kneel down in front of me and get slapped in the face. Tang Long grinned. Tang Long returned Chen Dan's words intact. Chen Dan looked at Tang Qinro pitifully and said, Boss Tang, please beg for me. You've done something wrong. You'd better admit your mistake. Tang Qinro said expressionlessly. Okay, I accept the loss. Chen Dan knew that if he did not fulfill the bet, it would be difficult for him to get out of here. Par. Looking at Chen Dan kneeling on the ground and slapping his face, Tang Long felt very happy and laughed. Har, did you buy this Jade King with money? Puff. Chen Dan was narrow-minded to begin with, and when he heard this, he was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Tang Qinro said with disgust, throw it out. Yes. Several bodyguards dragged Chen Dan out of their hole and threw him out like a dog. I never thought that Chen Dan would fall into the hands of a young man. Yes, this young man is amazing. It's definitely not just luck that counts. How could the person that President Xi likes be simple? Those who had previously taken advantage of Tang Long's misfortune also gave him a thumbs up. After leaving the club, Tang Qinro still refused to let go and said coquettishly, Brother Tang, for you, I have offended Chen Dan, you can't just ignore me. How shameless. Xia Bingyao grabbed Tang Long's arm tightly and said angrily, what's so good about it? Feeling the chill on his back, Tang Long laughed dryly and said, I'm leaving first. You really don't understand romance. Tang Qinro hummed a few times charmingly and proudly, and these few hums almost made Tang Long bleed from the nose. Tang Qinro is also one of the most beautiful women in Donghai. Her looks are not inferior to Xia Bingyao. No one knows how many people want to sleep with her. Boom. After starting the car, Xia Bingyao's Maserati shot out like a cannonball. Ding, their host severely humiliated the Jade King Chen Dan, and is rewarded with a gift package. Ding, the gift package is opening, please wait. Ding, congratulations to their host for obtaining the car god skill, one of the must-have skills for men. Tang Long excitedly slapped the steering wheel and said, wow, this is so cool. What a driving skill. I think I can charm a lot of girls. Seeing Tang Long laughing secretly, Xia Bingyao curled her lips and said, what's so funny? Tang Long drove with one hand, savoring the taste. TSK, you know what, it smells really good. Xia Bingyao's face flushed red, and she snorted angrily, Tang Long, don't let your imagination run wild. I was just acting. Tang Long said seriously, Bingyao, why can't you admit it? A rich, handsome, and all-around handsome man like me, which woman wouldn't throw herself at me? How shameless. Xia Bingyao rolled her eyes at Tang Long and said, drive your car with peace of mind. Xia Bingyao has an indescribable feeling towards Tang Long. When she was in junior high school, she had a crush on Tang Long. Now, whenever Xia Bingyao closed her eyes, her mind was filled with Tang Long's wicked smile. Oh, how could I possibly fall in love with a gangster? Crazy, I'm absolutely crazy. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Tang Long glanced in the rearview mirror and saw 3 grey unlicensed vans catching up with him. Xia Bingyao leaned back suddenly and said angrily, Tang Long, what's wrong with you again? Tang Long held a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, blowing smoke rings and said, look behind. Hey, brat, if you don't want to die, stop right now. Go up and force that guy to stop. I saw several men in stockings holding machetes, hitting the roof of the car with their knives. Xia Bingyao was also startled and asked nervously, what should I do? Are they catching up with us? TSK, little bastards. When I was driving, they were still playing in the mud. Tang Long said disdainfully. Xia Bingyao laughed angrily, it's already this time, and you're still joking. The car god skill is activated. Tang Long was seen steering the car skillfully, flicking the ashes from his cigarette from time to time, and the car was speeding up. The roar of the engine was heard, and the needle on the dashboard began to spin rapidly. Brother, no, that guy's car is too fast. Damn, I didn't expect this kid's driving skills to be so good. What should we do? Young Master Du has told us to get back the check for 50 million, and the 10 emeralds, each of which is worth more than 10 million. Step on the accelerator and hit them to death. The scarred man wearing stockings on his head shouted. Puff. Suddenly, the Maserati spun 360 degrees and its tires skidded sideways. Tang Long suddenly turned the steering wheel and drove towards the street on the left. Tang Long, are you going to die? Xia Bingyao turned pale with fright and hugged Tang Tang tightly. Tang Long smiled and said, soon. Xia Bingyao asked in confusion, what's coming soon? Armed police squadron. Tang Long said, pointing to the large courtyard in front. Puff. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground was heard, and Tang Long suddenly turned the steering wheel, did a tailspin, and turned the front of the car to drive away. But the three vans behind were not so lucky and drove directly into the armed police compound. Brother, we were fooled by that guy. This is the armed police squadron. A dozen men in stockings were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 10 How Shameless. Early the next morning, after practicing the 9-yarn manual for a while, Tang Long leaned back on the sofa and watched TV. The latest report is that at about 3 a.m. last night, 3 grey vans rushed into the armed police squadron. There were 18 criminals, all holding machetes. The criminals were very arrogant and threatened to flatten the armed police compound. But within a few minutes, the criminals surrendered their weapons one after another. I heard that the captain of the armed police squadron subdued them personally. Please read the report sent back from the scene. Captain Liu, can you please recall what happened last night? How did you subdue those criminals? Tang Long turned off the TV and leaned lazily on the sofa. Du Chen, it seems that the lesson I taught you is not enough. Thumb down. At this time, Xia Bingyao came down from upstairs and said with disgust, Tang Long, you are not allowed to smoke in my house. Boss Xia, what's your tone? Don't forget that those 10 emeralds belong to my brother A Long. Tang Long said smugly, do you believe I can sell them to Tang Qianrou? Xia Bingyao pretended to be confused and said, didn't you give me those 10 emeralds? What do you mean? Tang Long stuttered. Xia Bingyao said indifferently, why? Could it be that brother Along wants to go back on his word? It's not like that, Bingyao, please listen to my explanation. I just said that at the time, you can't take it seriously. Tang Long explained hurriedly. Damn, those are 10 emeralds, worth hundreds of millions, how could they be given to Xia Bingyao for nothing? Xia Bingyao said smugly, I'm sorry, I took it seriously. If you want to sue me, go ahead. But unfortunately, I have plenty of money, I'm just afraid you won't win. Bingyao, you can't do this, she is my wife Ben. Tang Long said pitifully. Xia Bingyao patted Tang Long on the shoulder and encouraged him, Tang Long, perform well. Maybe one day you will be able to become a regular employee. Don't be too rigid. If you can catch up with me, the entire Finley group will be yours. Let's put things one thing at a time. Bingyao, I think. Tang Long said anxiously. Xia Bingyao stood on tiptoe, blew softly into Tang Long's ear, and said in a tender voice, if you are a man, chase me. Gurgle. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's face turned red. Damn, I didn't expect that this little girl could be even more coquettish than Tang Qianrou. After saying this, Xia Bingyao regretted it. Oh, how embarrassing. How could I act like a spoiled brat in front of a little gangster? Fortunately, at this time, Xia Bingyao's cell phone rang. Boss Xia, I may have to apologize to you about the contract. Boss Yan, what happened? Didn't we finalize the details of the contract the day before yesterday? It's hard to explain in a few words. How about this, if Mr. Xia is free, you can come over. Okay, 15 minutes. Just when Xia Bingyao was about to hang up the phone, the other party added one more sentence, kindly reminding her, Mr. Xia, if you know a feng shui master, you can bring him over. Feng shui master. Xia Bingyao was stunned for a moment, looking confused. When the word feng shui entered Tang Long's ears, a feng shui column appeared on the system page. After just a quick glance, Tang Long memorized the basic principles of feng shui. After browsing the feng shui section in the 9-yarn manual, Tang Long was also shocked. But Xia Bingyao was worried because she didn't know any feng shui master at all, and even if she did, she might not be able to invite him. Some powerful feng shui masters usually have some quirks and rarely take action. Tang Long asked with concern, Bingyao, what happened? Xia Bingyao glanced at Tang Long and said indifferently, you don't understand business matters. Damn, I was despised by this woman. Tang Long said angrily, I really don't understand business matters, but I understand feng shui. What? Xia Bingyao said in disbelief, you know feng shui. Tang Long touched his chin and said narcissistically, I, brother Along, can do everything. Gambling on stones can only be regarded as my hobby. In fact, my real profession is a feng shui master. Never mind, let us give it a try. This kid is an excellent gambler and is also proficient in gambling stones. He might even understand feng shui. For Xia Bingyao, this contract is really important. Xia Bingyao pondered for a while and said, okay, follow me. Tang Long put his hands behind his back and said proudly, Boss Xia, please pay attention to your tone. It's too stiff. Don't you mean to ask for help at all? Xia Bingyao gritted her teeth and said, Tang Long, don't go too far. Be gentle. Tang Long said proudly. There was no way out. The contract was too important to Fengli Group, so Xia Bingyao could only compromise temporarily. Brother Along, will you come with me? Xia Bingyao said in an unnatural and coquettish manner. Tang Long nodded and said, yeah, the tone is right. Xia Bingyao pushed Tang Long away and said unhappily, is it okay now? Tang Long said weakly, it still doesn't work. I didn't sleep well last night. I need to make up for it. Tang Long. Xia Bingyao gritted her teeth in anger. She knew that this was Tang Long's revenge. Tang Long changed the subject and said, Bingyao, I have a stiff neck. Come and rub it for me. Tang Long, don't go too far. Xia Bingyao said angrily. Tang Long yawned and said, you know what, I'm a little sleepy. Okay, you're so cruel, I'll rub it for you. Xia Bingyao gritted her teeth and said viciously. Really? Tang Long said with delight. Xia Bingyao said unhappily, stop talking nonsense and hurry up, it will be bad if Tang Tang sees you. He, you still know how to be shy. You're just as naughty as when you were in school. Tang Long said with a wink. Oh. Xia Bingyao almost vomited and said impatiently, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Yeah, let's start. Tang Long closed his eyes and said with a pout. Although she was extremely reluctant, for the sake of the contract, Xia Bingyao had no choice but to bite the bullet and give Tang Long a massage. After a few minutes of pressing, Brother Along felt his blood boiling and 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nostrils. Can massage cause nosebleed? Xia Bingyao looked down upon Tang Long severely, calling him a useless guy. Tang Long wiped the blood from his nose, bowed and said, Bingyao, I'll get your bag for you. How can there be such a mean person in this world? Hey, be careful not to hit your head. Tang Long said with concern, blocking the roof of the car with his hands. After getting in the car, Tang Long asked, where are we going? Xia Bingyao started the car and said indifferently, Starlight Villa. What? Starlight Villa. Tang Long said excitedly, I heard that those who live there are all rich people, and there are also many first-class stars living there. Chapter 11 Feng Shui Fraud. On their way to Starlight Villa, Xia Bingyao briefly introduced the client's information. Yang Qianlin, 52 years old, is a well-known entrepreneur in Donghai. He was once the richest man in Donghai City and is worth tens of billions. His father once fought in the battlefield, but was shot in the right leg and the bullet has not been removed yet. There is only one person who can influence Yang Qianlin, and that is Yang Qianlin's father, Yang Kunzi, whose reputation is even greater than that of Bald Man. Phew. There was a sound like tires rubbing against the ground, and Xia Bingyao's red Maserati stopped directly at the door of the villa. Har, I'm really sorry that Mr. Xia had come here for nothing. Seeing Xia Bingyao and Tang Long coming over, Yang Qianlin hurried forward to greet them. Xia Bingyao's face changed and she asked, Boss Yarn, what about the contract? Yang Qianlin also had a bitter look on his face, and said helplessly, this. Since Uncle Yang is embarrassed to speak, let me do it. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in Tang Long's eyes. Du Chen? The Prince of Hailong Group, the grandson of Baldy. He was the one who sent those people last night. Xia Bingyao bit her teeth and said, Du Chen, is this all your fault? Du Chen, with a bandage on his arm, drooled and said, Boss Xia, you are wrong. I just brought Master Chen Liufeng here to investigate feng shui. Chen Liufeng. Tang Long glanced at the 50-year-old man following behind Du Chen, only to see that the man looked down upon him with an arrogant expression, and he didn't even look at Tang Long. Xia Bingyao's face turned pale, and she lowered her voice and said, "Let's go, Tang Long. It seems that this contract cannot be signed." "Wait." At this moment, Du Chen stepped forward and said, "Xia Bingyao, you can go, but this kid must stay." Xia Bingyao snorted, "Du Chen, don't go too far. I haven't gotten to the point of arguing with you about what happened last night." "What happened last night?" Du Chen pretended to be confused and said, "You are talking about losing 50 million to this kid, right?" "TSK, a mere 50 million, how could I, Du Chen, take it seriously?" Xia Bingyao said angrily, "Don't pretend to be confused. Do you dare to say that those people last night were not sent by you? I don't understand what you are talking about." Du Chen continued to play dumb and said, "I still say the same thing. This guy must stay, unless you are willing to be my woman." Xia Bingyao stood in front of Tang Long to protect him. She said coldly, "Don't dream. Tang Long is 10,000 times stronger than you. You can't even compare to one hair of his leg. You. Du Chen was so angry that his face turned pale. He laughed angrily, "Xia Bingyao, I thought you were so pure and innocent, but you turned out to be a slut. Don't think I don't know about your school life. I heard that when you were in Donghai No. 1 middle school, you flirted with Tang Long. You are such a shameless couple." Pop. Before Du Chen could finish his words, Xia Bingyao slapped him in the face, making Du Chen dizzy and feeling as if everything in front of him was an illusion. You little bitch, you dare to hit me." Du Chen swung his fist at Xia Bingyao. Yang Qinlin's face changed and he shouted, "Stop!" But it was too late, the situation had exceeded Yang Qinlin's expectations. "Get out!" Tang Long raised his foot and kicked Du Chen out, sending him flying backwards more than 5 meters. At this time, Chen Liufeng opened his eyes and asked in surprise, "He is also a martial artist. Tang Long, do you think you are still the boss? Believe it or not, I will kill you." Du Chen stuck out his tongue in pain, with a very rich expression. Chen Liufeng's face looked a little ugly, and he said solemnly, "Boy, isn't that a bit too much?" "Is it too much?" Tang Long shrugged and said innocently, "I don't think it's an exaggeration at all. If you want to blame someone, just blame Du Chen for being mean." Chen Liufeng narrowed his eyes and grinned, "Boy, it's dark and the road is slippery, be careful not to fall to your death. There are a lot of cars outside, be careful not to get hit." Tang Long retorted. Yang Qianlin, who was standing by, also had a gloomy expression on his face and said, "You two, that's enough. Don't forget, this is my territory, and I won't tolerate you running wild." "Humph, for Mr. Yarn's sake, I'll let you off this time." Chen Liufeng snorted, then turned his head and said, "Mr. Yarn, let's talk about feng shui, shall we?" Yang Qianlin said solemnly, "Master Chen, please speak." Chen Liufeng looked around and said, "Boss Yarn, there is something wrong with the feng shui of your villa. I just calculated with my fingers and found that this place used to be a yin place, that is, a cemetery. It is very harmful to the old man's body. The yin energy is too heavy and it depletes the yang energy." "What does the master mean?" Yang Qianlin asked anxiously. Chen Liufeng counted on his fingers and said solemnly, "It's very simple, just move." "What? Moving?" Yang Qinlin's face changed, and he said in embarrassment, "Master Chen, I'm afraid this won't work. The old man has lived here all his life and won't leave easily. Alas, if that's the case, there's nothing I can do about it." Chen Liufeng lamented. Yang Qianlin hurriedly took out the check he had prepared in advance and said nervously, "Master Chen, you are the most famous feng shui master in Donghai. Please give me some advice. Har, since Mr. Yarn has said so much, I will help you." Chen Liufeng took the check and said with a smile, "Call." Seeing Chen Liufeng take the check, Yang Qianlin also breathed a sigh of relief. Ding, their host has triggered the mission to teach the fake feng shui master a lesson. Do you accept it? Accept. Ding, their host accepts the mission begins, check the mission details. Mission level, D level. Mission requirements, expose Chen Liufeng's true identity. Mission reward, unlock the second ability of the X-ray eyes, treasure appraisal. Appraising treasures? Tang Long was secretly delighted. If his eyes of clairvoyance could be used to appraise treasures, then why would he be afraid of not making money? It seems that it won't be long before I, Tang Long, can make a name for myself in the East China Sea. Xia Bingyao, why don't you get out of here? Seeing Tang Long grinning foolishly, Du Chen said sarcastically, don't you have money to go home? Do you want me to give you a few dollars? Xia Bingyao gritted her teeth in anger and said coldly, Du Chen, you are so cruel. Du Chen didn't say anything, but glanced at Chen Liufeng, and the two smiled at each other. Chen Liufeng cleared his throat and said, Boss Yarn, with these two here, I'm afraid it will affect the feng shui. Yang Qianlin understood and said apologetically, Boss Xia, I'm so sorry that you came here for nothing. Xia Bingyao nodded slightly, turned around and said, Tang Long, let's go. Tang Long touched his chin and said with a malicious smile, why are you in such a hurry? We finally ran into a feng shui liar, so let's have some fun here. Thump. Xia Bingyao staggered and almost fell to the ground. Isn't it embarrassing? Chen Liufeng is a famous feng shui master in Donghai. How come you call him a feng shui liar? Boy, what did you say? Chen Liufeng said angrily. Tang Long scratched his ear and said nonchalantly, I said you are a feng shui liar. You. Chen Liufeng was so angry that his face turned pale. He handed the check to Yang Qianlin and said angrily, Boss Yarn, I'm afraid this feng shui is not going to work. Yang Qianlin also said angrily, Boss Xia, take care of your people, otherwise I don't mind taking care of them for you. Boss Yan, I'm sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of Tang Long. Xia Bingyao bit her rosy lips and apologized hastily, Boss Yan, please don't argue with him. Yang Qianlin turned around with his hands behind his back and said coldly, show me a way. 5 bodyguards in black stood in front of Tang Long and said in unison, please. Chapter 12 Ask God if he is a god. Xia Bingyao didn't expect things to turn out so badly. Not only did the business fail to close, but she also offended Yang Qianlin invisibly. Tang Long, on the other hand, was still indifferent. He yawned lazily, turned his head and looked at Yarn Casey in the villa and said, Old man, are you stealing wine again? Oh, it's incredible, and it's a century-old wine. TSK, so cool, holding a cigarette in your left hand and a wine pot in your right hand. You live a happy life. But I have to remind you of one thing. The bullet in your leg has compressed the nerves. If things go wrong, you may lose your leg. Kid, what do you mean? Are you cursing my father? Yang Qinlin's mouth twitched a few times, and he waved his hand impatiently. Why are you still standing there? Get this kid out. Chen Liufeng said disdainfully, you are just pretending. Do you think you are God? How can you know what the old man is doing? Idiot. Du Chen glared at Tang Long with hatred, and then sneered, I didn't expect that Xia Bingyao, the most beautiful woman in the East China Sea, would be slept with by an idiot. Xia Bingyao ignored Du Chen and grabbed Tang Long's arm, lowering her voice and saying, let's go. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Tang Long said confidently, don't worry, Bingyao, I will definitely help you get the contract. Xia Bingyao was originally still angry, but when she heard Tang Long's words, her anger disappeared a lot. But Xia Bingyao knew that even if Tang Long understood feng shui, he only knew a little bit. He could fool ordinary people, but to fool Yarn Gizi would be harder than climbing to the sky. Yarn Gizi is a wily old man, more cunning than a fox. He is always calculating this and that. Most of the assets he has are obtained through fraud. Okay. Tang Long also looked helpless and had to turn around and leave. But at this moment, several coughs were heard from the living room behind him, and an old man in his 70s, with a cigarette in his left hand and a wine jug in his right hand, appeared at the door with an embarrassed look on his face. Master, don't leave in such a hurry. Yarn Gizi looked like a child who had done something wrong, with an embarrassed look on his face. Yang Qianlin complained, Dad, didn't the doctor tell you that you can't drink or smoke because you have an injury on your leg? Yarn Casey glared at Yang Qianlin, stepped forward and said, Master, please stay. It's all because of my poor parenting that I ignored you. What? Yarn Gizi, who had never bowed his head in his entire life, actually gave in to Tang Long? Even Xia Bingyao did not expect that things would take such a sudden turn. A cigarette in the left hand and a wine bottle in the right hand. This. How is this possible? Not only Xia Bingyao, but even Chen Liufeng was shocked. Yarn Casey lives in the inner room, which is separated by several walls. How did Tang Long know all these things? Could it be that Yarn Gizi deliberately cooperated with Tang Long? What a joke, Yarn Gizi is a well-known old stubborn man, and he has seldom appeared in recent years. Every day, apart from growing flowers and plants, he writes and draws, or visits antique cities or something. How could he possibly cooperate with Tang Long? Du Chen was also frightened, and asked nervously, Master Chen, could this kid be good at fortune telling? Damn it, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Chen Liufeng glared at Tang Long fiercely and said in a low voice, Master Du, are you sure this kid is a soldier? It's definitely right. Du Chen nodded and said, Don't worry, Master. This kid doesn't have any background. His father is a butcher. He doesn't have any background. Chen Liufeng narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled sinisterly and said, Then I feel relieved. Call. Seeing Yan Gizi calling him, Tang Long breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Har har, you are too polite, old man. Master, do you also understand feng shui? Yan Gizi asked tentatively. Tang Long nodded and said, Although I can't say I'm proficient, I'm definitely better than this liar in front of me. After hearing this, Chen Liufeng could no longer remain calm and stepped forward to argue, Boy, who do you say is a liar? Tang Long glanced at Chen Liufeng and snorted, Who else could it be? Of course it's you. Chen Liufeng said angrily, Well, let me test you, what is feng shui? Similarly, Yan Gizi and Yan Qianlin, father and son, also had faces full of disbelief. In their impression, a true feng shui master should be like Chen Liufeng, with a head full of white hair, speaking words that others could not understand. Looking at Tang Long again, he seems to be only about 24 or 25 years old, and doesn't look like a feng shui master at all. Xia Bingyao also looked nervous, afraid that Tang Long would say something wrong. Tang Long said slowly, Feng shui comes from the art of geomancy, one of the 5 traditional arts. Yan Kazi was confused and couldn't help asking, Master, what are the 5 arts? Tang Long explained, the 5 arts are geomancy, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, and divination. Feng shui is derived from physiognomy. I am not very talented, but in addition to feng shui, I also know divination. Just now, I counted with my fingers and figured out that the old man was drinking and smoking. TSK, is it that mysterious? What a crappy feng shui master, isn't he just fooling people? Du Chen on the side was very disdainful. Tang Long jokingly asked, Why? Master Du doesn't believe it. Du Chen said disdainfully, Only a ghost would believe you. If you have the guts, can you calculate what color pants I'm wearing today? TSK, no matter what color you answer, it's wrong, because I'm not wearing any. Tang Long glanced at Du Chen's crotch and said, Nothing. Du Chen was also startled, and said unwillingly, You guessed it right, then let me ask you again, how much money do I have on me? Xia Bingyao, who was standing by, said indignantly, Du Chen, you are making things too difficult for Tang Long, aren't you? Not to mention Tang Long, even if it's you, young Master Du, you must know how much money you have on you, right? Du Chenyan smiled and said, Did this guy say he could tell fortunes? Chen Liufeng was also shocked and looked at Tang Long stupidly. Tang Long checked it with his X-ray vision, and then said, You have a total of 108.5 yuan on you. Mr. Du, take out the money you have on you and slap him hard in the face. Seeing the opportunity, Chen Liufeng hurried forward and instigated. Du Chen laughed and said, Okay. As he said that, Du Chen took out all the money in his pocket. After counting, it was really 108 yuan and 50 cents. How is this possible? Du Chen was frightened and stammered. Chen Liufeng was also frightened and murmured, Could it be that this kid really knows some divination technique? At this time, no one doubted Tang Long anymore. Even Xia Bingyao was frightened by Tang Long and couldn't understand the reason. Yan Gizi was a man who had seen the world after all, so it was natural that he would not make a fuss like Du Chen. After calming down, Yan Gizi asked, Master, please give me some pointers. Tang Long looked around and said, Old man, there is indeed something wrong with your feng shui. HMPH, that's the same as saying nothing. Chen Liufeng snorted. Yan Kazi asked, May I ask if there is any way to crack it? Tang Long pointed to the empty space in the middle and said, Grandpa, was there a pond here before? And were there a few turtles in it? Chapter 13, Picking Up a Bargain. True God, how did you know? Yan Gizi said in shock. Xia Bingyao also opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, Grandpa, is this true? Yang Qianlin said in disbelief, Dad, I grew up here and have never seen a pond. Yang Kezi sighed and said, the past is too painful to recall. Actually, you had an older brother, but when he was 3 years old, he fell into a pond and drowned. Later, your mother thought that the pond was unlucky, so she had someone fill it up. Tang Long said, Old man, the feng shui of your house must have been arranged by an expert, it's a pity that you ruined it. Master, please explain it more clearly. Yang Gizi said solemnly. Tang Long pointed to the mountain range behind the villa and said, the feng shui of your house is based on the four spirits. The mountain behind you is the azure dragon, and there is a stone sculpture of a tiger at the door, which is actually the white tiger. The blazing sun above is actually the vermilion bird, and the turtle in the pond in front of it is the black tortoise. The gathering of the four spirits can completely ward off the evil spirits outside. However, this is indeed a cemetery with countless bones buried underground, and the evil spirits are extremely heavy, so you should also place a screen wall in the center of the yard. Screen wall. Now it was Chen Liufen's turn to be dumbfounded. This was the first time he heard the word screen wall. What? Master Chen, have you never heard of the screen wall? Tang Long asked sarcastically. Chen Liufeng blushed and said, I've only heard of Xiaobi. Tang Long almost burst out laughing and said, how dare you call yourself a feng shui master? The shadow wall is also called a screen wall. Some people also call it a screen wall. In ancient times, it was also called Sheqian, and it was used to ward off evil spirits. Yan Kezi turned his head sharply and looked at Chen Liufeng, waving his hand and saying, throw these two liars out. Yes. Several bodyguards rushed forward and dragged Du Chen and Chen Liufeng out. Du Chen howled like a pig being slaughtered, I will be back. Feng shui is about guiding qi. Qi cannot rush directly into the living room or bedroom, otherwise it will be considered inauspicious. Yan Gize's villa faces the road and is filled with extremely evil spirits, so it is necessary to install screen walls at the entrance and in the living room. Xiaobi is just a term in feng shui. In layman's terms, Xiaobi is a wall on which some patterns can be carved, such as blessings as vast as the East Sea, a bumper harvest, a unicorn delivering a child, etc. Of course, the patterns on the screen wall also have their own particularities. For example, as blessed as the East Sea indicates longevity, and a unicorn bringing children means having many descendants. After explaining it to Yarn Kezi suddenly understood and was completely conquered by Tang Long. The two of them had a great conversation, calling each other brothers, and became close friends regardless of age. Grandpa, let's meet again some other day. Tang Long said with a smile when leaving. Yarn Gizi pretended to be angry and said, you're still calling me old man. Or should I call you brother? It sounds more intimate. Yang Qianlin, who was standing by, almost spit out blood. Brother. Doesn't that mean that when I see Tang Long in the future, I have to call him uncle? Xia Bingyao was also shocked and became more curious about Tang Long. After saying goodbye to Yarn Gizi, Tang Long drove away. After the Maserati sports car drove away, Yarn Kezi's face darkened and he said, where's Elevenor? Let her go home immediately. Dad, Elevenor is filming in another place. Yang Qianlin said weakly. Yarn Kezi groaned, she's just a low-level artist. Hurry up and ask her to come back. If she refuses to come back, you can quit your job and be the gatekeeper tomorrow. Dad, you can't do this to me. Even though Yang Qianlin was once the richest man in East China Sea, he was nothing in front of Yarn Gizi. No one knows the old man better than Yang Qianlin. His words are as good as nails and no one can change the decision he makes. Damn it, it would be such a disgrace if the old man sent me to be the gatekeeper. Tang Long did not follow Xia Bingyao to the company, but took the 1 million given by Yarn Gizi to the antique street. Ding, the host has successfully completed the mission and activated the second ability of the X-ray eyes, treasure appraisal. After receiving the reward, Tang Long walked forward. Wherever the eyes pass, there will be a ding 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 sound. Ding, name, Yuan blue and white porcelain. Era, Yuan dynasty. Identification method. The biggest feature of Yuan blue and white decoration is that the composition is full, the layers are many but not chaotic, the brushwork is mostly smooth and powerful, the outline and rendering are thick and calm, and the themes of the theme decoration include people, animals, plants, poems, etc. Identification result, fake. Estimated value, $500. Ding, name, square ding with animal face pattern. Era, Western Zhou dynasty. Identification method, the animal-faced square tripod is commonly known as the Luoyang tripod. The pattern is solemn and majestic. It is a rare and excellent work from the early Western Zhou dynasty. It has two upright handles, a square belly, and 4 column feet. It is 36 meters high, 33 centimeters long, and 25 centimeters wide. It is now collected in the Luoyang Museum. Identification result, fake. Estimated value, around 1,000. Tang Long glanced at the yuan blue and white porcelain and bronze tripods on the stalls, and saw a series of information flashing in his mind. Damn, it seems that this leak is not easy to pick up. I passed by more than a dozen stalls and didn't find a single authentic item. They were all fucking fakes. By chance, Tang Long saw a white jade cicader, just like a cicader, with a lot of yellow soil on the edge, as if it had been unearthed not long ago. Ding, name, white jade cicader. Era, late Western Han dynasty. Identification method, the vessel is 5.2 centimeters long and 2.6 centimeters wide. The cicader's head is powerfully carved, the tail is curved and convergent, the back line is raised, and the eyes and wings are carved out using the subtractive method. The shape of the vessel is flat. Identification result, authentic. Estimated value, 800,000. Tang Long picked up the white jade cicader and said, suppressing his excitement, "Brother, how much is this cicader?" Cicader? Damn, this is a white jade cicader, okay? The vendor rolled his eyes and thought it was a lamb, worth slaughtering. Yangu, also known as big fat sheep, refers specifically to those people who know nothing but are relatively wealthy and like to pretend to be cultured. They believe whatever others say and never listen to advice. Brother, you have a good eye. This is a genuine product. I heard that it was held in the mouth of a concubine in the Western Han dynasty. It is of great collection value. The vendor stroked his chin and said seriously, I see that you are a real person. How about this, I'll give you a half-price discount, 8,000 yuan. What? 8,000? Isn't that too expensive? Tang Long pretended to get up and leave, and said, at most 800. The vendor shook his head and said, you must be joking. You don't bargain like that. I'll give you a discount, 5,000. It's unlucky to wear something from a dead person's mouth. You might get infected with some bacteria. Tang Long said with a sneer. The vendor said with a sad face, 3,000, it can't be any cheaper. If you don't want it, I will sell it to someone else. Okay, 3,000 is fine. As he said that, Tang Long took out 3,000 yuan from his wallet and threw it to the vendor. Har, it's really a fat sheep. This white jade cicader was bought by the vendor from the village, and it only cost 50 yuan. Young man, can you let me see the white jade cicader in your hand? At this time, an old man in tang suit came over with a burning look in his eyes. Chapter 14 The Antique Master's Provocation. It's Mr. Shang. Could it be that the white jade cicader in that boy's hand is not a fake? Who is Mr. Shang? Is he famous? No way, you don't even know Mr. Shang. His name is Shang Qian, and he's a famous antique appraiser in the East China Sea. I only know that he comes here every once in a while to take a look around. He rarely buys things, but when he does, he'll definitely find bargains. He's an eagle-level buyer, nicknamed Old Man with One Glance. The vendors around were talking about it. As he was speaking, Shang Qian had already walked over. He looked very energetic, his eyes fixed on the white jade cicader in Tang Long's hand. Tang Long handed it over and said with a smile, of course. After Shang Qian took the white jade cicader, he carefully examined it for a few times, and finally said with a serious expression, how about I sell it to me for 100,000? 100,000. Tang Long rolled his eyes at Shang Qian and said unhappily, Senior, are you kidding? This is a genuine product. Judging from the carving, this white jade cicader was carved with the jade cicader knife technique. The jade cicader knife technique of the Han dynasty was concise, rough and powerful, with sharp edges on every knife. It is also called the Han 8 knives. The cicader shape is thinner and larger than that of the Warring States period. The selection of jade materials is important. The jade color is white, the surface is polished to be smooth and clean, the lines are straight and beautiful, the tip is sharp, and the edge is like a knife cut, without cracks or rough edges. The tip of the tail feels prickly, and the lines are mostly straight. Look at the eyeballs of this white jade cicada, they have jumped out of the outline, and there are 12 horizontal lines on the tail. It is definitely a treasure from the Middle and late Western Han Dynasty, and it is rare in the secular world. Don't you think that 100,000 is a bit low? This. Shang Qian's face turned red, and he laughed dryly. Har har, how about this? I'll offer 1 million, and I hope you can sell it to me. What? Is everything this kid said true? He's really amazing. He looks only about 24 or 25 years old, but I didn't expect he knows so much. Har har, I think Old Wine must be regretting this to death. That's 1 million. The other vendors started to make a noise. Old Wine's face turned red, full of regret. But that's how the antique business works. If you can find a bargain, others can also find a bargain from you. There's nothing to complain about. You can only blame yourself for not having a good eye. Soon, Shang Qian transferred 1 million to Tang Long. Shang Qian put away the white jade cicada and said with a smile, I am Shang Qian, thanks to my friends in the circle for their kindness, they call me an old man. My name is Tang Long, and I just came to Donghai not long ago. Seeing Shang Qian gave his name, Tang Long had to say his name as well. However, Tang Long could see that Shang Qian in front of him was not very convinced. No matter what, Shang Qian is better than an old man at a glance. Like ordinary antiques, he can tell the authenticity of them with just a glance. Shang Qian glanced at Old Wang's stall and said solemnly, Little friend Tang, why don't we make a bet to see who chooses the most valuable antique? The loser will give the antique to the other party. What do you think? Har har, I don't think that's necessary. Tang Long refused with a smile. Shang Qian chuckled and said, Humph, it looks good but is useless. I think you are scared, right? Coward. What did you say? Tang Long said angrily. Shang Qian snorted, Let me ask you one question, do you dare or not? If you don't have the guts, you don't have to accept the challenge. Ding, the host has triggered the mission. Give the old man a slap in the face to prove that you are a man. Do you accept it? Damn it, I have no choice but to accept this. Tang Long is a soldier, and he has a spirit of not admitting defeat in his bones. Naturally, he cannot be a coward. Tang Long laughed angrily and said, Okay, I'll bet with you. Hey, he's really a newborn calf that's not afraid of a tiger. Who is Mr. Shang? He's a bargain hunter on the antique street. Yeah, how could a young boy possibly defeat Mr. Shang? TSK, it's not shameful to lose. At least you can go out and brag about it. Some buyers and stall owners gave Tang Long a look of contempt. Tang Long didn't say anything, and said, I won't bully you, you pick first. Boy, you are too arrogant. Do you know what Mr. Shang's nickname is? Mr. Shang, give him a slap in the face. How dare an outsider be so arrogant? Some local people from the East China Sea also started to make a noise. Shang Qian also snorted, pointed at the rhino horn cup on the stall and said, I choose that rhino horn cup. Ding, name, rhino horn cup. Era, during the Jingde reign of the Ming dynasty. Identification method, the surface of the cup has a slightly jade-like luster and a few black cracks. There is a black triangular area on the bottom of the cup. The rhino horn cup enhances the aroma of the wine. When the rhino horn cup is used to hold water, the medicinal ingredients in the horn will also dissolve in the water. Identification result, authentic. Estimated value, around 400,000. Tang Long took a look at the rhino horn cup chosen by Shang Qian, and soon, a series of information emerged in his mind. Is it a rhino horn cup? This thing is more valuable than gold. It is known as 1 gram of horn is worth 2 grams of gold. As expected of an old man, his eyes are really sharp. This rhino horn cup weighs at least 5,000 grams, so it should be worth more than 300,000 yuan. Some buyers and vendors were also talking about it. Shang Qian handed it over casually and said confidently, Do you want to open your eyes? Tang Long shook his head and said, No need. It is said that this is the cup that the generals drank from on horseback when they went to war on horseback. Therefore, it is also called the horse cup. It is estimated to be worth about 400,000 yuan. Shang Qian's face warmed up and he smiled. Well, that's right, it's your turn to choose next. It might be difficult to win. Shang Qian could recognize the antiques that Tang Long could recognize, otherwise he would be unworthy of the title of old man at first glance. It seems that I can only find bargains among fakes. No matter how powerful Shang-Qian is, there are always times when he is careless. Like other authentic items, such as snuff bottles and jade rings, most of them are severely damaged and their value has been greatly reduced. Oh, I'm going to lose. Yeah, this kid lost because he was too arrogant. The onlookers also expressed their regret. Suddenly, a black jade cicader appeared in front of him. Using his X-ray vision, Tang Long saw through it at a glance. It turned out that a layer of ink had been spit on the surface of the jade cicader. I choose this one. Tang Long picked up the black jade cicader with excitement. Shang-Qian frowned slightly and sighed, "Hey, you lose. This jade cicader is a fake." Old Wang smeared a layer of ink on the surface. Judging from the color, it should have been smeared before the stole was opened. Old Wang on the side blushed and said, "You are worthy of being called an old man. Your eyes are really poisonous." Tang Long snorted, "Isn't Mr. Shang too confident?" Click. Tang Long squeezed it hard, and saw that the surface of the black jade cicader peeled off, revealing a golden color. "What is this?" Shang Lao's face changed, and then he smiled bitterly and said, "Alas, I lost. This is a yellow jade cicader from the Eastern Jin dynasty. The price is even higher than that of a white jade cicader. It should be around 1.5 million. Tang Long smiled and said, "Thank you. Can you tell me how you can tell that the surface of this jade cicader is coated with something?" asked Mr. Shang in confusion. Tang Long pointed the yellow jade cicader towards the sun and explained, "It's very simple, because there are 2 holes on the top of the yellow jade cicader, and the color inside the small eyes is gold." Shang Lao said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "So that's how it is. I am grateful for your advice." Tang Long grinned, then took the rhino horn cup handed to him by Shang-Qian. "Looking at the eyes of the people around me, it's nothing but admiration." Chapter 15, Sharp-Handed Policewoman. Although Tang Long won this time, he also witnessed the sharpness of Shang-Qian's eyes. Just by glancing at the rhino horn cup, he was able to determine that the rhino horn cup was authentic. In fact, Shang-Qian just wanted to provoke Tang Long. After all, at Shang-Qian's level, few people can surpass him in identifying antiques. After the gambling game was over, Shang-Qian bowed respectfully to Tang Long to express his apology, which made Tang Long feel a little embarrassed. Ding, system prompts, the host has successfully humiliated the old man, and is rewarded with a newcomer gift package. Click to open it. Open. Ding, the gift pack is opening, and you get a bartender skill. Shit, bartender? Could it be related to the rhino horn cup I won? The rhino horn cup is worth more than 400,000 yuan, and it is indeed a bit luxurious to use it to drink. Just when Tang Long was about to turn around and leave the antique street, a dozen people suddenly rushed out from the alley, led by a ferocious-looking man. The man had a face full of flesh, 2 big buck teeth, and a thick gold chain around his neck. He blocked Tang Long's way. Tang Long put away the rhino horn cup and said jokingly, "Brothers, do you want to treat me to a meal? Such a big show. Would you like to eat shit?" the fat man said with a grin. Tang Long said seriously, "I won't eat you." Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so thugs following the fat man couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Boss, this kid called you shit." At this time, a younger brother stepped forward and reminded. The muscular man slapped the younger brother and sent him flying, cursing angrily, "Your words embarrass me." This muscular man has thick calluses all over his hands, and it's obvious that he is a martial artist. But Tang Long was a little strange. It seemed that he had no enemies in Donghai. Could he be a street bully in the antique street? It seems that the person who came has bad intentions. Tang Long got straight to the point and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" The fat man bared his big yellow teeth and grinned, "It's very simple. Hand over the rhino horn cup and the yellow jade cicader." "What if I don't hand it over?" Tang Long chuckled. "Don't want to hand it over? Har har, kid, it seems you don't know who I am yet." The fat man was stunned, and couldn't help laughing. "Tell him." A younger brother came forward and introduced, "Boy, open your eyes and look, our boss is a subordinate of Bold Master, nicknamed Iron Fist Liu, and was a lay disciple of Shaolin. One punch from him can kill you." Seeing that Tang Long didn't say anything, Tai Quan Liu was even more proud, and said with a straight face, boy, as long as you follow my instructions, you will be my brother in the future. If you are in trouble, I, as your eldest brother, will definitely help you. Really? Tang Long said with a sly look on his face, boss, I have an enemy right now. If you can deal with him, in addition to the rhino horn cup and the yellow jade cicada, I will give you another million. 1 million. Tai Quan Liu was also shocked by Tang Long's words, and said excitedly, brother, I won't say anything. From today on, you are my brother, Tai Quan Liu. Tell me, which blind guy offended you? As long as he is still in the East China Sea, whether he loses his hands or feet, you have the final say. Tang Long quickly gave a thumbs up and said, boss, you are so domineering. Iron Fist Liu puffed out his chest and said proudly, that's right. In the East China Sea, who doesn't know my name, Iron Fist Liu? Tell me, what's his name? Du Chen. Tang Long spat out 2 words coldly. Tai Quan Liu's legs went limp, and he said nervously, brother, that Du Chen you were talking about. Oh, I heard that his family opened a small company called the Sea Snake Group. It sounds pretty powerful. Tang Long pretended to be stupid. Puff. Iron Fist Liu spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, what Sea Snake Group? They are the Sea Dragon Group, right? Who is Du Chen? He is the Prince of Hailong Group. Just one word from him can decide the fate of Iron Fist Liu. In fact, Iron Fist Liu is still Du Chen's subordinate, but Du Chen is so high up that even if Iron Fist Liu stood in front of him, Du Chen would not be able to recognize him. Not to mention 1 million, even if Iron Fist Liu was given 10 million, he would not dare to go after Du Chen. Seeing that Iron Fist Liu was so frightened that his face turned pale, Tang Long couldn't help but ask, what's the matter? Is this Du Chen difficult to deal with? Fuck you, kid, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Iron Fist Liu said angrily, believe it or not, I'll break your dog legs. Tang Long said weakly, I don't have a sister. Damn it, this is too much, are you challenging my intelligence? Iron Fist Liu cursed and waved his hands, shouting, come on, beat me to death, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Bang bang. Without waiting for those younger brothers to get close, Tang Long rushed forward and punched them one by one. Each punch sent those younger brothers flying more than 3 meters away. Oh, that hurts. Be careful, boss. This kid's punches are powerful. The younger brothers covered their chests and cried. Iron Fist Liu was also startled, and then his face darkened and he said, boy, you dare to hit my people. Okay, stop pretending. If you want to fight, just fight. I'm in a hurry. Tang Long said impatiently. Iron Fist Liu shouted angrily, go to hell, you bastard. As he said that, Iron Fist Liu swung his fist and punched Tang Long in the chest. Pop. Tang Long stretched out his hand and grabbed Iron Fist Liu's fist. He squeezed it hard and heard a crackling sound of bones breaking. Let go, let go. Tai Quan Liu felt a piercing pain and knelt directly in front of Tang Long. His back felt cold and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his body. This time he hit a wall. Even Iron Fist Liu did not expect that Tang Long's strength would be so strong. He crushed his finger bones with just a light grab. Stop, what are you doing? At this moment, a sharp shout came from behind, and a woman in a black long skirt, holding 2 black high-heeled shoes in her hands, was limping towards this side. When he saw the woman in the black dress, Tai Quan Liu was like seeing a savior, and he shouted urgently, Captain Yi, help, help, this kid hit me. Yi Wenru, captain of the Donghai City Public Security Brigade, has been practicing martial arts since she was a child. She is ruthless and is known as the ruthless policewoman. People like Iron Fist Liu have been caught by Yi Wenru many times, and every time they were beaten black and blue. Shut up. Yi Wenru glared at Liu Taiquan and said with a look of disappointment, Liu Daniu, can you fight for your dignity? Do you want to piss off your grandmother to death? Tai Quan Liu shrank his neck and said timidly, Captain Yi, I will never dare to do it again. Yi Wenru snorted, looked up and said, okay, let him go. Liu Daniu has a hard time too. He has no education, no background, and he has a grandmother to support. If he goes to jail again, his grandmother will probably be mad to death. Tang Long was not a cold-blooded person, but waved his hand and said, go away, and don't let me run into you again next time. Yes. Iron Fist Liu covered his fist and nodded repeatedly. In just a blink of an eye, Iron Fist Liu ran away with a dozen of his subordinates. After Iron Fist Liu led his men away, Yi Wenru couldn't help but stick out her tongue and said with a look of pain, "It hurts so much. Is your foot okay?" Seeing Yi Wenru squatting on the ground, Tang Long asked with concern. Yi Wenru asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 16: A Sudden Confession. As a police officer, Yi Wenru could keenly sense the murderous aura emanating from Tang Long, as if he had crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. That's why Yi Wenru was on guard. Especially Tang Long's eyes, staring at her chest and swallowing his saliva, which made Yi Wenru very annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that she sprained her ankle while wearing high heels, Yi Wenru would have definitely given Tang Long a whip-like kick. Tang Long curled his lips and said, "TSK, your kindness is really taken for granted. I wanted to give you a massage. As long as I, brother along, help you, your foot injury will be healed in less than 3 minutes." 3 minutes? Yi Wenru snorted disdainfully, "Do you really think you're a miracle doctor?" Tang Long shrugged and said, "If you don't believe it, forget it." What to do? Yi Wenru was also sweating from anxiety. The reason why she dressed like this was to attend a reunion with her high school classmates. But if I go there with a limp like this, people will definitely laugh at me. Just when Tang Long was about to turn around and leave, Yi Wenru suddenly said, "Come here." Tang Long pretended to be confused and asked, "What?" Yi Wenru laughed angrily, "Are you playing dumb? Do you believe that I can shoot you to death? Come here and rub it for me. If I can't do it well, I will take you back to the police station and charge you with assaulting a police officer." At this point, Tang Long had no choice but to squat in front of Yi Wenru, slowly picked up her right foot, and gently rubbed it. "R." Yi Wenru cried out in pain, and directly pressed the gun against Tang Long's head, angrily saying, "Boy, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Oh my god, it shouldn't be that necessary. Is it necessary to pull out a gun just to rub my feet?" Tang Long was also shocked and complained. Yi Wenru looked down at her watch and said with gritted teeth, "There is only 1 minute left from the 3 minutes you said. There are still 58 seconds left." Tang Long felt so unlucky in his heart. He was really shooting himself in the foot. He would not have boasted earlier. It seems that now I can only rely on the 9-yang manual. There is a move in the 9-yang manual called 1-yang finger, which gathers the 9-yang chi in the body to the fingertips, and can be used to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Like ordinary skin injuries, it can be healed in the blink of an eye. 30 seconds. 29 seconds. Yi Wenru had no expression on her face. She felt like she was being deceived. She cursed in her heart, "I'm really out of my mind. How can I trust this guy? This guy looked like a hooligan. Maybe he just wanted to touch her feet. Damn bastard, even if you have to decide not to attend the party, I will still take you back to the police station." Tang Long used his X-ray vision and pointed at the red and swollen spot on Yi Wenru's right foot. He pressed hard and heard a scream. Yi Wenru jumped up and raised her foot to hit Tang Long's neck. Pop. Tang Long was prepared. He reached out and grabbed Yi Wenru's ankle, pressed hard, and pushed Yi Wenru into the corner of the wall. TSK, you've done the splits pretty well, haven't you?" Tang Long laughed strangely, secretly saying, "Whoever marries you will be happy forever." Yi Wenru blushed and said angrily, "Asshole, let me go right now." Oh, the world is really going downhill. Girls are so open nowadays. They just start doing it on the street. Another cabbage was eaten by the pig brother. TSK, splits, long legs, this kid is really blessed. People passing by were all envious and gave Tang Long a thumbs up. Seeing someone taking pictures with a mobile phone, Tang Long hurriedly let go of Yi Wenru's ankle, fearing that the video would be posted online. He didn't want to become an internet celebrity. Phew. At this time, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front. "Hee, Miss Yi, why haven't you gone up yet? Don't you have a boyfriend and are embarrassed to go up?" I rolled down the car window and saw a woman with a black scarf covering her face and laughing. Yi Wenru adjusted her skirt, pulled Tang Long to her side, and said softly, "Who said I don't have a boyfriend? He is my boyfriend." Tang Long's face changed, and he said anxiously, "Captain Yi, you can't harm me, right? Asshole, you touched my tender feet and now you want to deny it? Do you believe that I will take you back to the police station? Yi Wenru put the gun to the back of Tang Long's waist and said with a fake smile. The veiled woman looked unconvinced and asked tentatively, "Are you really Yi Wenru's boyfriend?" "Guaranteed genuine." Tang Long straightened his chest and began to introduce. "Li Qiantong." The veiled woman extended her hand and introduced. Tang Long gently touched Li Qiantong's hand and said with a gentlemanly smile, "Tang Long. Okay, get in the car, the party is about to start." Li Qiantong did not tear off her veil, but said to Yi Wenru. After getting in the car, Li Qiantong took off her veil. The moment Li Qiantong pulled off her veil, Tang Long was completely dumbfounded. "Isn't this the singing queen Li Qiantong?" Singer Li Qiantong graduated from China Film Academy and made her debut at the age of 20. She quickly became famous with the song Epiphyllum Sang. Later, she was invited to star in several blockbusters. In less than 3 years, she accumulated a lot of popularity. I don't know how many companies want Li Qiantong to be their spokesperson. I heard that a company once offered 100 million yuan just for Li Qiantong to show her face, but she refused. 100 million. If someone was willing to offer Tang Long 100 million to shoot a commercial, he would definitely agree without hesitation. Star Club. After entering the box, Li Qiantong took off the scarf around her neck, revealing a delicate face with a beautiful nose, jade teeth, almond eyes, peach lips, and skin as white as cream. She was wearing a black gauze skirt, and her long legs were wrapped in translucent black stockings. There was a faint fragrance emanating from her body, which almost made Tang Long lose his mind. She is truly a top star, her aura is so strong. So far, the only people who made Tang Long lose his mind were Xia Bingyao and Li Qiantong. Compared with Xia Bingyao, Li Qiantong's aura is softer, giving a feeling like a spring breeze, making people feel unnaturally close to her. "You useless guy, wipe the saliva from the corner of your mouth quickly. Don't forget, you are my man now. If you dare to embarrass me in front of my classmates, I will break you." Yi Wenru bared her teeth and twisted Tang Long's lower back hard. Tang Long naturally hugged Yi Wenru's slender waist, blew hot air into her ear and said, "Got it, my dear little Wenru." Upon hearing the words, little Wenru, Yi Wenru couldn't help but shudder and said, "How disgusting." Par par. A few salutes rang out, the lights in the box flickered, and a heart-shaped rose wreath was placed at the door. A man in a black suit knelt on one knee, holding a bunch of roses in his hand, and said sincerely, "All I do during the day is think about you, and since the first time I saw you, I have fallen deeply in love with you, hopelessly in love with you. Wenru, marry me, I love you. You are my destiny, you are my destiny, you are my everything. Together. Together." At this moment, music started and voices of blessings and cheers were heard all around. Accompanied by the soulful music, Lu Chen slowly stood up, took Yi Wenru into his arms, held a gorgeous rose in his mouth, and said lovingly, "Wenru, marry me, just marry happiness." Chapter 17 Tang Long's Past. The lights in the box were dim, and even Lu Chen couldn't see clearly who was in his arms. Marrying me means marrying happiness. I have to say, this proposal is very powerful, but it's a pity that it was used in the wrong place. Although Tang Long felt a little touched, he had no choice but to refuse. At this time, Yi Wenru, who was following behind Tang Long, stepped forward and raised her hand weakly, saying, "Captain Lu, I'm here." "What? You, then who is the person in my arms?" Lu Chen looked unnatural and looked down quickly. With the dim light in the box, Lu Chen almost vomited blood. Damn, where did this kid come from? Lu Chen stretched out his hand and pushed Tang Long fiercely, saying with a look of resentment, "Damn it, why don't you get out of here? You don't have any sense at all." Tang Long took a deep puff of his cigarette and cursed, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Oh my god, you are so arrogant, boy. Do you know who I am?" Lu Chen said with a gloomy face, "I am the new captain of the criminal police squadron in Donghai City." Tang Long held Yi Wenru's slender waist, blew a puff of cigarette at Lu Chen, and said with disdain, "What does it have to do with me? I am here to accompany my girlfriend to attend the class reunion." Seeing Tang Long hugging Yi Wenru's waist, Lu Chen's face turned pale. It was so embarrassing that a good proposal turned out like this. Damn it, how could a little punk like him be worthy of Yi Wenru? Yi Wenru looked embarrassed and hurriedly introduced, "Lu Chen, his name is Tang Long, and he is my new boyfriend." "Wenru, you are kidding, right?" Lu Chen pointed at Tang Long and said in disbelief, "Him? He is dressed like a beggar. If you hadn't brought him in, he probably wouldn't even be able to get through the door of the Chin Club, right? Yu Wenru's face changed, and she said solemnly, Lu Chen, if you say that about Tang Long again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Chen looked annoyed, but he couldn't show it, so he had to force a smile and said, Har har, Mr. Tang, hello. Hello. Tang Long stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Lu Chen squeezed Tang Long's hand hard, and said with a sinister smile, Boy, do you believe I can crush your hand? You dare to snatch a woman from me, do you know how to write the word, death? Tang Long blew out a smoke ring and said with a smile, Har har, just crush it. I don't use my hands in bed anyway. You're looking for death? Lu Chen's face changed and he increased his strength again. Tang Long pretended to be weak and fell directly into Yu Wenru's arms, saying, Wenru, come and save me. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Yu Wenru looked a little embarrassed. No matter what, Tang Long was her boyfriend in name only. Lu Chen made things difficult for Tang Long time after time, which clearly showed that he did not take her, Yu Wenru, seriously. Seeing that Yu Wenru was really angry, Lu Chen had no choice but to let go of her hand and said sarcastically, What a coward, he can only hide behind a woman. Tang Long laughed and said, What's wrong with being a coward? Cowards also have their spring. As he spoke, Tang Long took Yu Wenru into his arms. Yu Wenru was also frightened by Tang Long's behavior. Her face turned red and she cursed inwardly, This little bastard is so brave. How dare he kiss me? You're dead. Seeing his beloved woman being kissed by a little punk, Lu Chen wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was so damn embarrassing. At this time, Li Qiantong walked forward and persuaded with a smile, Okay, the party is about to start, everyone should sit down quickly. No one present dared not to give Li Qiantong face, as everyone knew that Li Qiantong's background was as deep as the sea. In order to make the party more interesting, Li Qiantong suggested that everyone perform a show, be it singing or dancing, but no one can be left out. Even imitating a dog's barking is acceptable. Li Qiantong was naturally the first to go on stage. After singing Epiphyllum Sorrow, she drew cheers from all the classmates. Good, you sang well, you really are worthy of being the queen of singing. Just then, a man with a skull tattoo on his arm stood up. Yu Wenru lowered her voice and said, His name is Chen Feng, and he is Lu Chen's lackey. This guy seems to have some connection with the Chin Club. Chen Feng. When Chen Feng turned around, Tang Long was also shocked. He didn't expect it was this guy. Chen Feng was Tang Long's junior high school classmate. Because he teased Xia Bingyao, he was blocked by Tang Long at the toilet door and beaten up severely. The next day, Chen Feng transferred to another school. Chen Feng is a very vengeful person, and you can see it from his eyes. Chen Feng, let's start with you. Li Qiantong smiled slightly and found a place to sit down. Chen Feng took the microphone, glanced around, and finally looked at Tang Long. He cleared his throat and said, Do you know who Tang Long is? He is the leader of Donghai No. 1 Middle School, nicknamed Nine Pattern Dragon. I heard that he has 9 green dragons tattooed on his body. He is very fierce in a fight. Even if he transferred to Donghai No. 18 Middle School, he is still doing well. What? He is the famous 9 Pattern Dragon. No way. Tang Long looks well-mannered. He doesn't look like a gangster or a second-rate person at all. TSK, after a few years in society, you'll lose all your temper. The students around were talking and pointing at Tang Long. Tang Long had a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, looking as if it had nothing to do with him, and ignored Chen Feng at all, which made Chen Feng feel deeply humiliated. You can come in. Chen Feng took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Soon, the door of the box opened and a woman in a white dress walked in. Chen Feng, what tricks do you want to play? I'll accompany you. Lin Yun twisted her plump hips and walked towards Chen Feng like a spoiled child. Lin Yun? Hearing the familiar voice, Tang Long subconsciously opened his eyes. Chen Feng asked provocatively, Tang Long, do you know who she is? Tang Long narrowed his eyes and said nothing, but stared at Chen Feng. Could it be that the car accident was arranged by Chen Feng? Seeing Tang Long's ugly face, Lu Chen said with a sly smile, Chen Feng, who is she? Is she my brother's sister-in-law? Chen Feng said proudly, to tell you the truth, her name is Lin Yun, and she is Tang Long's fiancée. It's a pity that I slept with her. HMPH, that loser Tang Long, if his parents hadn't begged me, how could I have gotten engaged to him? Lin Yun took Chen Feng's arm and said with her chest puffed out, compared to Chen Feng, Tang Long is trash. He can't even compare to a hair of Chen Feng's leg. Tang Long lazily leaned on the sofa and said casually, idiot. Lin Yun snorted, you are jealous. Do you know how much Chen Feng's annual salary is? 600,000, and that doesn't include the commission for alcohol. If you add that in, it will be even higher, probably more than 2 million, enough for you to carry bricks for decades. How amazing! I didn't expect Chen Feng to be so capable. Yes, with an annual income of over 2 million, no wonder Tang Long's fiancée fell in love with Chen Feng. What a perfect match! The classmates around him also started talking about it, and the way they looked at Chen Feng was different. Chapter 18 Bartending. After a long time, it turned out that Chen Feng was a bartender at the Qinxing Club, specializing in making cocktails for rich people. There is a bar in the basement of the Star Club called Flaming Red Lips, which is a good place to pick up girls. There are many rich women in it. Without some real skills, it is difficult to get a basic salary of 600,000 yuan per year. After watching Chen Feng mix cocktails several times, Tang Long nodded slightly. Chen Feng's cocktail mixing skills were pretty good and he should be able to reach the level of a senior bartender. To become a bartender, you must have 4 conditions. The first is passion. There is a saying in the bartending industry, a good bartender can both mix drinks and flirt, and people who taste wine are tasting the mood and life. The second is memory. If you want to mix more cocktails, you must remember more recipes. The third condition is color vision, which is to please the guest's senses and learn to match colors reasonably. As for the fourth condition, it is personality. As a bartender, you need to be cheerful, good at communication, and create a relaxed atmosphere. Hulala! The shaker was spinning in front of Chen Feng, as if it were alive, rolling along Chen Feng's arm. After repeating this about 3 times, Chen Feng put away the shaker and slowly poured the prepared wine into the glass. Wow, it's so beautiful, it's silver. What kind of wine is this? Chen Feng, you are so awesome. Some of the crazy fans couldn't hold back any longer and clenched their fists, looking at Chen Feng with lustful eyes. Chen Feng put away the shaker, picked up the wine glass with one hand, handed it to Lin Yun, smiled gently and said, for you, my goddess. Give it to me. Lin Yun covered her face with her hands in excitement and said incoherently, Is this true? Chen Feng glanced at Tang Long provocatively, and then said, every student here can drink the cocktail I made by myself. Everyone has a share. A male classmate flattered, Chen Feng, can you teach me how to mix drinks? Chen Feng said with an arrogant look on his face, cocktail making requires talent, especially fancy cocktail making. Chen Feng is considered an old hand in the world of women. His superb cocktail mixing skills just now have already charmed many female classmates. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Chen Feng just snaps his fingers, he can make them pose in any position. Lin Yun swallowed their silver bullet in one gulp and said excitedly, it's a little spicy, but it tastes good. Chen Feng, make me a drink too. I want flaming red lips. And me, I want a one-night stand, you know. Yi Wenru's female classmates have long been fascinated by Chen Feng. He is handsome, rich, and interesting. Any woman would like him. Listening to the compliments from the people around him, Chen Feng laughed and said, don't worry, come one by one, everyone will have a share, of course, except for some people. Everyone knew that the certain people Chen Feng was talking about were Tang Long. Tang Long, on the other hand, leaned on the sofa with a bored look on his face. He lightly pinched the cigarette with his thumb and index finger, and a wisp of flame came out, lighting it. Rubbish. Tang Long raised his head and blew out a smoke ring, saying with disdain, with this bartending level, it's really an insult to the profession of bartender. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone turned to look at Tang Long. Even Li Qiantong couldn't help but turn her head to look at Tang Long. Could it be that this kid could also mix cocktails? Although Li Qiantong had not met many bartenders, she could see that Chen Feng's bartending skills were quite good and he should be a senior bartender. Whether in terms of actions or expressions, Chen Feng's performance was perfect, without any flaws. And now, Tang Long actually mocked Chen Feng's bartending skills as rubbish. This made Chen Feng feel deeply humiliated. Without waiting for Chen Feng to speak, Lin Yun said angrily, Tang Long, I've already said that we're done. You can't be jealous just because Chen Feng is more handsome, richer, and better at mixing drinks than you. Originally, I wanted to let Chen Feng teach you how to mix drinks because we're from the same hometown, but now it seems that it's impossible. Yi Wenru, take care of your man. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Chen Feng is a senior bartender. Even Tang Qinro, the owner of the Qinxing Club, praises him. Yes, Wenru, you are so beautiful, how could you fall for this country bumpkin? That's right. I think Lu Chen is good. He has become the captain of the criminal police squadron at such a young age. I believe that in a few years, he will be able to govern a region. Some female classmates who were on good terms with Yi Wenru also came forward to persuade her. Brush. Yi Wenru's face suddenly turned red. At this moment, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She was so embarrassed this time. At this time, Chen Feng came over with a glass of Silver Bullet cocktail and said with resentment, Tang Long, what do you mean? Are you jealous of me? Originally, I wanted to introduce you to a job for Lin Yun's sake, but you are too bad at being a human being. If you are willing to kneel down and apologize to me, I don't mind taking you as my apprentice. Pop. Yi Wenru slammed the table, stood up angrily and said, Chen Feng, what do you mean? Chen Feng smiled sinisterly and said, why? Could it be that the nine-pattern dragon, who was once so powerful, can only hide behind a woman? TSK, what a coward. Finally, Tang Long stood up and pulled Yi Wenru behind him. Tang Long smiled calmly and said, you are a frog in a well. With your bartending skills, you can only fool brainless people like Lin Yun. If you meet a real bartending master, you can only kneel down and worship him. Tang Long, don't be shameless. Do you think you are still the nine-pattern dragon of the past? Believe it or not, I will find someone to kill you. Chen Feng said angrily. Lin Yun's face turned pale and she said, Tang Long, you disappoint me so much. It seems that my choice was right. Ding, their host has triggered the mission to severely humiliate this couple. Do you accept it? Ding, their host accepts the mission begins, check the mission details. Mission level, D level. Mission requirements, make Lin Yun regret it and scare Chen Feng to death. Mission reward, God level music producer, combining composition, lyrics, arrangement, and singing. A God level music producer? Hiss. Tang Long couldn't help but take a breath. Could it be related to Li Qiantong? It seems that the system's rewards are not random, but triggered. Just like the previous bet with Shang Qian, Tang Long acquired the bartender skill, which should be related to the Rhino Horn Cup. Silver Bullet, one of the cocktail bullet series. English name, Silver Bullet. Ingredients, 40 ml dry gin, 10 ml Dutch gin, 10 ml lemon juice. Let me teach you how to mix a real Silver Bullet. Tang Long picked up the shaker skillfully, mixed the dry gin, Dutch gin and lemon juice together, and threw the shaker high into the air. Chapter 19 Demon's Tomb. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tang Long just pointed and the shaker began to spin violently. Then Tang Long flicked his right index finger and the shaker flew out in an arc, passed in front of Chen Feng and Lin Yun, and finally returned to his left hand. How is this possible? Chen Feng shouted in disbelief. After seeing Tang Long's fancy cocktail-making skills, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Yun was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth and kept saying, impossible. Even Li Qiantong couldn't help but stand up and clapped her hands, saying, har har, I found it, I finally found it, this is the male lead in my mind. Yi Wenru, who was standing aside, looked at Li Qiantong warily and said angrily, Li Qiantong, what do you mean? Tang Long is my man. HMPH, you may be able to fool others with this, but do you think it's possible to fool me, Li Qiantong? Don't forget what I do. Li Qiantong snorted unhappily. Yi Wenru blushed and gritted her teeth, stomping her feet and saying, I have decided now. I am going to take down Tang Long. After shaking it for a few minutes, Tang Long opened the shaker and poured the prepared wine into the glass. Starting from the bottom of the cup, circles of silver ripples rise up, like a silver bullet swimming in the cup. Oh my god, look, there's a silver bullet in the cup. Fuck, this is simply a magical skill. Is Tang Long a senior technician bartender? At this time, no one dared to underestimate Tang Long anymore. A glass of silver bullet cocktail was prepared by Tang Long. Soon, Tang Long made 2 more cups. Chen Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead nervously and said unconvincedly, "It's useless to have fancy moves, only good taste is good." Looking at the 4 glasses of silver bullet cocktails on the table, Tang Long smiled very gentlemanly and said, "Please enjoy." "Humph, I'll expose you in person." Chen Feng picked up a glass of silver bullet cocktail and drank it in one gulp. Gurgle. His throat was surging, and Chen Feng felt a sour and spicy feeling rising to his heart. It felt like a bullet pierced his chest, and the pain was unbearable. "Chen Feng, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Chen Feng slowly kneeling on the ground, Lin Yun said nervously. Chen Feng shook his head in disbelief and said, "How is this possible? Why is this happening? Why do I feel like I was shot in the chest?" "Chen Feng, what are you talking about? Stand up right now." Lu Chen was also dumbfounded. How could Chen Feng, who was so arrogant before, become like this after drinking a glass of cocktail prepared by Tang Long? Lin Yun said angrily, "Tang Long, what kind of magic did you use?" "Magic?" Tang Long snorted, "You can try drinking one." Lin Yun said unwillingly, "I just don't believe that the silver bullet you mixed will taste as good as the one Chen Feng mixed." Gurgle. Similarly, Lin Yun swallowed it in one gulp. When the silver bullets rushed into Lin Yun's heart, she suddenly felt her heart tighten, as if she was pierced by countless bullets, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. "Look, Lin Yun is crying. No way. Could it be that Tang Long knows magic? This is what a real bartender is like. He can make different drinks according to each person's personality." The students who were watching in front of them were also amazed. Par. At this time, Li Qiantong walked forward and said with a smile, "Amazing, really amazing, even their number 1 bartender in Yangjing is definitely not your opponent, your bartending skills are really superb." Yi Wenru picked up the last glass of silver bullet cocktail and said to herself, "Is it that powerful?" Gurgle. Similarly, Yi Wenru swallowed it in one gulp. Their silver bullet cocktail tastes a little spicy and sour, with a hint of sweetness. Plop. Yi Wenru touched her left chest and found that her heart was beating violently. The image of Tang Long mixing drinks suddenly appeared in her mind. What was going on? Why was this happening? Did I fall in love with Tang Long? Seeing the people around him staring in amazement, Tang Long began to explain, "Dutch gin is anise liqueur. It used to taste spicy, but now it tastes mainly sweet. The sourness and slight sweetness of lemon can stimulate appetite. Different people experience different flavors when drinking it. Chen Feng drinks out anger, Lin Yun drinks out regret, and Yi Wenru drinks out Cupid's arrow of love." After hearing what Tang Long said, Yi Wenru blushed and said, "No." Anyone could see that Tang Long had hit the nail on the head. At this time, Lu Chen walked forward and chuckled, "Is it that mysterious? If you have the guts, make me a drink too." Tang Long joked, "It's not impossible, but I'm afraid that after it's mixed, Team Lu won't dare to drink it." "TSK, what a joke, is there any wine in this world that I, Lu Chen, dare not drink?" Lu Chen said with disdain, "You can't just mix one kind of wine." At this time, Yi Wenru, Li Qiantong and others also looked up at Tang Long. They wanted to see what kind of wine Tang Long could mix. Mix 15 milliliters of tequila, 15 milliliters of dark rum, 15 milliliters of Scotch whiskey, 15 milliliters of American whiskey, and 15 milliliters of almond brandy. Pour the 6 spirits into a glass without adding ice cubes. Finally, pour in beer to float on the surface of the liquor. For Tang Long, who possesses bartender skills, mixing a glass of Devil's Tomb is not an easy task. Devil's Grave is a rare strong liquor in cocktails. 6 kinds of liquor are combined to create a unique experience. Just by smelling the taste, you can imagine that you are not far from the Devil's Grave. Is this drinkable?" Lu Chen stuttered as he looked at the Devil's Tomb cocktail in front of him. After just one sniff, Lu Chen felt the pungent smell and almost fainted. Tang Long grinned and said, "Captain Lu, this is their Devil's Tomb, specially prepared for you. Please enjoy it slowly." Just as Lu Chen was about to pick up the wine glass to drink, Chen Feng suddenly stood up and said with red eyes, don't drink, drinking it will definitely make you live a life worse than death. HMPH, it's just the Devil's Tomb. It's not like I, Lu Chen, haven't drunk it before." Lu Chen didn't listen to the advice at all and drank it down in one gulp. When their devil's tomb rushed into his throat, Lu Chen felt his whole body burning, as if it was burned by a raging fire, and all his internal organs felt a burning pain. Lu Chen shook his head vigorously and said with a tangled tongue, "No, no, no, no. It's just like this." Thump. Lu Chen's knees went weak and he fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Yi Wenru's face changed and she shouted, "Oh no, it's gastric bleeding, hurry to the hospital." Tang Long took a puff of his cigarette and curled his lips and said, "You can drink so much that you vomit 3 liters of blood. You are the best in the team." Lu Chen spat out another mouthful of blood and said angrily, I will not let you go." After saying this, Lu Chen fell headfirst to the ground and fainted. Chen Feng was also frightened. He quickly pinched Lu Chen's philtrum and shouted, Quickly call an ambulance." The box was in chaos, but Tang Long was lying lazily on the sofa, sipping their devil's grave cocktail and clicking his tongue from time to time. Gentleman, suave and elegant. To be honest, Yi Wenru found it hard to connect the man in front of her with the 9-pattern dragon of that year. At this time, Tang Qinro pushed the door open and walked in, followed by a dozen black-clad bodyguards. She glanced around, then looked down at Chen Feng, frowned, and asked, "Xiao Chen, what happened?" Chapter 20 Pie in the Sky. Seeing that it was Tang Qinro, Chen Feng immediately became confident and said, "Sister Tang, it was all Tang Long who did it. He forced Lu Chen to drink their devil's grave." Tang Qinro narrowed her eyes and said with interest, "Then what do you think I should do? Break his legs and throw him out?" Chen Feng said with a sinister smile. Yi Wenru's face also turned pale, and she secretly thought that it was not good. The Tang Qinro in front of her was known as the Black Widow, and her methods were cruel. Even the bald man in South City had to give her some face. "Okay, let's do as you say." Tang Qinro's face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Do it." Chen Feng looked at Tang Long with hatred and said, "Tang Long, you are dead." Yi Wenru said anxiously, "Boss Tang, this is not the case." Suddenly, 2 bodyguards in black lifted up Chen Feng's arms, while another bodyguard came over with a baseball bat. Chen Feng was so frightened that his legs went limp. He shouted in horror, "Sister Tang, you're wrong. Tang Long is on the sofa over there." Lin Yun on the side was also shocked. She used to be a bunny girl in the underground bar of the Qinqing Club, so she naturally knew Tang Qinro's power. But Lin Yun couldn't understand why Tang Qinro wanted to help Tang Long. "You know, Lu Chen's father is the deputy director of the Donghai Municipal Public Security Bureau." Tang Qinro walked up to Tang Long, handed him a bank card, and said with a smile, "Mr. Tang, this is the extra 10 million. I have deposited it for you." Tang Long casually put the bank card into his trouser pocket, stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Tang." Har, you're welcome." Tang Qinro laughed and pointed at Chen Feng behind her and said, "Mr. Tang, did he offend you? Do you want me to throw him into the sea to feed the fish?" Chen Feng was so scared that his legs went limp, and a few drops of yellow liquid flowed out from between his trouser legs. He crawled to Tang Long's feet like a dog and begged, "Brother Tang, please let me go. I won't dare to do it again." "What?" Lin Yun was shocked. "How could this happen? Am I wrong? Who is this Tang Long? Why would Tang Qinro give him 10 million? That's 10 million. Even though Chen Feng boasted about it, his annual income is only over 1 million at most, and half of it is earned by working as a gigolo." Tang Long blew a puff of smoke at Chen Feng and asked, "Chen Feng, you were the one who asked the car to hit me, right?" Chen Feng wiped his nose and said, Yes. "Why?" Tang Long asked puzzledly. Chen Feng cried out, I'm scared. Ever since I knew Lin Yun was your fiancé, I couldn't sleep all night. As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw you killing people everywhere. I was so scared. I was afraid you would kill me with your knife. So, you want to hit me to death with a car?" Tang Long said with a murderous look on his face. Chen Feng kowtowed repeatedly and said, I was wrong, Brother Long, please don't kill me." Tang Long waved his hand impatiently and said, Go away. I don't want to see you appear in the East China Sea." Thank you, Brother Long," Chen Feng said with gratitude. After saying that, Chen Feng fled from the box like the wind, while Lin Yun looked at Tang Long stupidly. Lin Yun wiped her tears, calmed down and said, Tang Long, let's start over. Throw it out. Tang Long said with disgust, Lin Yun, you have a very good self-image. I can tell you clearly now that I have never liked you. As for the engagement, it was forced by my father. Do you think I, Tang Long, would like a scheming bitch like you? Tang Long, I was wrong, please give me another chance. Several bodyguards in black lifted Lin Yun up and walked out. Brush. Yi Wenru's classmates were already frightened and all crowded towards Yi Wenru. Wenru, you have a good eye. You actually found such an excellent man. Yes, from the first moment I saw Tang Long, I felt that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Yeah, I feel the same way. Although Tang Long was a temporary shield that Yi Wenru found, she was still very happy to hear the praises from her classmates around her. After the party, Tang Long took a taxi back to the villa. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and the lights in the living room of the villa were still on. After pushing the door open, I saw Xia Bingyao holding Tang Tang in her arms, leaning on the sofa reading documents. Har, you're still awake. Are you waiting for me? Tang Long scratched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, Bingyao, actually I'm going to attend. Xia Bingyao put away the documents and said coldly, no need to explain to me, I'm not your wife. Looking at Tang Tang lying in her arms, Xia Bingyao was also furious. How could this little girl be so dependent on Tang Long? I really don't know what kind of magic potion this old rogue gave Tang Tang. Well, this is the yellow jade cicader I bought for Tang Tang on Antique Street. It's very helpful for her health. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Tang Long hurriedly took out the yellow jade cicader. Xia Bingyao was surprised and said, this yellow croaker cicader is of good quality and should be worth about 1 million. Are you really willing to give it to Tang Tang? TSK, that's nothing. I've already given away 100 million, but my brother Along doesn't even care about a mere 1 million. Tang Long said arrogantly, it's a pity that some people don't know what's good. For example, I, Tang Long, shamelessly pursued someone for 3 years, but I couldn't get that person to smile. What a failure. Xia Bingyao rolled her eyes at Tang Long and said, okay, let's talk business. Let's talk business. Tang Long curled his lips and said with a playful smile, how about we talk about love? Look at us, one is talented and the other is beautiful, we are definitely a match made in heaven. If we don't get married, we will be struck by lightning. Forehead. Xia Bingyao's forehead was covered with black lines. How could this guy become so shameless after not seeing him for just 1 day? He really didn't consider himself an outsider, and acted like a host. A match made in heaven. Xia Bingyao really wanted to kick Tang Long to death, how could she be so worthy? However, there was one thing that Xia Bingyao admired very much, and that was Tang Long's keen eyes. Being able to find bargains in the antique street was not something that could be achieved by luck alone. So Xia Bingyao came up with a bold idea. After weighing the pros and cons, Xia Bingyao finally expressed her thoughts. What? You want me to be the vice president of Finley Group? Tang Long was so shocked that his mouth opened into an O shape. This news was too shocking for Tang Long. How could a person who only graduated from high school, worked as a soldier for 3 years, and raised pigs for 2 years become the vice president of Finley Group? Xia Bingyao said indifferently, you still need to consider such a pie in the sky thing. That's not the case, I'm just a little shocked. Tang Long swallowed his saliva, touched his chin and said, Boss Xia, can I ask you a question? Xia Bingyao said coldly, okay. Tang Long cleared his throat and said a little excitedly, Am I really that good? Or are you deeply in love with me and are afraid that I don't have a proper job, so you are indirectly proposing that I should be the vice president of Finley Group? Xia Bingyao's mouth twitched a few times. Isn't this too shameless? Is Tang Long's face made of titanium alloy? Even an intercontinental missile can't break it. But Xia Bingyao knew that Tang Long would not give in until he saw the rabbit. He would not surrender without some benefits. Thinking of this, Xia Bingyao had no choice but to say against her will, if you behave well, I don't mind getting the marriage certificate with you. When he heard the word, get a marriage certificate, Tang Long's face changed immediately, and he said seriously, in ancient times, Xiao He pursued Hanshin under the moon, and now Bingyao shyly asks Tang Long for love. It seems that I have no choice but to agree. Chapter 21 Love Rival Gao Yang. Finley Group is a leading enterprise in Donghai City, involved in many industries, such as cosmetics, hotels, real estate, financial investment, jewelry, and antiques. No matter how capable Xia Bingyao is, it is impossible for her to manage so many industries. Among these industries, the only one that worries Xia Bingyao is jewelry and antiques. The operations director of antique jewelry is Shen Chen, who used to be from the Hailong Group and later jumped to the Finley Group. Since Shen Chen took over as operations director, the antique jewelry business has been in the red for 3 consecutive years, and the trend is still increasing. Through Xia Bingyao's secret investigation, it was learned that Shen Chen was Du Chen's uncle, and he was arranged by Du Chen's father to join Finley Group. As for the purpose, it is naturally self-evident, which is to slowly erode the Finley Group. Hailong Group's presence is not only in the antique and jewelry sectors, but also in other industries. After several years of planning, many middle and senior management of Finley Group have secretly defected to Hailong Group. Once all those middle and senior management jump ship, it will definitely be a fatal blow to the Finley Group. In recent years, Shen Chen has become more and more bold, and he dares to buy back any fake item at a high price. In just less than 3 months, Shen Chen amassed tens of millions of dollars from Finley Group, which can be described as insane. It was for this reason that Xia Bingyao proposed to the board of directors to add a deputy general manager just to deal with Shen Chen. In fact, with Xia Bingyao's identity, she could easily fire Shen Chen. But if Shen Chen is fired, who knows if there will be Li Chen, Wang Chen, or others. Besides, Shen Chen is only responsible for the operation of jewelry and antiques. Things like identification and valuation will mostly be handled by the chief appraiser. If anyone from above holds him accountable, Shen Chen can completely deny all responsibility. It is precisely because of this that Xia Bingyao has never been able to find any evidence against Shen Chen. There were several board meetings where Xia Bingyao proposed to fire Shen Chen, but each time was rejected by other directors. It is obvious that Shen Chen has someone above him, and this person holds shares that are no less than Xia Bingyao's. This is what Xia Bingyao fears the most. If we are not careful, the Finley Group may change hands. After gaining a general understanding of the personnel structure of Finley Group, Tang Long realized the seriousness of the problem. Xia Bingyao only holds 40.26% of Finley Group's shares, which cannot be considered as absolute control. In addition to Xia Bingyao, there is another person who holds the most shares. His name is Gao Yang. He holds 29.86% of the shares of Finley Group. He is from the Gao family, one of the 4 major chaebols in Donghai City. His status is much higher than Du Chen. No wonder those directors all sided with Gao Yang. It turned out that Gao Yang was the eldest son of the Gao family, one of the 4 major chaebols. He was born with a diamond spoon in his mouth. Early the next morning, after practicing the 9-yang manual for a while, Tang Long followed Xia Bingyao to Finley Group. After entering the Finley Group's building, Xia Bingyao took Tang Long directly to the meeting room. "Mr. Xia, good morning." From the moment Xia Bingyao entered the building, these words kept ringing in her ears. When they were almost at the special elevator for high-rise buildings, the elevator door opened and a woman in a black OL uniform walked out. Her name was Lin Meng, and she was Xia Bingyao's secretary. "Mr. Xia, this is today's daily schedule. There will be a board meeting at 9 in the morning. At noon, you have a lunch appointment with the vice president of Tianyu Group. At 3 in the afternoon, you have an interview with a reporter from Fortune magazine. There will be a charity auction at 8 in the evening. You have agreed to attend, and leaders from Donghai City will be there in person." Lin Meng said in an orderly manner, holding a black folder. Ding dong. The elevator door opened, and Xia Bingyao stepped out of the elevator and asked casually, "Has Mr. Yang from the Jinding Group arrived?" Lin Meng looked through the records and nodded, "Here we go." "Okay, got it," Xia Bingyao said as she pushed open the door of the conference room. The originally noisy conference room suddenly became quiet. More than a dozen directors stood up and welcomed him. "Hello, Chairman." Xia Bingyao stretched out her hand and gestured, "Sit down." Tang Long found a seat and sat down. He took a quick glance and discovered that the person sitting to Xia Bingyao's left was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was Gao Yang, who looked like a difficult guy. Moreover, Tang Long felt a dangerous aura from Gao Yang. Especially Gao Yang's eyes, which seemed calm, but underneath that, there was a hint of murderous intent hidden. Tang Long was also familiar with the person sitting on Xia Bingyao's right. He was Yang Qianlin, the son of Yang Gizi. When looking at Yang Qianlin, Yang Qianlin smiled and nodded at Tang Long without any disrespect. It turns out that the Mr. Yang that Xia Bingyao was talking about was Yang Qianlin. Xia Bingyao looked around, cleared her throat and said, I won't say any more polite words, let's get straight to the point. In view of the fact that the jewelry and antiques department has been losing money for 3 consecutive years, I plan to add a vice president who will be directly responsible to me. What do you think? Gao Yang took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, then smiled gently and said, as long as it's President Xia's proposal, I agree with it. Xia Bingyao frowned, as if she didn't believe her ears. Why did Gao Yang change his direction? Was there some conspiracy? Yang Qianlin nodded slightly and said, I agree too. Chairman, who is your candidate? Asked a director. Xia Bingyao pointed at Tang Long behind her and said, his name is Tang Long. Let's vote by raising our hands. Xia Bingyao speaks concisely and acts decisively. What she hates most is people who procrastinate in doing everything. Even during board meetings, she doesn't like to speak in clichés, but instead directly puts forward her ideas. More than a dozen directors looked at each other, then raised their hands to vote. The proposal was passed unanimously, which surprised Xia Bingyao a little. Even Shen Chen, who represented Hailong Group at the board meeting, raised his hand to agree. This was unprecedented. The more Shen Chen acted like this, the more uneasy Xia Bingyao felt. The meeting is adjourned. Xia Bingyao's face was solemn as she stood up and left the meeting room. Just when Tang Long was about to get up and leave, Gao Yang came over with Shen Chen. As the eldest son of the Gao family, one of the 4 major chaebols in Donghai City, Gao Yang is naturally not a simple person. Like Xia Bingyao, Gao Yang also holds a double PhD from Harvard, and he and Xia Bingyao are definitely childhood sweethearts. Except for junior high school, the two went to school together in high school and college. Gao Yang was very handsome, with a slender figure, wearing white gloves on his hands, and walking towards him gracefully with a golden dragon-headed cane in his right hand. Congratulations, Mr. Tang. Gao Yang smiled apologetically and extended his hand to introduce Gao Yang, COO of Fengli Group. Tang Long grinned and said, Hey, Tang Long, the new vice president of Fengli Group. Seeing Tang Long's playful smile, Gao Yang's face became a little unhappy. In Fengli Group, anyone who saw him would tremble with fear, and no one had ever dared to laugh in front of him. After Tang Long left, Gao Yang took off his white gloves and said to the black-clad bodyguard behind him, Take them and burn them. Shen Chen, who was standing by, observed the situation and said, Mr. Gao, I heard from Du Chen that this guy has an unusual relationship with Xia Bingyao, and they seem to live together. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, I don't like him very much. I give you 1 month to kick him out of Fengli Group. After saying that, Gao Yang left the meeting room with his bodyguards. Shen Chen, with her big belly, said with disdain, 1 month. Humph, Gao Yang is too contentious. It would take no more than a month to deal with Tang Long. 3 days at most. Chapter 22, A Show of Power. As soon as he left the meeting room, Tang Long was taken to the president's office by Xia Bingyao's secretary Lin Meng. Xia Bingyao gave Tang Long a few simple instructions, asking him to inform her in advance if he encountered any problems. Because Xia Bingyao knew Gao Yang too well, she was afraid that Gao Yang at this moment wanted to chop Tang Long to death with a single blow. As the chief operating officer of Fengli Group, Gao Yang is Shen Chen's direct superior. With Gao Yang's personality, Shen Chen will definitely make things difficult for Tang Long in every way. Xia Bingyao was also afraid that Tang Long would not be able to handle it, but Tang Long didn't seem to care at all, which made Xia Bingyao angry and hateful. After leaving Xia Bingyao's office, Tang Long saw Yang Qianlin from Jinding Group waiting for him anxiously. Seeing Tang Long coming over, Yang Qianlin hurried to meet him. Tang Long asked doubtfully, Boss Yang, is there something wrong with the feng shui? Yang Qianlin smiled bitterly and said, That's not the case. My brother-in-law has a health problem. He has been having nightmares in recent days and can only sleep for 1 or 2 hours a day. If this continues, I'm afraid his body won't be able to bear it. Tang Long frowned and said, Haven't you seen a doctor? Yang Qianlin lamented, I have consulted many doctors, including those from Donghai, Yangjing, and some famous doctors abroad, but they all came to the same conclusion, my brother-in-law is not sick at all. According to Yang Qianlin's description, there might be something wrong with the feng shui in his brother-in-law's house. What Tang Long could think of, Yang Qianlin could naturally think of as well. So with no other options, Yang Qianlin took his brother-in-law to the Starlight Villa. Sure enough, under the suppression of the four spirits feng shui, his brother-in-law's health improved and he could sleep for 5 hours every night. But this was not a long-term solution. His brother-in-law couldn't stay in the villa all his life. After thinking for a while, Tang Long said, "How about this, Mr. Yang, I'll go to your house tonight." Seeing that Tang Long agreed, Yang Qianlin also breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, "Okay, I will send a car to pick you up when the time comes." After seeing Yang Qianlin off, Tang Long walked towards the office area of the jewelry and antiques department. I learned from Xia Bingyao that the jewelry and antiques department has 2 directors, namely Operations Director Shen Chen and Financial Director Lan Shen. As for personnel, public relations, etc., they are all arranged by the group headquarters and are directly responsible to their respective superiors. Even Shen Chen couldn't mobilize those people. It seems that being the deputy general manager is not easy. Fortunately, the financial director Lan Shen is Xia Bingye's person, which gives Tang Long some initiative. Before going to the jewelry and antiques department, Tang Long thought that Shen Chen would bring people to warmly welcome him, but after Tang Long entered the jewelry and antiques department, he found that everyone was working seriously and did not even look at him. Humph, just a show of force. It seems that all this was deliberately arranged by Shen Chen. "Sir, who are you looking for?" Tang Long just stepped into the jewelry and antiques department when he heard the receptionist speaking arrogantly. Tang Long's face darkened and he said coldly, "I am Tang Long." The receptionist said while looking in the mirror and applying foundation, "Tang Long? Who is he? I've never heard of him." Tang Long frowned and said solemnly, "Why? Didn't Shen Chen tell you? I'm the new vice president." The receptionist was obviously a little guilty and pretended to be confused and said, "No. Really not?" Tang Long asked in a questioning tone. The receptionist seemed a little impatient and shouted at the door, "Security, kick this guy out." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 security guards rushed in from outside and rushed towards Tang Long aggressively. "Humph, who do I care who you are? Director Shen has the final say here." The receptionist applied foundation and waved her hand, "Throw it out." Bang bang. Seeing the 2 security guards rushing up, Tang Long kicked them twice without saying a word, sending them flying more than 3 meters away. Their bodies slid violently on the floor tiles and finally hit the wall heavily. The 2 security guards also had pale faces and kept sticking out their tongues. You dare to do something here? Believe it or not, I will call the police." The receptionist was also frightened and hurriedly took out his mobile phone. Just at this moment, a middle-aged woman in a black OL suit and flesh-colored stockings on her legs came over. She had a voluptuous figure, wavy light red hair draped behind her, and a fairly delicate face. Her name is Lan Shen. She is the financial director of the antiques and jewelry department and the person Xia Bingyao trusts the most. "Mr. Lan, Mr. Lan." Seeing Lan Shen coming over, the receptionist was so scared that her face turned pale and she greeted her hurriedly. Lan Shen ignored the receptionist and walked up to Tang Long, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang. It's all my negligence that caused you to suffer." Tang Long's face darkened as well. He pointed at the receptionist and said, "I'll go find Mr. Lan to settle the salary later." "Fuck, boy, do you really think you're the vice president? Aren't you just Xia Bingye's gigolo?" The receptionist picked up her bag and cursed, "I can find a rich guy at random and earn enough for a month's salary here." Tang Long sneered and said, "Notify the legal department and prepare materials to sue her." "Prosecute her?" Lan Shen asked in confusion, "What crime?" Tang Long snorted, "It's theft." "Search her bag. There's a chicken blood stone worth 800,000 yuan in the interlayer of her bag." You don't talk nonsense, kid, be careful or I'll sue you for defamation." The receptionist was obviously feeling a little guilty and guarded her LV bag tightly. Lan Shen also looked puzzled, and turned to ask, "Did one of our customers lose a chicken blood stone worth 800,000 last time?" The 2 security guards looked at each other and finally nodded, "Yes, yes." Lan Shen gritted her teeth and said, "Search. You don't come over here, or I'll sue you for molestation." The receptionist was so scared that his face softened and he said nervously. One of the security guards, who had a hot temper, snatched the LV bag and tore it open, revealing a blood-red emerald that fell onto the front desk table. Thump. Seeing that the evidence was conclusive, the receptionist was so scared that his legs went weak and he fell to his knees. What? So amazing! How did Mr. Tang know that the bloodstone is in the bottom layer of the LV bag? Could it be that he has X-ray vision? Who knows? It seems that Mr. Tang is also a capable person. All the employees gathered around, all with shocked looks on their faces. At this time, Shen Chen walked forward, applauded and welcomed, "Everyone, welcome President Tang. Okay, no need to be polite, call a meeting of mid-level and above managers." Tang Long raised his hand to interrupt. "Meeting? Humph," Shen Chen looked disdainful. "What kind of meeting is this? Does this kid really think he is the vice president of the company?" Shen Chen reached out and called a person, and whispered, "Go, invite Mr. Wu over." "Okay, Mr. Shen." The man smiled charmingly and ran away. Chapter 23. I told you to get out. In addition to Operations Director Shen Chen and Financial Director Lan Shen, managers from the sales, marketing, planning and advertising departments also attended the meeting. No matter what, Tang Long is their vice president appointed by the group headquarters and is definitely the boss of the jewelry and antiques department. Seeing that everyone was present, Tang Long spoke up, "Everyone, I'm sure you all know that I'm the new vice president. My name is Tang Long. From today on, we're in the same trench. I don't like beating around the bush, and I only have 3 requirements for you." As soon as he finished speaking, those middle-level managers began to whisper to each other, making snorting and disdainful sounds from their mouths. Shen Chen also laughed coldly, leaned back in the chair and fell asleep, as if everything was under his control. First, listen to me. Second, listen to me. Third, just listen to me. As long as you can do the 3 things I mentioned, a promotion and a raise won't mean anything. Tang Long stretched out his fingers one by one, glanced around and said. In fact, Tang Long's meaning was very simple. He just wanted to tell everyone present that he had the final say here, and anyone who dared not to listen would have to pack up and leave. Why should we listen to you? Do we have to listen to you even if you are wrong? Isn't this too overbearing? At this time, someone stood up and objected. Tang Long looked up at the man and asked, "What's your name? What's your position?" "My name is Shen Wenliang, and I'm the sales manager," the man said with his chest puffed out and his head raised. Tang Long pointed at the door and said, "Out." "What did you say?" Shen Wenliang's gentle face turned a little more ferocious, and he pounded the conference table and shouted, "Boy, do you know who I am?" Tang Long smiled and said, "Are you deaf? I told you to get out. From now on, you are no longer an employee of Fengli Group. After the meeting, go to Director Lan to settle your salary." Shen Wenliang angrily smashed the conference table and shouted, "Why?" Tang Long said domineeringly, "I have the final say here." Shen Wenliang's face flushed, and finally he turned to look at Shen Chen. "Mr. Tang, Xiaoshen has worked in the company for many years and has a large amount of customer resources. You have to think carefully about this," Shen Chen said in a threatening tone. Tang Long glanced at Shen Wenliang and said, "Since Shen Wenliang is the sales manager of the jewelry and antiques department, he must be very proficient in the business, right?" "Of course." Shen Chen puffed out his chest and said, "He is the apprentice of Mr. Wu, our company's chief appraiser. For ordinary antiques, he can estimate the price with just a glance." "So amazing." Tang Long said with disdain, "If it is really that amazing, then why is Shen Wenliang's performance so poor? He has been losing money for 3 consecutive months. This." Shen Chen was so angry that he tried to argue, "People make mistakes, horses stumble, and if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. Besides, compared with some laymen, Manager Shen is already very good." "Layman?" Tang Long said self-deprecatingly, "Director Shen, are you talking about me?" Shen Chen snorted, "So what?" Tang Long said confidently, "Well, in that case, I will give Shen Wenliang another chance. Let Mr. Wu pick out an antique from the warehouse, and we will appraise the antique. Whoever estimates the price close to the market price will win. If Shen Wenliang wins, I will take back my previous words." "Okay, that's what you said." Shen Chen narrowed his eyes and ordered the secretary behind him, "Go, call Mr. Wu over." Oops. Lan Shen, who was sitting next to Tang Long, was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. It would be fine if she won, but if she lost, it would not only be Tang Long's face that would be lost, but also Xia Bingyao's face. Lan Shan said anxiously, "Boss Tang, you are too impulsive. Although I hate Shen Wenliang, he is indeed very talented in identifying antiques." Tang Long glanced at Lan Shan's chest and grinned, "Don't you see that I'm confident?" "Are you confident?" Lan Shan seemed to realize something. She looked down and found that the collar of her uniform was open. Her face turned red and she cursed inwardly, "You hooligan." Just then, Mr. Wu came in holding a celadon bowl, smiling as if he had found a great bargain. When Mr. Wu placed the celadon bowl on the conference table, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, "Everyone, this is the porcelain I just bought from the antique street." "Porcelain just bought from antique street?" Lan Shan wanted to kick this old dog to death with her high heels. This Kill bowl was clearly bought by old dog Wu yesterday, and he even begged for it himself. According to Wu Laogo, this Kill bowl cost him more than 1 million yuan. Kill ranks first among the 5 famous kilns of Song dynasty, namely Guan, Ge, Jun and Ding. It is known as the best kiln in the history of Chinese ceramics. It is unique in its exquisite craftsmanship, beautiful shape, rich glaze, and elegant and simple charm. It is an epoch-making and important symbol in the history of celadon development. Therefore, the price of porcelain is very high. If the Kill bowl in Wu Laogo's hand is real, then he has definitely picked up a great bargain. At an auction in Yangjing, a Kill bowl was sold at a high price of 6 million. I believe that the price of the Kill bowl in Wu Laogo's hand should not be less than 6 million. This is a Kill bowl from the Song dynasty. Porcelain has a simple and elegant shape, and is glazed with precious agate. It has a unique color and is known as agate glaze from ancient times. Shen Wenliang pushed the frame of his glasses, stood up and said, "I have written the price of the Kill bowl on a piece of paper." Having said that, Shen Wenliang handed the note to Lan Shan. Old Wu was very satisfied with Shen Wenliang's narration and praised him secretly. "Well said, you are worthy of being my disciple, Wu Wenshan." "Thank you for the compliment, master." Shen Wenliang puffed out his chest and said arrogantly, "Mr. Tang, please." As for Tang Long, Lan Shan was just curious, because she had just secretly sent a text message to Xia Bingyao, telling her everything that had happened here. Xia Bingyao only replied with 3 words, "Believe him." Lan Shan couldn't understand why Xia Bingyao trusted Tang Long so much. Did Tang Long really know how to identify antiques? Ding, name, Kill bowl. Era, Song dynasty. Identification method, porcelain changes with the light. Its glaze color is like the clouds disperse after the rain, and the green waves of thousands of peaks. The soil is fine and smooth. Its sound is like a chime, bright but not glaring. The surface of the vessel has small cracks in the pattern of cicada wings, with the characteristics of pear skin, crab claws, and sesame flowers. It is called like jade, not jade, but better than jade, by the world. Identification result, fake. Estimated value, about 2,000 yuan. Tang Long used his eyes of perspective to carefully examine the Kill bowl. He couldn't help but frowned. It turned out to be a fake. According to the identification method of porcelain, Tang Long observed it carefully several times. This bowl really has some of the features of porcelain. It changes with the light, the glaze is verdant, the body is delicate, and the glaze is smooth. Through the green glaze at the bottom, you can see a line of English written on the bottom of the bowl, "Made in China." Made in China. Tang Long couldn't help but laugh, it turned out to be a high imitation. "Humph, pretending to know when you don't," Shen Wenliang said sarcastically. Mr. Wu, who was standing by, also had a cold face and snorted, "Be careful, you can't afford to pay for it if it breaks." Tang Long casually threw it on the conference table and said disdainfully, "It's a fake, worth only 2,000 yuan. Shen Wenliang urged, "Director Lan, you can open the note now." 6,800,000. Lan Shan asked. Then, Lan Shan looked up at Mr. Wu. Old Wu stroked his beard and said pretentiously, "Mr. Tang, you lose. This is not a fake, but a real Kill bowl. The auction price should be around 6 million. Shen Wenliang snorted and said, "Humph, you really overestimate your abilities. Are you qualified to be their vice president?" Bang. Suddenly, Tang Long dropped the Kill bowl to the ground. "Tang Long, you. Looking at the debris on the ground, Old Wu was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Chapter 24 Mission Impossible. Broken into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a RU-kill bowl worth more than 6 million yuan. How could it just be broken? Lanshan's face turned pale in an instant. She was doomed. It seemed that Tang Long would definitely lose the money. I'm so angry, Tang Long, I'm going to fight you. Wu Wenshan's eyes were red, and he pounced on Tang Long with his teeth and claws bared. Shin Chen, who was standing by, also had a happy look on his face, and said gloatingly, "Hurry. Call the police quickly." Pop. Tang Long grabbed Wu Wenshan's wrist, pointed at the fragments on the ground and said, "Wu Wenshan, please open your eyes and see if this is a RU-kill bowl." Wu Wenshan was also frightened by the aura emanating from Tang Long. He squatted down tremblingly and rummaged among the broken porcelain pieces. When he picked up the base of the RU-kill bowl, he saw that the glaze on it had fallen off, revealing a line of English letters. Made in China. Wu Wenshan sat down on the ground limply, staring stupidly at the debris on the ground. Is it really a fake? That's amazing. How did Mr. Tang discover that there are English letters on the base of the RU-kill bowl? At this time, the conference room was completely boiling with people talking about Tang Long. Tang Long knew that after this incident, no one would dare to look down on him anymore. How is this possible? How is this possible? Shen Wenliang was also dumbfounded, staring at the line of English letters. It's really self-humiliating. He got slapped in the face. I believe it won't be long before the entire group knows what happened here. Even if Tang Long didn't fire Shen Wenliang would not have the face to stay here any longer. After Shen Wenliang helped Wu Wenshan leave the conference room, Tang Long looked through the financial statements for this quarter, and finally looked up at Shen Chen and said unhappily, "Director Shen, why have you suffered such heavy losses in the past few months? Almost no store is profitable. What on earth do you do as an operations director?" When people mention jewelry stores, the first things they think of are Ziyu Xian, Jade Pavilion, and Phoenix Pavilion. Why doesn't anyone think of my Feng Li Pavilion? Do you think you are competent as an operations director? Hiss. Everyone gasped again, and everyone was trembling with fear, lowering their heads and keeping silent. The storm is coming. This is the first confrontation between Tang Long and Shen Chen, and they don't want to be involved. Everyone knew that Shen Chen was a man of Feng Li Group's chief operating officer Gao Yarn, and Tang Long was appointed by Xia Bingyao herself. When it was a fight between gods, there was no room for them to intervene. Shen Chen blushed and said solemnly, "It's easy to talk when you're not in the right place. How many years has our Feng Li Pavilion been established? Look at Ziyushuan, Feitsue Pavilion, and Fengguanzuan. They are all century-old shops. Whether it's jewelry design or popularity, they are not comparable to our Feng Li Pavilion. Let's not talk about jewelry design for now, let's start with popularity." Tang Long thought for a moment and said, "Let me ask you, why is our store not as well known as theirs?" Needless to say, of course it's because the publicity is not strong enough. Those stores have invited famous movie stars to be their spokespeople. Shen Chen said unhappily. Tang Long said indifferently, "If others can invite, why can't we? It's easy to say, do you think those movie stars are so easy to invite?" Shen Chen couldn't help but hit him, "Don't say that you can't invite first-line stars to endorse your company. Even if you do, they don't dare to endorse my Feng Li Pavilion. Ziyushuan, Feiqiuage and Fengguanzuan, these jewelry stores are all century-old shops. They have reached a tacit understanding among each other, that is, to act in unison towards the outside world. Over the years, Feng Li Pavilion has been suppressed by the other three stores. It is not easy for it to survive under the joint suppression of the three major jewelry stores." Tang Long looked at Shen Chen with disdain and said, "The matter of the spokesperson cannot be delayed. We at Feng Li Pavilion must invite a first-line movie star to be the spokesperson. We must hurry up and do this." Shen Chen sneered, "I heard that Li Qiantong is in Donghai. If you have the guts, you can invite her over. As long as we can get Li Qiantong to be our spokesperson, it is possible for Feng Li Pavilion to rise." Tang Long slammed the table and said, "Okay, let's do it this way. Please ask Li Qiantong to be the spokesperson for my Feng Li Pavilion. I will follow up on this matter personally." Puff. Shen Chen spat out a mouthful of tea and said unhappily, "Boss Tang, don't you know that Li Qiantong never endorses products? A company once offered her 100 million yuan to make an appearance, but she refused." Lan kept winking at Tang Long, and Tang Long also winked at Lan. It was obvious that Brother Long misunderstood Lan's meaning. Yes, Mr. Tang, this is too unreliable. Even if Li Qiantong agrees to endorse our Finley Pavilion, such an expensive endorsement fee will not be approved by the board of directors. This is simply a fantasy. Even the other 3 jewelry stores may not be able to hire Li Qiantong, let alone us. Everyone took turns to persuade Tang Long, but Tang Long remained unmoved. After a pause, Tang Long turned around and asked, Director Shen, what do you think of my idea? Mr. Tang, I'm not trying to discourage you, but if you can invite Li Qiantong to be the spokesperson, I, Shen Chen, will call you Grandpa 3 times, and whatever you say will go by. Shen Chen said with disdain. Ding, the host has triggered a mission. Please invite Li Qiantong to be the image spokesperson for Finley Pavilion and drive Shen Chen out of Finley Group. Do you accept it? Ding, the host accepts the mission begins, check the mission details. Mission level, C. Task requirements, invite Li Qiantong to be the image spokesperson of Finley Pavilion at no endorsement fee. Mission deadline, 12 hours. Mission penalty, permanent loss of perspective. Mission reward, a mysterious gift package. Grade C. This was Tang Long's first time triggering a C-level mission, and there was actually a mission penalty. Permanently losing his perspective? Damn, this was like going back to the days before liberation. The mission deadline is only 12 hours, how is this possible? The task requirements are even more demanding. Tang Long was asked to invite Li Qiantong with 0 endorsement fee. This is simply a fantasy. Li Qiantong doesn't even care about 100 million yuan, so 0 endorsement fee is even more impossible. Look at the time. It is already 10:30. That means Tang Long must complete the task before 10:30 in the evening, otherwise he will lose his ability to see through things permanently. Fortunately, he left Li Qiantong's phone number. After asking for Li Qiantong's location, Tang Long took the financial director Lan Shen out of Finley Group. Lan Shen's car is a BMW 7 Series luxury version, which costs about 1.2 million yuan and is very suitable for an urban beauty like Lan Shen. After fastening her seat belt, Lan Shen asked curiously, Boss Tang, how did you get Li Qiantong's phone number? Your brother Along has a wide network of contacts. I just had a drink with him last night. Tang Long grinned and said proudly. Lan Shen grumbled, you're such a boaster. Why don't you say that Li Qiantong is your lover? Chapter 25 The selection of the male lead. Not long after he walked out, Tang Long received a call from Xie Bingyao, asking him to rush to the president's office within 10 minutes. It was obvious that Xie Bingyao was really irritated by Tang Long. No one knows Xie Bingyao better than Lan Shen. Xie Bingyao likes the feeling of absolute control and she doesn't want anyone to go against her. Tang Long was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He didn't take Xie Bingyao seriously at all. For something as big as a gambling fight, Tang Long didn't even inform Xie Bingyao in advance, which made Xie Bingyao feel frustrated. You know, Tang Long was recommended by Xie Bingyao. If he was kicked out of the company on the first day of taking office, then Xie Bingyao, would become a laughingstock of Finley Group. Even some wavering directors would turn to Gao Yarn, which was what Xie Bingyao least wanted to see. Donghai City, Dehao Building 1808, Mui Music Studio. Mui Music Studio is quite famous in Donghai, especially its founder Mu Yi, who is a music prodigy who combines composing, writing lyrics and singing. He became famous all over China with the song Do You Love Me, but later he gradually faded out of the music scene and established Mui Music Studio. For example, Li Qiantong's famous song Epiphyllum Sang was created by Mu Yi himself. It is because of this that Mui Music Studio stands out. Mu Yi is a very artistic young man. He wears black glasses, has curly hair draped over his shoulders and a black silk scarf wrapped around his head. He looks very stylish, but his personality is a little effeminate. When he speaks, he always remembers to pinch his fingers and shake his slender waist. Oh, that's not right, that's not right. Mu Yi twisted her slender waist and said in a feminine voice, Tong Tong, why are you in such a bad state today? We have recorded more than 10 times, and you are getting worse each time. Li Qiantong is about to release a new album, and now all she lacks is a hit song, which is also the purpose of her coming to Donghai. Mu Yi's creation, Epiphyllum Sorrow, made Li Qiantong famous overnight, which shows that Mu Yi is quite talented. Let's stop here for today. Li Qiantong put down her headphones and said while moving her neck. Mu Yi walked over with his waist twisted, patted Li Qiantong on the shoulder a few times, and said comfortingly, "Tong Tong, don't feel stressed. After you adjust your mentality, let's start recording again and try to pass it in one go." Li Qiantong took a sip of water and said with a wry smile, I don't think this song matches my voice very well, so I can't find the feeling." Li Qiantong's voice is very infectious and is most suitable for singing soulful songs. The song composed by Mu Yi is more passionate and has a rock flavor, which can be regarded as a mixture of ancient style and rock. This is also Mu Yi's first attempt. In fact, Mu Yi also has selfish motives. He also wants to use Li Qiantong's fame to become more popular. Mu Yi frowned and sighed, "Tong Tong, you should know that creation requires inspiration. For this song, I didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Mu Chu, I'm not saying that the songs you composed are bad, they just don't suit me." Li Qiantong was afraid that Mu Yi would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, "You should know that my voice is relatively low, and I can't sing the high notes of this song at all." Mu Yi felt a little ashamed and said with a wry smile, "Tong Tong, if I create it again, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with the time." Li Qiantong said with a worried look on her face, "Yes, creation requires inspiration. Even a musical genius like Xu Lingshan may not be able to create it in a short time." At this time, there was a noisy sound coming from outside the door. "Sir, you can't go in. This is Teacher Mu's private studio. No outsiders are allowed to enter." Mu Yi's secretary tried his best to stop him. Tang Long was wearing his faded jeans, black cloth shoes, a cigarette in his mouth, with fine stubble around his mouth. Together with the extremely ferocious dragon head on his chest, he looked very attractive. Lanshan, who was standing by, said with a dark face, "Boss Tang, let's wait a little longer." "Why wait? We have been waiting for 2 hours. If we keep waiting like this, something bad will happen." How could Tang Long not be anxious? He only had less than 10 hours left. If Tang Long fails to complete the task on time, he will lose his ability to see through things forever. "Sir, if you do this again, I will call the police," Mu Yi's secretary said with a red face. Clang. The door opened and Li Qiantong walked out first. When she saw that it was Tang Long, Li Qiantong said with a sly delight, "Okay, Xiao Dao, you go down first. He is my friend." The secretary named Xiao Dao also opened her mouth in surprise. She really couldn't believe that the man in torn jeans in front of her actually knew Li Qiantong. Mu Yi, who was following behind Li Qiantong, frowned slightly and asked, "Tong Tong, who is he?" Li Qiantong smiled and introduced, "I forgot to introduce him, his name is Tang Long, he is a friend of mine." "Oh." Mu Yi did not look down on Tang Long, but smiled and ordered, "Xiao Dao, bring 2 cups of coffee." "Okay, Teacher Mu." Xiao Dao turned and left. In addition to coming to Donghai to record songs, Li Qiantong also signed a film and television drama, but she could not find a male lead because the male lead in the script was a retired soldier who later became a bartender in a bar to make a living. The leading female role, played by Li Qiantong, is the president of a listed group. Because of an unexpected encounter, the two got to know each other and finally fell in love. Ever since she witnessed Tang Long's superb bartending skills, Li Qiantong wanted to find Tang Long to be her male lead. But unfortunately, Tang Long refused. When she saw Tang Long again, Li Qiantong thought that Tang Long had figured it out, so she was naturally very happy. "Oh my god, you are really Li Qiantong." Lanshan, who was following behind Tang Long, said excitedly, covering her mouth. Li Qiantong extended her hand and smiled, "Hello, Li Qiantong." Lanshan was so excited that she was incoherent and stuttered, "My name is Lanshan, I am your biggest fan. Can I take a photo with you?" Li Qiantong smiled and said, "Of course." Click, click, click. Lanshan pouted mischievously and took a few photos while putting her arm around Li Qiantong's shoulders. "Har har, hurry up and post it on your moments to show off," Lanshan said with a flushed face. Forehead. Tang Long, who was standing by, had a dark face and coughed dryly, "Secretary Lan, please be mindful of the occasion." After Tang Long's reminder, Lanshan finally realized her mistake and lowered her head in embarrassment. Li Qiantong didn't care at all and said with a smile, "Tang Long, what do you think about what I told you last time? This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Tang Long pretended to be confused and asked, "What's the matter? Why don't I remember it? Li Qiantong rolled her eyes at Tang Long and said resentfully, You're pretending to be confused, huh? Have you forgotten what happened last night? Yesterday, last night. Mu Yi, who was standing by, opened his mouth wide and asked, Tong Tong, could it be you too? Li Qiantong blushed and said, What are you thinking about? I just want Tang Long to be the leading actor in my new play. What? The leading male role? Lan Shan on the side was completely dumbfounded. Her admiration for Tang Long was like the yellow river bursting its banks, unstoppable. At this time, several figures walked in, led by a man in a black suit and sunglasses. He had a cigar in the corner of his mouth and laughed wildly. Qiantong, the leading actor you are talking about is me, right? I, Shen Lang, graduated from the Donghai Drama Academy after all, so playing the role of a bartender is easy for me. Chapter 26, Confrontation of Musical Geniuses. This time Shen Lang came well prepared, and following behind him was none other than the musical genius Xu Lingshan. Even a big shot like Xu Lingshan could be invited, which shows how powerful Shen Lang is. Shen Lang is the boss of a film and television investment company. He has invested in several blockbuster films, which received quite good responses. For example, the main investor of Li Qiantong's new film is Shen Lang's film and television company. In fact, the reason why Shen Lang invested in the new film starring Li Qiantong was entirely because of Li Qiantong's body. Boss Shen. Li Qiantong's expression changed slightly and she said politely. Shen Lang took a deep puff of his cigar and said with a proud look on his face, Qiantong, you have good taste. You can tell at a glance that I have a talent for acting. Obviously, Shen Lang misunderstood. Li Qiantong said unhappily, Boss Shen, you misunderstood. The person I have in mind is not you, but the one next to me, his name is Tang Long. Tang Long. Shen Lang narrowed his eyes, extinguished his cigarette, and said solemnly, Tai Xian, break his dog legs and throw him out. Yes. Tai Xian was about 1.7 meters tall and strong. He was wearing a casual sportswear. He twisted his neck and then walked forward. Seeing Tai Xian walking forward, Li Qiantong's face changed and she said anxiously, Shen Lang, what do you want to do? Tang Long is my friend. Friend? Shen Lang said with disdain, this poor boy is worthy of being your friend. Besides, did you get my consent to be friends with him? Li Qiantong suppressed her anger and said, Shen Lang, please pay attention to your tone. There is nothing between us. You are the woman I have chosen. If you want to make friends with anyone, you must get my consent. Otherwise, I will beat you up if I see one, or if I see two. Shen Lang stretched out his right hand, and the black-clad bodyguard behind him handed him a cigar. Li Qiantong's eyes turned red with anger, and she angrily said, Shen Lang, don't go too far. Is it too much? Shen Lang shrugged and said with a sinister smile, I don't think it's excessive at all. I'm just a jealous man. Lan Shan, who was following behind Tang Long, was already scared silly. The Shen Lang in front of her was a tycoon in the entertainment industry who was well connected to both the black and white worlds. He would try to pursue any female star who came to Donghai to perform. Pop. At this moment, a half-burned cigarette butt bounced onto Shen Lang's eyebrow. Shen Lang said miserably, you little bastard, you dare to hit me with a cigarette butt. Tai Xian, break his limbs and throw him out from the 18th floor. Even Li Qiantong did not expect that Tang Long was so bold as to throw a cigarette butt at Shen Lang. For Shen Lang, who cares a lot about his reputation, he will definitely find a way to kill Tang Long. Tai Xian flexed his wrist and sneered, boy, you are quite courageous. You even dare to provoke young Master Shen. Have you been a soldier before? Tang Long looked Tai Xian up and down and asked. Tai Xian snorted, you have good eyesight. Tang Long said with regret, what a pity. What a pity. Tai Xian frowned. Tang Long said calmly, it's a pity that you have become someone else's running dog. When you go out in the future, don't say that you were a soldier. It's embarrassing. Tai Xian's face changed drastically, and he said angrily, boy, you are looking for death. Li Qiantong's heart was in her throat. She had seen Tai Xian fight 10 people alone with her own eyes, and she was afraid that something might happen to Tang Long. Get out. Tang Long dodged Tai Xian's fist and swung his right fist, hitting Tai Xian in the chest, knocking him more than 5 meters away. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. What? Shen Lang was also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Even a master like Tai Xian couldn't withstand Tang Long's punch? Shen Lang is still very confident in Tai Xian's strength. When Shen Lang turned his head to look, he saw a fist mark on Tai Xian's chest, which looked like it had been burned by fire. Internal Qi. Shen Lang's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that this kid was a martial artist. Damn it, he dared to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger in front of me. After beating Tai Xian, Tang Long blew out a smoke ring and said jokingly, "Boss Shen, your bodyguard looks very weak." You? Shen Lang's face flushed with anger. Finally, he turned his head to look at Li Qiantong and said arrogantly, "Li Qiantong, don't be shameless. I know your album is still missing a hit song. As long as you are willing to sleep with me, I will let Xu Lingshan write a song for you." Impossible. Li Qiantong's eyes turned red with anger, and she angrily said, "Even if I don't release this album, I won't let you touch it." Shen Lang snorted, "Really? Are you not going to hold your concert in Donghai? Without my approval, I'm afraid you won't even be able to rent a venue for your performance." Threat, this is absolutely a naked threat. Li Qiantong had no doubt about Shen Lang's words. It's not a big deal if she doesn't release an album, but what worries Li Qiantong the most is the concert. Now the concert tickets are almost sold out. If Li Qiantong cancels the concert at this time, she will definitely be scolded to death by her fans. Mu Yi twisted her waist and smiled, "You two, please take your time to talk. How about we listen to the song composed by teacher Shu first?" Okay. Shen Lang seemed to have already conquered Li Qiantong, but he knew that these threats alone were far from enough. He wanted to use the song composed by Xu Lingshan to completely shatter Li Qiantong's defenses. For a singer, a good song can definitely change their life. In the music industry, how many singers have spent 10 years honing their skills and become famous with just one song? Xu Lingshan handed the song he had written to Li Qiantong and said with a smile, "Please give us some comments, Grand Queen Li." As he spoke, Xu Lingshan picked up the guitar on the chair and began to sing. The song composed by Xu Lingshan is called Gardenia, which has a gentle style and is in a flat tune from beginning to end, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Good, really good. Mu Yi, the music producer, also applauded. Lan Shen said like a fangirl, "So handsome." Although Li Qiantong didn't like Xu Lingshan's hypocritical smile, she could tell that Xu Lingshan's creation of Gardenia was indeed good. The only shortcoming was that it lacked some tension. Seeing that Li Qiantong didn't say anything, Shen Lang said with a smug look on his face, "How about it? Li Qiantong, as long as you are willing to sleep with me, I will let you sing this song, and your concert will be held as scheduled." Li Qiantong didn't say anything, but just stared at Shen Liang angrily. At this time, Xu Lingshan stepped forward and persuaded, "Dear singer Li, it is your blessing that Master Shen likes you. You should not be too rigid in life. With Master Shen's support, I believe this concert will be a success." Just when Li Qiantong was about to refuse, Tang Long walked up, snatched the music sheet from Li Qiantong's hand, and said with disdain, "Rubbish, such a crappy song, how can it be worthy of Qiantong?" When the word "bad song" reached Xu Lingshan's ears, his face changed drastically and he said angrily, "Boy, you dare to say that the songs I write are bad songs? Do you know how many first-line singers beg me to write songs? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to point fingers at the songs I write? Do you understand music? Do you understand creation? Do you understand arrangement?" "I understand." Tang Long said domineeringly, and stretched out his hand and said, "Lan Shen, bring the guitar over." Chapter 27, Born to be a Singer. Understand. Everyone present was petrified, even Li Qiantong's mouth opened into an O shape. Tang Long could compose songs. It takes a lot of talent to compose songs. Some people only compose a few songs that are worth showing off in their entire life. Xu Lingshan, who had recovered from his shock, couldn't help but laugh and said, "Did I hear you right? You can create music. What do you mean by a music producer? You set up stalls on the roadside, there are so many of them everywhere." Mu Yi, who was standing by, was also furious. He blushed and said, "Tong Tong, your friend is really too arrogant. He is simply insulting the music producer industry. Would this?" Li Qiantong was also embarrassed. She really couldn't see any musical talent in Tang Long. Now he even picked up the guitar and sang so arrogantly. Did he really think that anyone could be a music producer? Seeing that Li Qiantong didn't say anything, Mu Yi said angrily, "Xiao Dao, send the guest away." Shen Lang said with disdain, "You are poor loser, how can you understand what music is? That's right. Xu Lingshan echoed, if you know how to create, I will take you as my teacher and kowtow to you 3 times. Ding, the host has triggered the mission. Use your singing to conquer Xu Lingshan and make him feel ashamed. Do you accept it? Accept. Ding, the host accepts the mission begins, check the mission details. Mission level, D level. Quest requirements, sing and make Xu Lingshan cry. Mission reward, best actor level acting skills. Is it a provocation? Tang Long sneered, picked up his guitar and sat down. Xiao Dao looked at Tang Long with sympathy. It was so sad. There were so many people in this world who did not know their own limitations. Not everyone can be a music producer. If you want to be a music producer, you must know how to compose, write lyrics, arrange music, and sing. Please come in. Xiao Dao said with a straight face. Lan Shan also covered her face secretly and started walking towards the door in small steps. Do you know what it means to show off one's skills in front of an expert? Just like Tang Long, who said in front of 2 major music producers that he knows how to create. If even a ruffian can create music, then aren't music producers a bit cheap? Tang Long did not speak, but moved the microphone to his mouth, adjusted the volume, and then slowly played the piano. The sound of guitar rang out, and with the movement of Tang Long's right hand, beautiful and melodious tunes echoed in the studio. This is a song I composed, Angel's Wings. I hope you like it. Tang Long had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were dazed, and his fine stubble made him look so weathered. Especially Tang Long's eyes, melancholy yet affectionate, with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, as if he was remembering something exciting. So cool. Xiao Dao, who originally wanted to chase Tang Long away, suddenly turned into a fangirl, her eyes shining. As the music prelude sounded, everyone's mouth opened into an O shape again. What was different from the previous time was that this time the shock was real, and it was because of the music played by Tang Long. Such a familiar melody. What song is this? Mu Yi rubbed his temple, thinking hard. Xu Lingshan was also frightened and exclaimed, how is this possible? Li Qiantong is a singing queen after all. She can tell at a glance that Tang Long's guitar playing technique is superb. Even she may not be able to surpass Tang Long. Where will the fallen leaves go with the wind? Leave only the sky beautiful. The sound that once danced. Like angel wings. Skip through my happy past. Where love has been before. Ishi still retains the fragrance of yesterday. That familiar warmth. Like angel wings. Crossing my boundless heart. I believe you are still here. Never left. My love is like an angel guarding you. If life had ended here. From now on there is no me. I will find an angel to love you for me. The hoarse voice came out, shocking everyone's heartstrings. At this moment, everyone looked at Tang Long. His dazed eyes were full of warmth and exuded an aura of infatuation. Li Qiantong just looked at Tang Long, and the emotional strings in her heart couldn't help but be plucked a few times. Mu Yi's movements were even more exaggerated. He took small steps on the spot, clasped his hands like a fangirl, and shouted excitedly, it's so beautiful. This is the best song I have ever heard. HMPH, it must be a cover. Let me check the digital music copyright. Xu Lingshan snorted disdainfully and clicked on the digital music copyright column. When he entered the song title to check, there was nothing. Xu Lingshan still didn't give up. He typed the lyrics into Baidu to check, but there was nothing. What does that mean? This means that the songs sung by Tang Long are the original ones. Seeing Xu Lingshan's shocked expression, Shen Lang couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Mr. Shen, search, can't find anything. Xu Lingshan broke out in a cold sweat and said tremblingly. Shen Lang cursed, fuck, what do you mean? Explain it clearly. It's very, very likely that he is the original singer. It will be unjust if this guy doesn't become famous once this song comes out. Xu Lingshan said with a look of resentment. Where love has been before. Ishi still retains the fragrance of yesterday. That familiar warmth. Like angel wings. Crossing my boundless heart. Believe you are still here. Never left. My love is like an angel guarding you. If life had ended here. From now on there is no me. I will find an angel to love you for me. I believe you are still here. Never left. My love is like an angel guarding you. If life had ended here. From now on there is no me. I'll find an angel to love you for me. The cigarette butt trembled at the corner of Tang Long's mouth, and he sang affectionately at the end, I will find an angel to love you for me. What's going on? Why is my first love the only thing in my mind? Huh? Why are my eyes so hot? Am I crying? Damn, this is such a shame. Xu Lingshan, was actually moved to tears by a nameless boy singing. When the song ended, the whole audience applauded. Even Tai Xian, who was vomiting blood, couldn't help but applaud. Ding, congratulations to their host for successfully completing the mission and winning the Best Actor level acting skill. After Tang Long finished singing, Li Qiantong had not yet fully come to her senses, but a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's so beautiful, he is definitely a natural-born singer. Mu Yi clapped his hands and said, Mr. Tang, can you transfer the copyright of this song to me? I'll pay you 300,000. I'll offer 500,000. Before Mu Yi could finish his words, Xu Lingshan had already rushed forward, looking at Tang Long pitifully, with red eyes. Mu Yi angrily said, Xu Lingshan, what do you mean? I was the first to speak. Xu Lingshan said arrogantly, 300,000. Mu Yi, are you insulting this musical genius? You. Mu Yi was so angry that he continued to bid, 800,000. I'll pay 800,000. 1 million. Xu Lingshan bid. Mu Yi was so angry that she twisted her waist and pointed at Xu Lingshan and shouted, Xu Lingshan, don't go too far. Stop talking nonsense. Get out if you don't have money. Xu Lingshan waved his hand disdainfully. 1 million is already beyond Mu Yi's budget, and he doesn't have Shenlang's support. Although Shenlang is a layman, he still has a good vision. As long as he can buy out Tang Long's song, Shenlang can create another Li Qiantong, and the money he earns by then will be more than just 1 million. Li Qiantong, who was standing by, was also very anxious and said nervously, Tang Long, name a price, as long as you are willing to transfer the copyright of that song to me. Shenlang took a puff of his cigar and said in a threatening tone, boy, don't be too greedy. I, Shenlang, will only offer 1 million. You have to sign it whether you want to or not. Tang Long ignored Shenlang, but stared at Li Qiantong and said, I don't want money, I just want you to be the image spokesperson for my Fengli Pavilion. Chapter 28 Xia Bingyao's Shock. Fengli Group, President's Office. This is where Xia Bingyao works. It is surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows and the carpet on the floor is an Italian Roman carpet, which is noble and elegant. At the entrance, there are 2 blue and white porcelain vases that are about 1 person tall. Xia Bingyao, on the other hand, stood in front of her desk in a daze. She kept tapping the globe on the desk, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Tang Long, please don't let me down. If Xia Bingyao was kicked out of the group on her first day at work, how would she have the face to be the president? She would probably be laughed to death by the old guys on the board of directors. Clang. At this moment, Xia Bingyao's secretary Lin Meng pushed the door open and walked in, with a smile on her face, and said excitedly, President, it's done. Done? Xia Bingyao was stunned and couldn't help asking, what's done? Lin Meng opened her WeChat moments and said excitedly, Li Qiantong has agreed to be the image spokesperson for my Fengli Pavilion. What did you say? Xia Bingyao was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She snatched the phone and said in disbelief, how is this possible? Doesn't Li Qiantong never advertise for companies? Lin Meng said with a rosy face, I'm not sure either. I heard from Lanshan that Li Qiantong seemed to be because of a song. A song? What song? Xia Bingyao became more and more curious. Lin Meng clicked on the video shared by Lanshan, and heard a melodious and pleasant melody, echoing in the empty office. Such a familiar melody. But Xia Bingyao thought about it for a long time and still couldn't figure out what song it was. Where will the fallen leaves go with the wind? Leave only the sky beautiful. The sound that once danced. Like angel wings. Skip through my happy past. Where love has been before. In the video, we can see a man wearing torn jeans and black cloth shoes hanging on his thumbs, holding a guitar in his arms, singing passionately. His voice is hoarse but full of appeal. He can definitely be called a god of singing. Unfortunately, the video did not capture the man's face. Just then, Xia Bingyao's cell phone rang. Mr. Xia, Li Qiantong has agreed to be the image spokesperson for my Fengli Pavilion. We have already arrived at the underground parking lot. Lan Shan's excited voice came from the phone. Xia Bingyao said in disbelief, Director Lan, what's going on? It's Mr. Tang. I didn't expect that Mr. Tang is also a musical genius. He completely conquered Li Qiantong with just a song he sang. Even the two major music producers Mu Yi and Xu Lingshan cried and shouted that they wanted to become Mr. Tang's disciples. Lan Shan said excitedly with her heart beating fast. What? The person in the video is Tang Long. After hanging up the phone, Xia Bingyao's gaze returned to the video again. The jeans that were washed to a bleached color, the beard that had not been shaved for several days, and the cigarettes that could not be any cheaper, who else could it be but Tang Long? Xia Bingyao's mouth twitched. No way. Am I dazzled? Tang Long is a musical genius. Who would have thought that a person who can gamble, bet on stones, appraise treasures, and compose songs is just a person who has not even graduated from high school? Oh my god, could it be that Tang Long has traveled through time? But now is not the time for Xia Bingyao to be shocked. Her primary goal now is to stabilize those directors first. As a first-line movie star, Li Qiantong's endorsement fee will definitely not be less than 50 million, or even higher. Xia Bingyao rubbed her temples, calmed down and said, Lin Meng, draft a contract immediately. Also, notify the security department immediately to ensure Li Qiantong's personal safety. Okay, President. Lin Meng responded and turned to leave the office. At the same time, Gao Yang and Shen Chen were playing indoor golf and they were having a great time chatting. Bang! Gao Yang swung the golf club and hit the golf ball hard, hitting the 3D metal curtain. After a perfect arc, it finally rolled into their hole. Good shot. Shen Chen picked up the towel and handed it over, saying with a flattering look on his face. Gao Yang handed the golf club to his secretary, wiped his hands and said, Humph, a pig farmer can invite Li Qiantong. What does he think Li Qiantong is? A KTV princess. Yeah, this kid is really too arrogant. He even said that he would make Li Qiantong sign the contract before 10 o'clock in the evening. If she exceeds the time, he will resign. Shen Chen echoed with disdain. Gao Yang put on his white gloves again, gently pushed the gold-rimmed glasses frame, and sneered, a little loser is worthy of being my rival in love. You really overestimate your own abilities. Shen Chen bowed his head and said, Mr. Gao is absolutely right. But at this moment, there was a noise outside the door. Gao Yang frowned slightly and asked, what's going on? Shen Chen flattered him, Mr. Gao, you must have invited the reporters to come. The cover characters of this issue of the financial magazine must be you and President Xia. Let's go out and take a look. Gao Yang adjusted his tie and then went out. The corridor was full of people. Dozens of security guards were surrounding a woman with a black scarf on her head and wearing sunglasses, and were slowly moving towards the president's office. Rita, I heard that you are going to be the spokesperson for Fengli Pavilion. Is this true? Ms. Rita, who made you make this decision? Ms. Rita, there are rumors that your endorsement fee is as high as 100 million. Is it true? A group of reporters desperately squeezed forward, but Tang Long firmly protected Li Qiantong, pushed through the crowd and said, I'm sorry, I have no comment. If you have any questions, you can wait until the press conference. Just like that, Tang Long hugged Li Qiantong and rushed out of the crowd, while the security guards formed a human wall to stop the reporters at the door. Gao Yang stomped on the golden dragon-headed cane and angrily said, Shen Chen, what's going on? Shen Chen was also dumbfounded, swallowing his saliva and saying, Mr. Gao, I don't know. What went wrong? Gao Yang said with a grim expression, how could a small-time loser like me invite Li Qiantong to be the spokesperson for Fengli Pavilion? Shen Chen was so frightened that his face turned pale. He quickly offered a suggestion, Mr. Gao, maybe things are not as bad as you think. With Li Qiantong's worth, it will take at least 100 million to negotiate. If the old guys on the board of directors knew about this, they would definitely try their best to stop it. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, Shen Chen, notify the other directors immediately and tell them to get to Fengli Group within 10 minutes, otherwise they will bear the consequences themselves. I understand, Mr. Gao. After saying that, Shen Chen turned and left. After entering the office, Tang Long sat down on the sofa, picked up the apple from the plate and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Cough cough. Xia Bingyao on the side coughed a few times and glared at Tang Long fiercely. Doesn't this guy really treat himself as an outsider? Is there something? Tang Long said while eating an apple. Xia Bingyao's mouth twitched a few times, and she patted her forehead and said, "It's okay. Why are you glaring at me?" Tang Long rolled his eyes and said resentfully, "I." If Li Qiantong hadn't been there, Xia Bingyao would have kicked Tang Long to death. Chapter 29 Angry Gao Yang. Lan Xin and Lin Meng, who were following behind Xia Bingyao, were also frightened and pale, and kept winking at Tang Long. But Tang Long didn't even look at them. He just kept eating his apple. Xia Bingyao had a gloomy face and stared at Tang Long coldly. If Li Qiantong hadn't been there, she really wanted to stab Tang Long to death with the heel of her high heels. "Har har, Mr. Xia, let's talk about the endorsement," Li Qiantong said with a smile. Xia Bingyao kicked Tang Long and said unhappily, "Go make Rita a cup of coffee." Oh. Tang Long munched on an apple and then happily walked towards the coffee machine. After Li Qiantong sat down, Xia Bingyao handed over the contract that Lin Meng had drafted in advance. "There's no need to read the contract. Let's just sign it directly." Li Qiantong signed the last page quickly and then pushed the contract in front of Xia Bingyao. Xia Bingyao was shocked again and couldn't help asking, "Ms. Rita, we haven't discussed the endorsement fee yet." "Endorsement fee?" Li Qiantong was stunned, looked at Xia Bingyao strangely and said, "Didn't Mr. Tang tell you that this endorsement is free?" Puff. Xia Bingyao spat out the coffee, her mouth twitching as she asked, "Ms. Rita, are you sure?" Xia Bingyao was shocked again. "Zero endorsement fee. What is going on? Could it be that Tang Long was being taken advantage of?" Xia Bingyao glanced at Tang Long and shook her head secretly. How could it be possible? How could Li Qiantong fall in love with Tang Long? Unless Li Qiantong was blind. Li Qiantong smiled and said, "That's right, it's zero endorsement fee, but in exchange, Tang Long agreed to play the leading male role in my new film, and will also be my music producer for a long time." The leading man? The music producer? Xia Bingyao opened her mouth wide for the third time. Could it be that Tang Long was not lip-syncing? Was he singing for real? Male lead. Xia Bingyao only felt thunder rumbling above her head, and for a moment she could not accept the fact before her. After signing the contract, Xia Bingyao stood up and shook hands with Li Qiantong. Neither of them spoke, but just looked at each other coldly. Xia Bingyao's mood was a bit complicated. She didn't know what kind of feelings she had towards Tang Long. It is undeniable that when Xia Bingyao first began to fall in love, she did have a crush on Tang Long. That was when he was in junior high school. Tang Long had been pestering Xia Bingyao for 3 years and even ordered gangsters to tease her. Finally, Tang Long suddenly showed up and subdued those gangsters in a few moves. Although it is cliché that a hero saves a beauty, Xia Bingyao still feels happy about it. At that time, if anyone dared to tease Xia Bingyao, the consequences would be very serious. How many second-generation rich people and official second generations were blocked and beaten by Tang Long in the toilet? Thinking back to what happened at that time, Xia Bingyao was still very moved. And from Li Qiantong's eyes, Xia Bingyao saw a look of vigilance, as if she was looking at a mistress. "You two, the coffee is ready." At this time, Tang Long came over with 2 cups of coffee and asked weakly, "Would you like to drink it standing or sitting?" Li Qiantong took the coffee and said with a smile, "Thank you. It is my blessing to be able to serve a beautiful lady." Tang Long grinned. Xia Bingyao glared at Tang Long and said, "I have something to say to Miss Rita." "Yes, there are some things that we should talk about." Li Qiantong nodded. The two smiled at each other, seeming to have a tacit understanding, and walked to their window together, sipping coffee and talking. Tang Long, who was sitting on the sofa, felt very uncomfortable and couldn't sit still at all. He really wanted to eavesdrop on what the two women were talking about. "Mr. Xia is a little weird today," Lin Meng said with his head tilted. Lan Xin asked, "What's so strange about that? Isn't President Xia always like this?" Lin Meng shook her head and said, "I can't explain it, but Ms. Xia is a little different than usual. I've been with Ms. Xia for 3 years, and I can sense her nervousness. She seems a little unconfident." Lan Xin raised her eyebrows and said, "No way. I think President Xia is very confident." About 5 or 6 minutes later, Xia Bingyao and Li Qiantong finally came over. Both of them looked a little ugly, especially when they looked at Tang Long. Tang Long felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird, and said with an awkward smile, "Well, it's too stuffy here, I'll go out for a walk." Clang. At this moment, the office door was pushed open by a group of people, and the people who came in were none other than the directors headed by Gao Yang. "Boss Xia, this contract cannot be signed." "Yes, President Xia, this Finley Group is not owned by you alone. Even if Miss Li Qiantong serves as the image spokesperson for Finley Pavilion, we will not be able to turn losses into profits. We oppose it collectively." Except Gao Yang and Shen Chen, the other directors also tried to stop them. "Then what do you mean?" Xia Bingyao asked with a cold face. At this time, Shen Chen stepped forward and said seriously, "Boss Xia, after discussion among several of our directors, we plan to sell Finley Pavilion as a package." What? Even Xia Bingyao didn't expect that Gao Yang would resort to such a despicable trick in order to drive Tang Long away. In fact, Xia Bingyao knew that the directors had been suffering over the years. Finley Pavilion had been losing money every year, and the investment money had been wasted. It would have been better for them to keep the money in the bank and earn interest. If it weren't for Xia Bingyao's pressure, Finley Pavilion would have been sold out by a group of directors long ago. Gao Yang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a serious tone, "Director Shen has a good overall view. In recent years, Finley Pavilion has been in a loss-making state. In this case, why don't we sell Finley Pavilion? According to our estimate, the market value of Finley Pavilion should be around 500 million. 500 million. Xia Bingyao pondered for a while and said, "Okay, I'm willing to pay 500 million to buy it." Gao Yang said in shock, "Bingyao, you have to think it over carefully. 500 million is not a small sum. The cost of purchasing jadeite raw stones every year is more than 500 million. Add to that the suppression from Ziyushuan, Feitsui Pavilion, and Fengguangzuan, and you won't be able to make any money at all. That's my business." Xia Bingyao's face was indifferent, and she said coldly, "Also, please call me President Xia, or Chairman. You can't call me Bingyao. Humph, you will definitely regret it." Gao Yang's face became extremely ferocious, and he turned around and said, "Without my face, do you think Finley Pavilion can be safe and sound?" Those directors were still worried that no one would dare to take over, so when they saw that Xia Bingyao was willing to buy Finley Pavilion for 500 million, they were naturally very happy. Looking at the ugly faces of Gao Yang and others, Xia Bingyao said coldly, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that Miss Li Qiantong is the image spokesperson for our Finley Pavilion for free." "What? Free? Oops, I miscalculated this time. Master Gao, you really screwed us this time." Those directors all looked regretful. Gao Yang's body also trembled, and he looked at Tang Long with a ferocious face, and said solemnly, "Boy, you have guts, let's wait and see." Chapter 30, The Dragon has a reverse scale, if you touch it you will die. No one knows Gao Yang better than Xia Bingyao. There is only one outcome for offending Gao Yang, and that is death. Xia Bingyao knew that the real war had just begun. The only thing that worries Xia Bingyao is Tang Long. At this time, Tang Long had already run away, which made Xia Bingyao angry and hateful. He was really a hopeless case. Ding, their host has successfully completed the task and is rewarded with a gift package. Ding, the gift package is opening. Ding, congratulations to their host, you have obtained a marrow cleansing pill and a 5-form fist. Marrow cleansing pill. Tang Long couldn't wait to swallow the marrow cleansing pill. He felt a ball of hot air gathering in his lower abdomen, and he felt as if his whole body was bathed in sunshine. The marrow cleansing pill can cleanse the essence and marrow, transform one completely, and cultivate internal qi. Tang Long used the 9-yang manual, clenched his right fist, and swung it forward fiercely, leaving a fist mark on the wall in front of him. How powerful! Is this the inner energy? Tang Long said with a look of delight. When he was serving in the army, Tang Long had seen someone punch through a tree with one punch. Compared with those masters, Tang Long still has a big gap. Tang Long used the Tai Chi gathering method from the 9-yang manual and focused his mind on his dantian. He felt a ball of burning qi gathering in his dantian, and his whole body felt warm, as if he was in a furnace. After practicing for several cycles, Tang Long finally exhaled and stood up. Ding! 5-shaped fist, a boxing technique created by simulating dragon, tiger, leopard, snake and crane. It is extremely powerful. Ordinary people can strengthen their bodies and bones and prolong their lives by practicing it. Internal martial arts masters can increase their combat power several times by practicing it. Ding, click whether to practice. Practice. As soon as Tang Long closed his eyes, the images of dragon, tiger, leopard, snake and crane would appear in his mind. The tiger form was for refining bones, the leopard form was for refining strength, the snake form was for refining chi, the crane form was for refining essence and the dragon form was for refining spirit. In this way, Tang Long practiced on the rooftop for an entire afternoon. His boxing skills became more and more proficient, and his spirit and energy also underwent a tremendous change. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening when Tang Long climbed down the ladder and prepared to leave the company. But when passing by the president's office, Tang Long saw that the light inside was still on. Thinking that Xia Bingyao was still working overtime, he trotted downstairs and bought 2 wontons on the street. Xia Bingyao must be busy with the acquisition of Fengli Pavilion, otherwise she wouldn't have been working overtime until now. Hearing footsteps coming from the door, Xia Bingyao subconsciously grabbed the wallpaper knife on the table and said nervously, "Who?" Squeak. The office door opened a crack, and a big head popped in from outside. Tang Long walked in with a grin on his face, holding 2 servings of wontons in his hands. "Bingyao, you haven't eaten yet?" Tang Long asked with concern. "Call." Seeing that the person coming was Tang Long, Xia Bingyao breathed a sigh of relief and said coldly, "Eat it." Gurgle. As he spoke, Xia Bingyao's stomach growled and her face turned red. She didn't dare to look Tang Long in the eye. "Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it's cold." Tang Long placed the wontons in front of Xia Bingyao and handed her the spoon. Xia Bingyao said coldly, "You eat first, and wait until I finish writing this plan." "No, look at what time it is now." Tang Long picked up the spoon, scooped a wonton and handed it to Xia Bingyao's mouth. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous, Xia Bingyao blushed and said, "What are you doing? Take it away quickly." Tang Long said with concern, "Bingyao, you must eat on time, otherwise your stomach will not be able to bear it. Do you know how many stomach cancer patients there are every year? Most of them do not eat on time. Do you want to become one of them?" Listening to Tang Long's chatter, Xia Bingyao couldn't bear it any longer and raised her hands in surrender. Okay, can't I eat it?" Tang Long smiled knowingly and said, "That's right." In less than 2 minutes, Xia Bingyao had eaten all the wontons and even drank up the soup. Seeing Xia Bingyao wolfing down the food, Tang Long picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth. "You, what are you doing?" I can do it myself," Xia Bingyao said with a red face. Tang Long grinned and said, He, Bingyao, from now on you will be in charge of the outside affairs, and I will be in charge of the inside affairs. A husband and wife who are of one mind can achieve great success. Okay, go home quickly, or Guoguo will worry again," Xia Bingyao said while sorting out the documents. Just then, Xia Bingyao's phone rang. Tang Long picked it up and saw that it was indeed Guoguo calling. After arriving at the parking lot, Tang Long went to get the car, while Xia Bingyao waited there. Looking at Tang Long's busy figure, Xia Bingyao's lips curled up with a smile, her little face flushed, and she looked like she was just beginning to fall in love. Boom. Suddenly, a Jinbei car rushed over, brushed past Xia Bingyao, and finally hit Tang Long, who was opening the car door. "It's that guy, kill him for me." The car door opened with a bang, and 7 or 8 thugs with machetes rushed out of the Jinbei. Fortunately, Tang Long reacted quickly enough, otherwise he would have been killed by the golden cup. "Tang Long, be careful." Xia Bingyao took out her cell phone in panic and was about to call the police. "Damn it, you dare to call the police? Believe it or not, I will chop off your hand." A gangster turned his head to look over, then rushed forward with a knife in hand. Tang Long's face changed drastically, and he shouted with red eyes, "Bingyao, get out of here." Phew. It was still a step too late. The gangster's machete chopped down Xia Bingyao's back directly, and a stream of blood oozed out along Xia Bingyao's back. Damn it, he can't even protect himself, and is still worrying about others. "Come on, chop off his limbs," the leading thug shouted while spitting. Tang Long said angrily, "You're looking for death." Tang Long rushed over like the wind, grabbed the leading thug's right hand and squeezed it hard. There was a crisp sound of crack, and the leading thug's wrist was directly crushed. "Boss! Everyone, come together and kill this bastard." Several other thugs rushed forward with knives in hand. Bang bang bang. Almost one punch per person, and every time a punch landed, a gangster would fly backwards more than 3 meters away. The thug who kidnapped Xia Bingyao was also startled and said nervously, "You, don't come over, or I will kill your girlfriend." Tang Long didn't say anything, but dragged the leading thug by the ankle and walked forward step by step. What a scary look. The thug who kidnapped Xia Bingyao couldn't help swallowing his saliva and felt a chill all over his body, as if he was targeted by murderous aura. Swish. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and the gangster only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes. When he reacted, Tang Long was already standing behind him. Have you ever heard a saying, a dragon has a reverse scale? If you touch it, you will die. Tang Long grabbed the gangster's hair and slammed him to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 loud noises, the gangster fainted with blood all over his face. Chapter 31. Breaking into the Nightingale Bar. When Xia Bingyao woke up, she was already in the hospital, with Yi Wenru sitting next to her. When Xia Bingyao fainted, 8 words kept echoing in her mind: a dragon has a reverse scale, if you touch it, you will die. Xia Bingyao knew that Tang Long must have gone to find the mastermind. Bingyao, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Yi Wenru smiled. Xia Bingyao looked around and asked nervously, "Where's Tang Long? Have you seen him?" Yi Wenru shook her head and said, "No, I came to the hospital after receiving a call from the police." Xia Bingyao struggled to sit up and said with a worried look on her face, "Oh no, Tang Long must have gone to seek revenge." As she spoke, Xia Bingyao dialed Tang Long's cell phone, but no one answered. "Captain, we found out that the leader of the attack on President Xi was Gangbian, the top thug from the Nightingale Bar in South City." "Where's the coin man?" "He's not at the crime scene. He must have escaped." "Escaped?" Yi Wenru's face changed. It seemed that the coin did not escape, but was captured by Tang Long. South City is Bald Man's territory, and the Nightingale Bar is one of his businesses. The person in charge of the place is Mad Wolf, a man who likes to fight underground boxing. There is an underground boxing ring under the Nightingale Bar. Putting aside how strong Mad Wolf is, just the thugs from the Nightingale Bar are enough to give Tang Long a hard time. Seeing Yi Wenru's pale face, Xia Bingyao asked worriedly, "Wenru, what happened?" "I know where Tang Long is." Yi Wenru hung up the phone and said, "Bingyao, you stay here and recover. Leave Tang Long's affairs to me." Xia Bingyao said nervously, "Wenru, you must find Tang Long back. That guy is very ruthless." "Don't worry, I will never let anything happen to Tang Long," Yi Wenru said earnestly. The Nightingale Bar is definitely a den of money spending in South City. Those who go there are either rich women or rich second generations. It is definitely a big cancer in Donghai. But Tang Long didn't care about that anymore. He drove his Jinbei scooter recklessly all the way. The journey that would normally take 30 minutes was completed in just 10 minutes. Phew. The Jinbei car made a spiral turn on the spot and stopped at the door of the Nightingale Bar. "Get down." Tang Long grabbed Gang Dun's hair and said coldly, "Where is Mad Wolf?" After being beaten up by Tang Long for more than 10 minutes, Gangbi confessed everything and said that it was Feng Lang who ordered him to chop Tang Long. As for the reason, Gangbian didn't know either. Because Steel Coin was just a thug in the Nightingale Bar, all he could do was obey orders. In South City, Mad Wolf is a ruthless man. Not only does he have a strong fist, but he also has an even more ruthless heart. As long as there is a woman he likes, he will find a way to get her, even if she is married. Gang Duan said tremblingly, in the underground boxing ring. "Come on, take me there." Tang Long grabbed Gangbian's hair and went straight into the Nightingale Bar. The harsh music echoed in their ears, the lights above their heads flashed, and bunny girls shuttled around the bar, dealing with all kinds of customers with a smile. Although they were reluctant, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere in order to make more money. There was a bartender mixing drinks at the bar with gorgeous movements, which attracted screams from many wealthy women. "Boy, quickly release Brother Steel Coin. Damn it, you're looking for death, do you know where this place is? Fuck, kid, open your dog eyes and look here. This is the Nightingale Bar, and it's the place that Brother Wolf looks after. If you don't want to die, quickly crawl over here like a dog." As soon as he stepped onto the dance floor, he saw dozens of thugs with steel pipes rushing in from all directions, each clamoring to break Tang Long's legs. Seeing that everyone around him was his own people, Gang Duan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Har har, kid, you're dead. I'll break your legs later." Tang Long grabbed Gang Duan's hair and slammed him to the ground 3 times. Gang Duan's eyes turned white and he fainted with blood all over his forehead. "Go ahead, destroy this guy for me. Damn it, you even dare to hit someone from my Nightingale bar. You really don't know how to live or die." Dozens of thugs rushed forward and swung steel rods at Tang Long. Tang Long casually tore off his white shirt, revealing his bronze skin. There were 9 green dragons tattooed behind him, but there was only one head of the dragon, which was on his chest and looked extremely ferocious. 9 pattern dragon. It's actually him. No matter if he is a 9-striped dragon or not, he will turn into a bug when he arrives at Brother Wolf's territory. "Boy, I'll break your legs." Click. Tang Long moved his neck and a sound of bones being squeezed came from his body, which was extremely creepy. Without waiting for the thugs to get close, Tang Long swept 5 of them away with a horizontal sweep. Tang Long was like a fish in water, punching one person after another. Every time he threw a punch, a figure would fly backwards, spitting blood from the mouth. Who the hell is this kid? How amazing! With his skills, even Brother Wolf may not be his match. Sure, keep your voice down, Mad Wolf is known for being petty. There were discussions all around. In less than a minute, dozens of thugs were covering their chests and screaming. "Tell me, where is Mad Wolf?" Tang Long said while stepping on the chest of one of the thugs. The thug shook his head and said, "No. I don't know. I'll ask you one last time." Tang Long twisted the steel pipe in his hand into a twist. What? Even the steel pipe was twisted into a knot by Tang Long? How much strength does this person have? The thug was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he cried, I said, he is. Just then, 7 or 8 people came out of the elevator, led by a man with a wolf tattoo on his chest. He was Mad Wolf, the busboy of the Nightingale bar. Following behind Mad Wolf was a bald man in a black robe. He had a face full of flesh, and when he looked at Tang Long, a hint of disdain flashed across the corner of his mouth. Mad Wolf looked around and said ruthlessly, "Boy, do you know whose territory this is?" Tang Long casually threw the twisted steel pipe over and stabbed it straight into the Mad Wolf's throat at an extremely fast speed. Just when the steel pipe was about to pierce the Mad Wolf's throat, the bald man suddenly rushed forward and grabbed the flying steel pipe. Phew! A harsh friction sound was heard, and the bald man was pushed back a step by the momentum of the flying steel pipe. Mad Wolf's face changed, and he said solemnly, "Brother, if I, Mad Wolf, have offended you in any way, I am here to apologize to you." Tang Long lit a cigarette and said, "Gang Duan is your man, right? Coins?" Mad Wolf turned his head and glanced at the unconscious Gang Duan. His expression changed and he asked, "Are you Tang Long?" Tang Long stared at Mad Wolf and said coldly, "Are you disappointed to see that I'm still alive?" "Very disappointed." Mad Wolf winked at the bald man beside him and said gloomily, $100,000 to break his limbs. Chapter 32 13 Guardians. Mad Wolf will never show mercy to his enemies. In South City, everyone gives Mad Wolf some face, if for no other reason than that Mad Wolf had once blocked a knife for Baldy. For Bold Master's sake, as long as Mad Wolf doesn't do anything harmful, Bold Master will probably turn a blind eye. It is because of this that the Mad Wolf becomes so arrogant and insolent, breaking his opponent's limbs at any time. The reason why Mad Wolf is so confident is because of one person, that is Shen Lang. Shen Lang is not just the boss of an entertainment company, his real identity is Bold Man's nephew. It was also Shen Lang who called Mad Wolf and asked him to send someone to teach Tang Long a lesson. It's the gold medal boxer Niu Hashang from the Nightingale bar. What? Monk Niu? I heard that he is a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple. He has defeated many famous boxers with his pair of iron san palms. Oh, this is terrible. I guess Zhu Wenlong can't withstand a punch from Monk Niu. The onlookers all looked regretful. Monk Niu stretched his neck and sneered, "Boy, you are so brave that you dare to come to the Nightingale bar to act wild. Do you know how to write the word death? Get out of here. I don't want to hurt innocent people." Tang Long waved his hand. What? Monk Neo bumped his fists together a few times, making a bang bang sound. You don't know whether you're good or bad. I can kill a cow with one punch. Monk Neo shouted and punched Tang Long. That's right, you dare to fight with Brother Neo. Har har, just wait and see, that kid will definitely have his neck broken by Brother Neo. The younger brothers following Mad Wolf laughed and talked. Mad Wolf took a deep puff of his cigar and said disdainfully, "Nine-striped dragon? Humph, I think it's a nine-striped insect. A small insect is worthy of being called a dragon." In Finland's opinion, no matter how great Tang Long's reputation is, it is only limited to Dorm High number 18 middle school. Compared with people in society, there is still a big gap. Pop. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and Monk Neo's fist was caught by Tang Long. Tang Long leaped up and clamped Neo's arm with a scissors kick. There was a click sound, and Monk Neo's arm was broken. "Arr!" Monk Neo screamed and knelt on the ground. Mad Wolf exclaimed, "What?" The gold medal boxer in the underground boxing ring of the Nightingale Bar was not even a match for Tang Long. The Mad Wolf just blinked his eyes, and Monk Neo's arm was broken by Tang Long. Call someone." Seeing Tang Long walking towards him, Mad Wolf turned pale with fright and shouted to the people behind him. Tang Long blew out a smoke ring, turned his head and said, "Let's go." Mad Wolf was so frightened that his whole body went cold, and he subconsciously asked, "Where are we going?" Pop. Before Mad Wolf could finish his words, a shadow rushed out and slapped him. The corner of Mad Wolf's mouth was torn open and a few streaks of blood flowed out. "You still have the nerve to ask me where I'm going." Tang Long grabbed Mad Wolf's hair and pressed his head hard on the table in the bar. He said gloomily, "Do you know that my woman was chopped by your men because of you and she hasn't woken up yet? I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt the people around me, I will make him live a life worse than death." Bang. Tang Long casually picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on Mad Wolf's head. Mad Wolf screamed, covered the wound on his forehead, and trembled. Tell me, how much money do you want?" "Money." Bang. Another wine bottle fell down. Tang Long held down Mad Wolf's head tightly and sneered, "Do you know who your men injured? Her name is Xia Bingyao, the president of Finley Group. Do you think she is short of money?" "What?" Crazy Wolf was so scared that he peed himself. He cried, "Long brother Long, I didn't recognize a great man. Please forgive me this time." Mad Wolf knew that he had made a big mistake this time and going to jail would be the least he could do. "Who is Xia Bingyao?" "She is the chairman of Finley Group, worth tens of billions, and is definitely the richest woman in Dorm High City." Not to mention Mad Wolf, even if Bald Man wanted to touch Xia Bingyao, he would have to think twice. Mad Wolf cursed Shenlang over and over again in his heart, but no matter how much he cursed, it was too late. Snap, snap. Tang Long picked up the wine bottles on the table and smashed them down one after another. Soon, Mad Wolf's face was stained red with blood. He felt dizzy and even his vision became blurred. Mad Wolf knew that he had met a truly ruthless guy this time. No wonder his younger brothers admired Tang Long so much. "Tell me, who instructed you?" Tang Long asked coldly while smoking a cigarette. Mad Wolf said in a tearful voice, "Yes, it's Shenlang, he is Bald Master's biological nephew." Bang. Another wine bottle was thrown down, and the Mad Wolf's eyes turned white and he fainted. Everyone in the Nightingale Bar held their breath as they watched the Mad Wolf slowly fall to the ground. At this moment, more than 100 people rushed in from the door of the bar, each holding a steel knife in their hands, with white bandages wrapped around their hands, and rushed in with murderous intent. "Who comes to my bar to make trouble?" The person who spoke was none other than Meng Chao, one of the 13 guardians under Bald Master, known as the Iron Fist. The lights in the bar flickered and passionate music sounded again. Meng Chao's arrival gave the slowly awakening Mad Wolf a glimmer of hope, a hope of revenge. As one of the 13 guardians around Bald Master, Meng Chao is still very strong and should be ranked in the top 8. "Brother Chao, that's the guy," a younger brother stepped forward and pointed out. Tang Long slowly raised his head and looked at the man named Meng Chao, with a smile on his face. Similarly, there was a smile on Meng Chao's face, his eyes were a little red, and his whole body was shaking, as if he didn't believe that the person in front of him was Tang Long. "Brother Chao, you must avenge me." At this time, Mad Wolf stumbled over and pointed at Tang Long who was smoking. Meng Chao said coldly, "Mad Dog, what do you think I should do?" Break his legs, said the mad wolf with a resentful look on his face. Pop. Before Crazy Wolf could finish his words, Meng Chao slapped him and laughed angrily. Mad dog, are you looking for death? How dare you instigate me to attack Brother Long? If it weren't for Brother Long's protection, I, Meng Chao, would have been beaten to death long ago. Mad Wolf covered his face and stammered, I. Meng Chao waved his hand and said, break both legs and throw them out. Yes. As soon as their words fell, two younger brothers were seen carrying Mad Wolf out of the Nightingale bar. Soon, shrill screams were heard from outside. Meng Chao laughed and said, Brother Long, when did you come back? Why didn't you contact me? I heard that you joined the army right after you graduated from high school. Har har, I retired from the army not long ago. Tang Long said with a wry smile. Even Tang Long did not expect that the person who used to follow him would become one of the 13 guardians around Bold Master. The 13 guardians are the 13 most capable men under Bold Master, and they are absolutely loyal to him. If you want to become one of the 13 protectors, you must go through layers of screening, otherwise you are not qualified to become one of the 13 protectors. Meng Chao hooked Tang Long's shoulders, turned his head and shouted, Call me Brother Long.